Chapter 2. Torches had been lighted throughout the house. Doors lay open. Windows were uncovered as they looked out over the firmament and the sea. And as I left the barren little stairs that led down from my room, I realized that for the first time in my wandering, I was truly in the safe refuge of an immortal being, furnished and stocked with all the things that an immortal being might want. Magnificent Grecian urns stood on pedestals in the corridors, great bronze statues from the Orient in their various niches, exquisite plants bloomed at every window and terrace open to the sky, gorgeous rugs from India, Persia, China covered the marble floors wherever I walked. I came upon giant stuffed beasts mounted in lifelike attitudes, the brown bear, the lion, the tiger, even the elephant standing in his own immense chamber, lizards as big as dragons, birds of prey clutching dried branches made to look like the limbs of real trees. But the brilliantly colored murals covering every surface from floor to ceiling dominated all. In one chamber was a dark, vibrant painting of the sunburnt Arabian desert, complete with an exquisitely detailed caravan of camels and turbaned merchants moving over the sand. In another room a jungle came to life around me, swarming with delicately rendered tropical blossoms, vines, carefully drawn leaves. The perfection of the illusion startled me, enticed me, but the more I peered into the pictures, the more I saw. There were creatures everywhere in the texture of the jungle, insects, birds, worms in the soil, a million aspects of the scene that gave me the feeling finally that I had slipped out of time and space into something that was more than a painting. Yet it was all quite flat upon the wall. I was getting dizzy. Everywhere I turned, walls gave out on new vistas. I couldn't name some of the tints and hues I saw. As for the style of all this painting, it baffled me as much as it delighted me. The technique seemed utterly realistic, using the classical proportions and skills that one sees in all the later Renaissance painters, Da Vinci, Raphael, Michelangelo, as well as the painters of more recent times, Watteau, Fragonard. The use of light was spectacular. Living creatures seemed to breathe as I looked on. But the details couldn't have been realistic or in proportion. There were simply too many monkeys in the jungle, too many bugs crawling on the leaves. There were thousands of tiny insects in one painting of a summer sky. I came into a large gallery, walled on either side by painted men and women staring at me, and I almost cried out. Figures from all ages these were, Bedouins, Egyptians, then Greeks and Romans, and knights in armor, and peasants, and kings and queens. There were Renaissance people in doublets and leggings, the Sun King with his massive mane of curls, and finally the people of our own age. But again the details made me feel as if I were imagining them. The droplets of water clinging to a cape, the cut on the side of a face, the spider half crushed beneath a polished leather boot. I started to laugh. It wasn't funny, it was just delightful. I began to laugh and laugh. I had to force myself out of this gallery, and the only thing that gave me the willpower was the sight of a library, blazing with light. Walls and walls of books and rolled manuscripts, giant glistening world globes in their wooden cradles, busts of the ancient Greek gods and goddesses, great sprawling maps. Newspapers in all languages lay in stacks on tables, and there were strewn everywhere curious objects, fossils, mummified hands, exotic shells. There were bouquets of dried flowers, figurines and fragments of old sculpture, alabaster jars covered with Egyptian hieroglyphs. And everywhere, in the center of the room, scattered among the tables and the glass cases, were comfortable chairs with footstools and candelabra or oil lamps. In fact, the impression was one of comfortable messiness, of great, long hours of pure enjoyment, of a place that was human in the extreme. Human knowledge, human artifacts, chairs in which humans might sit. I stayed a long time here, perusing the Latin and Greek titles. I felt a little drunk, as if I'd happened on a mortal with a lot of wine in his blood. But I had to find Marius. I went on out of this room, down a little stairs, and through another painted hallway to an even larger room that was also full of light. I heard the singing of the birds and smelled the perfume of the flowers before I even reached this place. And then I found myself lost in a forest of cages. There were not only birds of all sizes and colors here, there were monkeys and baboons, all of them gone wild in their little prisons as I made my way around the room. Potted plants crowded against the cages, ferns and banana trees, cabbage roses, moonflower, jasmine, and other sweetly fragrant nighttime vines. There were purple and white orchids, waxen flowers that trapped insects in their maw, little trees groaning with peaches and lemons and pears. When I finally emerged from this little paradise, it was into a hall of sculptures equal to any gallery in the Vatican Museum, and I glimpsed adjoining chambers full of paintings, oriental furnishings, mechanical toys. Of course, I was no longer lingering on each object or new discovery. To learn the contents of this house would have taken a lifetime, and I pressed on. I didn't know where I was going, but I knew that I was being allowed to see all these things. Finally I heard the unmistakable sound of Marius, that low, rhythmic beat of the heart which I had heard in Cairo, and I moved towards it. Chapter 3. I came into a brightly illuminated 18th century salon. The stone walls had been covered in fine rosewood paneling with framed mirrors rising to the ceiling. There were the usual painted chests, upholstered chairs, dark and lush landscapes, porcelain clocks, a small collection of books in the glass-doored bookcases, a newspaper of recent date lying on a small table beside a brocaded winged chair. High, narrow French doors opened onto the stone terrace, where banks of white lilies and red roses gave off their powerful perfume. And there, with his back to me, at the stone railing, stood an 18th century man. It was Marius when he turned around and gestured for me to come out. He was dressed as I was dressed. The frock-coat was red, not violet, the lace Valenciennes, not Bruxelles. But he wore very much the same costume, his shining hair tied back loosely in a dark ribbon just as mine was, and he looked not at all ethereal, as Armand might have, but rather like a super-presence, a creature of impossible whiteness and perfection, who was nevertheless connected to everything around him, the clothes he wore, the stone railing on which he laid his hand, even the moment itself in which a small cloud passed over the bright half-moon. I savored the moment, that he and I were about to speak, that I was really here. I was still clear-headed as I had been on the ship. I couldn't feel thirst, and I sensed that it was his blood in me that was sustaining me. All the old mysteries collected in me, arousing me and sharpening me. Did those who must be kept lie somewhere on this island? Would all these things be known? I went up to the railing and stood beside him, glancing out over the sea. His eyes were now fixed on an island not a half-mile off the shore below. He was listening to something that I could not hear, and the side of his face in the light from the open doors behind us looked too frighteningly like stone. But immediately he turned to me with a cheerful expression, the smooth face vitalized impossibly for an instant, and then he put his arm around me and guided me back into the room. He walked with the same rhythm as a mortal man, the step light but firm, the body moving through space in the predictable way. He led me to a pair of winged chairs that faced each other, and there we sat down. This was more or less the center of the room. The terrace was to my right, and we had a clear illumination from the chandelier above, as well as a dozen or so candelabra and sconces on the panelled walls. Natural, civilized, it all was, and Marius settled in obvious comfort on the brocade cushions and let his fingers curl around the arms of the chair. As he smiled, he looked entirely human. All the lines, the animation were there until the smile melted again. I tried not to stare at him, but I couldn't help it. And something mischievous crept into his face. My heart was skipping. "What would be easier for you?" he asked in French. "That I tell you why I brought you here, or that you tell me why you asked to see me?" "Oh, the former would be easier," I said. "You talk." He laughed in a soft, ingratiating fashion. "You're a remarkable creature," he said. "I didn't expect you to go down into the earth so soon. Most of us experience the first death much later, after a century, maybe even 2. "The first death? You mean it's common to go into the earth the way I did?" "Among those who survive, it's common. We die, we rise again. Those who don't go into the earth for periods of time usually do not last." I was amazed, but it made perfect sense. And the awful thought struck me that if only Nicky had gone down into the earth instead of into the fire. But I couldn't think of Nicky now. I would start asking inane questions if I did. Is Nicky somewhere? Has Nicky stopped? Are my brothers somewhere? Have they simply stopped? "But I shouldn't have been so surprised that it happened when it did in your case," he resumed, as if he hadn't heard these thoughts, or didn't want to address them yet. "You've lost too much that was precious to you. You saw and learned a great deal very fast." "How do you know what's been happening to me?" I asked. Again he smiled. He almost laughed. It was astonishing, the warmth emanating from him, the immediacy. The manner of his speech was lively and absolutely current. That is, he spoke like a well-educated Frenchman. "I don't frighten you, do I?" he asked. "I didn't think that you were trying to," I said. "I'm not." He made an offhand gesture. "But your self-possession is a little surprising, nevertheless. To answer your question, I know things that happen to our kind all over the world, and frankly I do not always understand how or why I know. The power increases with age, as do all our powers, but it remains inconsistent, not easily controlled. There are moments when I can hear what is happening with our kind in Rome or even in Paris, and when another calls to me, as you have done, I can hear the call over amazing distances. I can find the source of it, as you have seen for yourself. But information comes to me in other ways as well. I know of the messages you left for me on walls throughout Europe because I read them, and I've heard of you from others, and sometimes you and I have been near to each other, nearer than you ever supposed, and I have heard your thoughts. I can hear your thoughts now, of course, as I'm sure you realize, but I prefer to communicate with words." "Why?" I asked. "I thought the older ones would dispense with speech altogether." "Thoughts are imprecise," he said. "If I open my mind to you, I cannot really control what you read there. And when I read your mind, it is possible for me to misunderstand what I hear or see. I prefer to use speech, and let my mental faculties work with it. I like the alarm of sound to announce my important communications, for my voice to be received. I do not like to penetrate the thoughts of another without warning. And quite frankly, I think speech is the greatest gift mortals and immortals share." I didn't know what to answer to this. Again, it made perfect sense. Yet I found myself shaking my head. "And your manner," I said. "You don't move the way Armand or Magnus moved, the way I thought the ancient ones—" "You mean like a phantom? Why should I?" He laughed again, softly, charming me. He slumped back in the chair a little further and raised his knee, resting his foot on the seat cushion just as a man might in his private study. "There were times, of course," he said, "when all of that was very interesting. To glide without seeming to take steps, to assume physical positions that are uncomfortable or impossible for mortals, to fly short distances and land without a sound, to move objects by the mere wish to do so. But it can be crude, finally. Human gestures are elegant. There is wisdom in the flesh, in the way the human body does things. I like the sound of my foot touching the ground, the feel of objects in my fingers. Besides, to fly even short distances and to move things by sheer will alone is exhausting. I can do it when I have to, as you've seen, but it's much easier to use my hands to do things. I was delighted by this and didn't try to hide it. A singer can shatter a glass with the proper high note, he said, but the simplest way for anyone to break a glass is simply to drop it on the floor. I laughed outright this time. I was already getting used to the shifts in his face between mask-like perfection and expression, and the steady vitality of his gaze that united both. The impression remained one of evenness and openness, of a startlingly beautiful and perceptive man. But what I could not get used to was the sense of presence, that something immensely powerful, dangerously powerful, was so contained and immediately there. I became a little agitated suddenly, a little overwhelmed. I felt the unaccountable desire to weep. He leaned forward and touched the back of my hand with his fingers, and a shock coursed through me. We were connected in the touch, and though his skin was silky like the skin of all vampires, it was less pliant. It was like being touched by a stone hand in a silk glove. "I brought you here because I want to tell you what I know," he said. "I want to share with you whatever secrets I possess, for several reasons. You have attracted me." I was fascinated, and I felt the possibility of an overpowering love. "But I warn you," he said, "there's a danger in this. I don't possess the ultimate answers. I can't tell you who made the world or why man exists. I can't tell you why we exist. I can only tell you more about us than anyone else has told you so far. I can show you those who must be kept, and tell you what I know of them. I can tell you why I think I have managed to survive for so long. This knowledge may change you somewhat. That's all knowledge ever really does, I suppose." "Yes. But when I've given all I have to give, you will be exactly where you were before, an immortal being who must find his own reasons to exist." "Yes," I said. "Reasons to exist." My voice was a little bitter, but it was good to hear it spelled out that way. But I felt a dark sense of myself as a hungry, vicious creature who did a very good job of existing without reasons, a powerful vampire who always took exactly what he wanted, no matter who said what. I wondered if he knew how perfectly awful I was. The reason to kill was the blood. Acknowledged. The blood and the sheer ecstasy of the blood, and without it we are husks, as I was in the Egyptian earth. "Just remember my warning," he said, "that the circumstances will be the same afterwards. Only you might be changed. You might be more bereft than before you came here." "But why have you chosen to reveal things to me?" I asked. "Surely others have gone looking for you. You must know where Armand is." "There are several reasons, as I told you," he said, "and probably the strongest reason is the manner in which you sought me. Very few beings really seek knowledge in this world, mortal or immortal. Few really ask. On the contrary, they try to wring from the unknown the answers they have already shaped in their own minds, justifications, confirmations, forms of consolation without which they can't go on. To really ask is to open the door to the whirlwind. The answer may annihilate the question and the questioner. But you have been truly asking since you left Paris 10 years ago." I understood this, but only inarticulately. "You have few preconceptions," he said. "In fact, you astound me because you admit to such extraordinary simplicity. You want a purpose. You want love." "True," I said with a little shrug. "Rather crude, isn't it?" He gave another soft laugh. No, not really. It's as if 1800 years of Western civilization have produced an innocent. An innocent? You can't be speaking of me. There is so much talk in this century of the nobility of the savage, he explained, of the corrupting force of civilization, of the way we must find our way back to the innocence that has been lost. Well, it's all nonsense, really. Truly primitive people can be monstrous in their assumptions and expectations. They cannot conceive of innocence. Neither can children. But civilization has at last created men who behave innocently. For the first time, they look about themselves and say, "What the hell is all this?" "True, but I'm not innocent," I said. "Godless, yes. I come from godless people and I'm glad of it. But I know what good and evil are in a very practical sense, and I am Typhon, the slayer of his brother, not the killer of Typhon, as you must know." He nodded with a slight lift of his eyebrows. He did not have to smile any more to look human. I was seeing an expression of emotion now, even when there were no lines whatsoever in his face. "But you don't seek any system to justify it either," he said. "That's what I mean by innocence. You're guilty of killing mortals because you've been made into something that feeds on blood and death, but you're not guilty of lying, of creating great, dark, and evil systems of thought within yourself." "True. To be godless is probably the first step to innocence," he said, "to lose the sense of sin and subordination, the false grief for things supposed to be lost." "So, by innocence you mean not an absence of experience, but an absence of illusions." "An absence of need for illusions," he said. "A love of and respect for what is right before your eyes." I sighed. I sat back in the chair for the first time, thinking this over. What it had to do with Nicky and what Nicky said about the light. Always the light. Had he meant this? Marius seemed now to be pondering. He too was sitting back in his chair, as he had been all along, and he was looking off at the night sky beyond the open doors, his eyes narrow, his mouth a little tense. "But it wasn't merely your spirit that attracted me," he said. "Your honesty, if you will. It was the way you came into being as one of us." "Then you know all that, too?" "Yes, everything," he said, dismissing that. "You have come into being at the end of an era, at a time when the world faces changes undreamed of. And it was the same with me. I was born and grew to manhood in a time when the ancient world, as we call it now, was coming to a close. Old faiths were worn out. A new God was about to rise." "When was this time?" I asked excitedly. "In the years of Augustus Caesar, when Rome had just become an empire, when faith in the gods was, for all lofty purposes, dead." I let him see the shock and the pleasure spread over my face. I never doubted him for a moment. I put my hand to my head as if I had to steady myself a little. But he went on. "The common people of those days," he said, "still believed in religion just as they do now. And for them it was custom, superstition, elemental magic, the use of ceremonies whose origins were lost in antiquity, just as it is today. But the world of those who originated ideas, those who ruled and advanced the course of history, was a godless and hopelessly sophisticated world, like that of Europe in this day and age. When I read Cicero and Ovid and Lucretius, it seemed so to me," I said. He nodded and gave a little shrug. "It has taken 1800 years, he said, "to come back to the skepticism, the level of practicality that was our daily frame of mind then. But history is by no means repeating itself. That is the amazing thing." "How do you mean?" "Look around you. Completely new things are happening in Europe. The value placed upon human life is higher than ever before. Wisdom and philosophy are coupled with new discoveries in science, new inventions which will completely alter the manner in which humans live. But that is a story unto itself. That is the future. The point is that you were born on the cusp of the old way of seeing things, and so was I. You came of age without faith, and yet you aren't cynical, and so it was with me. We sprang up from a crack between faith and despair, as it were. And Nicky fell into that crack and perished, I thought. That's why your questions are different, he said, from those who were born to immortality under the Christian God. I thought of my conversation with Gabrielle in Cairo, my last conversation. I myself had told her this was my strength. Precisely, he said. So you and I have that in common. We did not grow to manhood expecting very much of others, and the burden of conscience was private, terrible though it might be. But was it under the Christian God, in the very first days of the Christian God, that you were born to immortality, as you said? No, he said with a hint of disgust. We never served the Christian God. That you can put out of your mind right now. But the forces of good and evil behind the names of Christ and Satan, again, they have very little, if anything, to do with us. But the concept of evil in some form, surely, no. We are older than that, Lestat. The men that made me were worshippers of gods, true, and they believed in things that I did not believe. But their faith hearkened back to a time long before the temples of the Roman Empire, when the shedding of innocent human blood could be done on a massive scale in the name of good. And evil was the drought and the plague of the locust and the death of the crops. I was made what I am by these men in the name of good. This was too enticing, too enthralling. All the old myths came to my mind in a chorus of dazzling poetry. Osiris was a good god to the Egyptians, a god of the corn. What has this to do with us? My thoughts were spinning. In a flash of mute pictures I recalled the night I left my father's house in the Auvergne, when the villagers had been dancing around the Lenten fire and making their chants for the increase of the crops. Pagan, my mother had said. Pagan had declared the angry priest they had long ago sent away. And it all seemed more than ever the story of the savage garden, dancers in the savage garden, where no law prevailed except the law of the garden, which was the aesthetic law, that the crops shall grow high, that the wheat shall be green and then yellow, that the sun shall shine. Look at the perfectly shaped apple that the tree has made. Fancy that! The villagers would run through the orchards with their burning brands from the Lenten bonfire to make the apples grow. Yes, the savage garden, Marius said with a spark of light in his eyes. And I had to go out of the civilized cities of the empire to find it. I had to go into the deep woods of the northern provinces, where the garden still grew at its lushest, the very land of southern Gaul in which you were born. I had to fall into the hands of the barbarians who gave us both our stature, our blue eyes, our fair hair. I had it through the blood of my mother, who had come from those people, the daughter of a Celtic chieftain married to a Roman patrician. And you have it through the blood of your fathers, directly from those days. And by a strange coincidence we were both chosen for immortality for the very same reason, you by Magnus and I by my captors, that we were the nonpareils of our blonde and blue-eyed race, that we were taller and more finely made than other men. "Oh, you have to tell me all of it. You have to explain everything," I said. "I am explaining everything," he said. "But first I think it is time for you to see something that will be very important as we go on." He waited a moment for the words to sink in. Then he rose slowly in human fashion, assisting himself easily with his hands on the arms of the chair. He stood looking down at me and waiting. "Those who must be kept?" I asked. My voice had gotten terribly small, terribly unsure of itself. And I could see a little mischief again in his face, or rather a touch of the amusement that was never far away. "Don't be afraid," he said soberly, trying to conceal the amusement. "It's very unlike you, you know." I was burning to see them, to know what they were, and yet I didn't move. I'd never really thought that I would see them. I'd never really thought what it would mean. Is it something terrible to see?" I asked. He smiled slowly and affectionately and placed his hand on my shoulder. "Would it stop you if I said yes?" "No," I said, but I was afraid. "It's only terrible as time goes on," he said. "In the beginning, it's beautiful." He waited, watching me, trying to be patient. Then he said softly, "Come, let's go." Chapter 4. A Stairway into the Earth. It was much older than the house, this stairway, though how I knew I couldn't say. Steps worn concave in the middle from the feet that have followed them, winding deeper and deeper down into the rock. Now and then a rough-cut portal to the sea, an opening too small for a man to climb through, and a shelf upon which birds have nested, or where the wild grass grew out of the cracks. And then the chill. The inexplicable chill that you find sometimes in old monasteries, ruined churches, haunted rooms. I stopped and rubbed the backs of my arms with my hands. The chill was rising through the steps. "They don't cause it," he said gently. He was waiting for me on the steps just below. The semi-darkness broke his face into kindly patterns of light and shadow, gave the illusion of mortal age that wasn't there. "It was here long before I brought them," he said. "Many have come to worship on this island. Maybe it was there before they came too." He beckoned to me again with his characteristic patience. His eyes were compassionate. "Don't be afraid," he said again as he started down. I was ashamed not to follow. The steps went on and on. We came on larger portals and the noise of the sea. I could feel the cool spray on my hands and face, see the gleam of the damp on the stones. But we went on down, farther and farther, the echo of our shoes swelling against the rounded ceiling, the rudely finished walls. This was deeper than any dungeon. This was the pit you dig in childhood when you brag to your mother and father that you will make a tunnel to the very center of the earth. Finally I saw a burst of light as we rounded another bend. And at last 2 lamps burning before a pair of doors. Deep vessels of oil fed the wicks of the lamps, and the doors themselves were bolted by an enormous beam of oak. It would have taken several men to lift it, possibly levers, ropes. Marius lifted this beam and laid it aside easily, and then he stood back and looked at the doors. I heard the sound of another beam being moved on the inside. Then the doors opened slowly, and I felt my breathing come to a halt. It wasn't only that he'd done it without touching them. I had seen that little trick before. It was that the room beyond was full of the same lovely flowers and lighted lamps that I had seen in the house above. Here, deep underground, were lilies, waxen and white and sparkling with droplets of moisture, roses in rich hues of red and pink ready to fall from their vines. It was a chapel, this chamber, with a soft flicker of votive candles and the perfume of 1,000 bouquets. The walls were painted in fresco like the walls of ancient Italian churches, with gold leaf hammered into the design. But these were not the pictures of Christian saints. Egyptian palm trees, The yellow desert, the 3 pyramids, the blue waters of the Nile, and the Egyptian men and women in their gracefully shaped boats sailing the river, the multicolored fishes of the deep beneath them, the purple-winged birds of the air above, and the gold worked into it all, into the sun that shone from the heavens, and the pyramids that gleamed in the distance, into the scales of the fishes and the feathers of the birds, and the ornaments of the lithe and delicate Egyptian figures who stood frozen, looking forward in their long, narrow, green boats. I closed my eyes for a moment. I opened them slowly, and saw the whole like a great shrine. Banks of lilies on a low stone altar which held an immense golden tabernacle, worked all over with fine engraving of the same Egyptian designs. And the air coming down through deep shafts in the rock above, stirring the flames of the ever-burning lamps, ruffling the tall green blade-like leaves of the lilies as they stood in their vessels of water, giving off their heady perfume. I could almost hear hymns in this place. I could hear chants and ancient invocations, and I was no longer afraid. The beauty was too soothing, too grand. But I stared at the gold doors of the tabernacle on the altar. The tabernacle was taller than I was. It was broader by 3 times. And Marius too was looking at it. And I felt the power moving out of him, the low heat of his invisible strength. And I heard the inside lock of the tabernacle doors slide back. I would have moved just a little closer to him had I dared. I wasn't breathing as the gold doors opened completely, folding back to reveal 2 splendid Egyptian figures, a man and a woman, seated side by side. The light moved over their slender, finely sculpted white faces, their decorously arranged white limbs. It flashed in their dark eyes. They were as severe as all the Egyptian statues I had ever seen, spare of detail, beautiful in contour, magnificent in their simplicity. Only the open and childlike expression on the faces relieving the feeling of hardness and cold. But unlike all the others, they were dressed in real fabric and real hair. I had seen saints in Italian churches dressed in this manner, velvet hung on marble, and it was not always pleasing. But this had been done with great care. Their wigs were of long, thick black locks, cut straight across the forehead and crowned with circlets of gold. Round their naked arms were bracelets like snakes, and on their fingers were rings. The clothes were the finest white linen, the man naked to the waist and wearing only a skirt of sorts, and the woman in a long, narrow, beautifully pleated dress. Both wore many gold necklaces, some inlaid with precious stones. Almost the same size they were, and they sat in the very same manner, hands laid flat before them on their thighs. And this sameness astonished me somehow, as much as their stark loveliness and the jewel-like quality of their eyes. Not in any sculpture anywhere had I ever seen such a lifelike attitude, but actually there was nothing lifelike about them at all. Maybe it was a trick of the accoutrements, the twinkling of the lights on their necklaces and rings, the reflected light in their gleaming eyes. Were they Osiris and Isis? Was it tiny writing I saw on their necklaces or on the circlets of their hair? Marius said nothing. He was merely gazing at them, as I was, his expression unreadable, perhaps sad. "May I go near to them?" I whispered. "Of course," he said. I moved towards the altar like a child in a cathedral, getting ever more tentative with each step. I stopped only a few feet before them and looked directly into their eyes. Oh, too gorgeous, in depth and variegation, too real. With infinite care each black eyelash had been fixed, each black hair of their gently curved brows. With infinite care their mouths made partly open, so that one could see the glimmer of teeth, and the faces and the arms had been so polished that not the slightest flaw disturbed the luster. and in the manner of all statues or painted figures who stare directly forward, they appeared to be looking at me. I was confused. If they were not Osiris and Isis, who were they meant to be? Of what old truth were they the symbols, and why the imperative in that old phrase, those who must be kept? I fell into contemplating them, my head a little to the side. The eyes were really brown, with the black deep in their centers, the whites moist-looking as though covered with the clearest lacquer, and the lips were the softest shade of ashen rose. "Is it permissible?" I whispered, turning back to Marius, but lacking confidence I stopped. "You may touch them," he said. Yet it seemed sacrilegious to do it. I stared at them a moment longer, at the way that their hands opened against their thighs, at the fingernails, which looked remarkably like our fingernails, as if someone had made them of inlaid glass. I thought that I could touch the back of the man's hand, and it wouldn't seem so sacrilegious. But what I really wanted to do was to touch the woman's face. Finally, I raised my fingers hesitantly to her cheek, and I just let my fingertips graze the whiteness there. And then I looked into her eyes. It couldn't be stone I was feeling. It couldn't... Why, it felt exactly like... And the woman's eyes, something... I jumped backwards before I could stop myself. In fact, I shot backwards, overturning the vases of lilies, and slammed against the wall beside the door. I was trembling so violently my legs could hardly hold me. "They're alive," I said. "They aren't statues. They're vampires, just like us." "Yes," Marius said. That word, however, they wouldn't know. He was just ahead of me, and he was still looking at them, his hands at his sides, just as he had been all along. Slowly he turned and came up to me and took my right hand. The blood had rushed to my face. I wanted to say something, but I couldn't. I kept staring at them. And now I was staring at him, and staring at the white hand that held mine. "It's quite all right," he said, almost sadly. "I don't think they dislike your touching them." For a moment I couldn't understand him. Then I did understand. "You mean you don't know whether... They just sit there and... Oh, God!" And his words of hundreds of years ago, embedded in Armand's tale, came back to me. Those who must be kept are at peace, or in silence. More than that we may never know. I was shuddering all over. I couldn't stop the tremors in my arms and my legs. "They're breathing, thinking, living as we are," I stammered. "How long have they been like this? How long?" "Calm yourself," he said, patting my hand. "Oh, God!" I said again, stupidly. I kept saying it. No other words sufficed. "But who are they?" I asked finally. My voice was rising hysterically. "Are they Osiris and Isis? Is that who they are?" "I don't know." "I want to get away from them. I want to get out of here." "Why?" he asked calmly. "Because they are alive inside their bodies, and they can't speak or move." "How do you know they can't?" he said. His voice was low, soothing, as before. "But they don't! That's the whole point! They don't—" "Come," he said. "I want you to look at them a little more. And then I'll take you back up, and I'll tell you everything, as I've already said I would." "I don't want to look at them any more, Marius. Honestly, I don't," I said, trying to get my hand free and shaking my head. But he was holding on to me as firmly as a statue might, it seemed, and I couldn't stop thinking how much like their skin was his skin, how he was taking on the same impossible luster, how when his face was in repose it was as smooth as theirs. He was becoming like them. And sometime in the great yawn of eternity, I would become like him if I survived that long. "Please, Marius," I said. I was beyond shame and vanity. I wanted to get out of the room. "Wait for me, then," he said patiently. "Stay here." And he let my hand go. He turned and looked down at the flowers I had crushed, the spilled water. And before my eyes these things were corrected, the flowers put back in the vase, the water gone from the floor. He stood looking at the two before him, and then I heard his thoughts. He was greeting them in some personal way that did not require an address or a title. He was explaining to them why he had been away the last few nights. He had gone into Egypt, and he had brought back gifts for them, which he would soon bring. He would take them out to look at the sea very soon. I started to calm down a little. But my mind was now anatomizing all that had come clear to me at the moment of shock. He cared for them. He had always cared for them. He made this chamber beautiful because they were staring at it, and they just might care about the beauty of the paintings and the flowers he brought. But he didn't know. And all I had to do was look squarely at them again to feel horror, that they were alive and locked inside themselves. "I can't bear this," I murmured. I knew without his ever telling me the reason that he kept them. He could not bury them deep in the earth somewhere because they were conscious. He would not burn them because they were helpless and could not give their consent. Oh God, it was getting worse and worse. But he kept them as the ancient pagans kept their gods in temples that were their houses. He brought them flowers.
This ends Disc 14. The Vampire Lestat, Disc 15.
And now, as I watched, he was lighting incense for them, a small cake that he had taken out of a silk handkerchief. This, he told them, had come from Egypt, and he was putting it to burn in a small bronze dish. My eyes began to tear. I actually began to cry. When I looked up, he was standing with his back to them, and I could see them over his shoulder. He looked shockingly like them, a statue dressed in fabric. And I felt maybe he was doing it deliberately, letting his face go blank. "I've disappointed you, haven't I?" I whispered. "No, not at all," he said kindly. "You have not." "I'm sorry that I—" "No, you have not." I drew a little closer. I felt I had been rude to those who must be kept. I had been rude to him. He had revealed to me this secret, and I had shown horror and recoiling. I had disappointed myself. I moved even closer. I wanted to make up for what I'd done. He turned towards them again, and he put his arm around me. The incense was intoxicating. Their dark eyes were full of the eerie movement of the flames of the lamps. No ridge of vein anywhere in the white skin, no fold or crease, not even the pen-stroke lines in the lips which even Marius still had. They did not move with the rise and fall of breath. And listening in the stillness, I heard no thought from them, no heartbeat, no movement of blood. "But it's there, isn't it?" I whispered. "Yes, it's there." "And do you bring the victims to them?" I wanted to ask. "They no longer drink." Even that was ghastly. They had not even that pleasure. And yet to imagine it, how it would have been, their firing with movement long enough to take the victim and lapsing back into stillness. Ah! No, I should have been relieved. But I was not. Long ago they still drank, but only once in a year. I would leave the victims in the sanctuary for them, evildoers who were weak and close to death. I would come back and find that they had been taken, and those who must be kept would be as they were before. Only the color of the flesh was a little different. Not a drop of blood had been spilt. It was at the full moon, always, that this was done, and usually in the spring. Other victims left were never taken. And then even this yearly feast stopped. I continued to bring victims now and then, and once after a decade had passed they took another. Again it was the time of the full moon. It was spring, and then no more for at least half a century. I lost count. I thought perhaps they had to see the moon, that they had to know the change of the seasons. But as it turned out, this did not matter. They have drunk nothing since the time before I took them into Italy. That was 300 years ago. Even in the warmth of Egypt, they do not drink. But even when it happened, you never saw it with your own eyes? No, he said. You've never seen them move? Not since the beginning. I was trembling again. As I looked at them, I fancied I saw them breathing, fancied I saw their lips change. I knew it was illusion, but it was driving me wild. I had to get out of here. I would start crying again. Sometimes when I come to them, Marius said, I find things changed. How? What? Little things, he said. He looked at them thoughtfully. He reached out and touched the woman's necklace. She likes this one. It is the proper kind, apparently. There was another, which I used to find broken on the floor. Then they can move. I thought at first the necklace had fallen, but after repairing it 3 times I realized that was foolish. She was tearing it off her neck, or making it fall with her mind. I made some little horrified whisper, and then I felt absolutely mortified that I had done this in her presence. I wanted to go out at once. Her face was like a mirror for all my imaginings. Her lips curved in a smile, but did not curve. It has happened with other ornaments bearing the names of gods whom they do not like, I think. A vase I brought from a church was broken once, blown to tiny fragments as if by their glance. And then there have been more startling changes as well. Tell me. I have come into the sanctuary and found one or the other of them standing. This was too terrifying. I wanted to tug his hand and pull him out of here. I found him once several paces from the chair, and the woman another time at the door. Trying to get out, I whispered. Perhaps, he said thoughtfully, but then they could easily get out if they wanted to. When you hear the whole story, you can judge. Whenever I've found them moved, I've carried them back. I've arranged their limbs as they were before. It takes enormous strength to do it. They are like flexible stone, if you can imagine it. And if I have such strength, you can imagine what theirs might be. You say wanted to. What if they want to do everything and they no longer can? What if it was the limit of her greatest effort even to reach the door? I think she could have broken the doors had she wanted to. If I can open bolts with my mind, what can she do? I looked at their cold, remote faces, their narrow, hollowed cheeks, their large and serene mouths. But what if you're wrong? And what if they can hear every word that we are saying to each other, and it angers them, outrages them? I think they do hear, he said, trying to calm me again, his hand on mine, his tone subdued. But I do not think they care. If they cared, they would move. But how can you know that? They do other things that require great strength. For example, there are times when I lock the tabernacle, and they at once unlock it and open the doors again. I know they are doing it, because they are the only ones who could be doing it. The doors fly back, and there they are. I take them out to look at the sea, and before dawn, when I come to fetch them, they are heavier, less pliant, almost impossible to move. There are times when I think they do these things to torment me, as it were, to play with me. No, they are trying and they can't. Don't be so quick to judge, he said. I have come into their chamber and found evidence of strange things indeed. And of course there are the things that happened in the beginning. But he stopped. Something had distracted him. "Do you hear thoughts from them?" I asked. He did seem to be listening. He didn't answer. He was studying them. It occurred to me that something had changed. I used every bit of my will not to turn and run. I looked at them carefully. I couldn't see anything, hear anything, feel anything. I was going to start shouting and screaming if Marius didn't explain why he was staring. "Don't be so impetuous, Lestat," he said finally, smiling a little, his eyes still fixed on the male. "Every now and then I do hear them, but it is unintelligible. It is merely the presence of them. You know the sound." "And you heard him just then?" "Yes, perhaps." "Marius, please, let's go out of here. I beg you. Forgive me, I can't bear it. Please, Marius, let's go." "All right," he said kindly. He squeezed my shoulder. "But do something for me first." "Anything you ask." "Talk to them. It need not be out loud, but talk. Tell them you find them beautiful." "They know," I said. "They know I find them indescribably beautiful." I was certain that they did. But he meant tell them in a ceremonial way, and so I cleared my mind of all fear and all mad suppositions, and I told them this. "Just talk to them," Marius said, urging me on. I did. I looked into the eyes of the man and into the eyes of the woman, and the strangest feeling crept over me. I was repeating the phrases, "I find you beautiful, I find you incomparably beautiful," with the barest shape of real words. I was praying as I had when I was very, very little, and I would lie in the meadow on the side of the mountain and ask God, please, please, to help me get away from my father's house. I talked to her like this now, and I said I was grateful that I had been allowed to come near her and her ancient secrets, and this feeling became physical. It was all over the surface of my skin and at the roots of my hair. I could feel tension draining from my face. I could feel it leaving my body. I was light all over, and the incense and the flowers were enfolding my spirit as I looked into the black centers of her deep brown eyes. "Akasha," I said aloud. I heard the name at the same moment of speaking it, and it sounded lovely to me. The hairs rose all over me. The tabernacle became like a flaming border around her, and there was only something indistinct where the male figure sat. I drew close to her without willing it, and I leaned forward and I almost kissed her lips. I wanted to. I bent nearer. Then I felt her lips. I wanted to make the blood come up in my mouth and pass it to her as I had that time to Gabrielle when she lay in the coffin. The spell was deepening, and I looked right into the fathomless orbs of her eyes. I am kissing the goddess on her mouth. What is the matter with me? Am I mad to think of it? I moved back. I found myself against the wall again, trembling with my hands clamped to the sides of my head. At least this time I had not upset the lilies, but I was crying again. Marius closed the tabernacle doors. He made the bolts inside slip into place. We went into the passage, and he made the inner bolt rise and go into its brackets. He put the outside bolt in with his hands. "Come, young one," he said, "let's go upstairs." But we had walked only a few yards when we heard a crisp clicking sound, and then another. He turned and looked back. "They did it again," he said, and a look of distress divided his face like a shadow. "What?" I backed up against the wall. "The tabernacle. They opened it. Come, I'll return later and lock it before the sun rises. Now we will go back to my drawing room, and I will tell you my tale." When we reached the lighted room, I collapsed in the chair with my head in my hands. He was standing still, just looking at me, and when I realized it, I looked up. "She told you her name," he said. "Akasha," I said. It was snatching a word out of the whirlpool of a dissolving dream. She did tell me. I said Akasha out loud. I looked at him, imploring him for answers, for some explanation of the attitude with which he stared at me. I thought I'd lose my mind if his face didn't become expressive again. "Are you angry with me?" "Shh, be quiet," he said. I could hear nothing in the silence, except maybe the sea, maybe a sound from the wicks of the candles in the room, maybe the wind. Not even their eyes had appeared more lifeless than his eyes now seemed. "You caused something to stir in them," he whispered. I stood up. "What does it mean?" "I don't know," he said. "Maybe nothing. The tabernacle is still open, and they are merely sitting there, as always. Who knows?" And I felt suddenly all his long years of wanting to know. I would say centuries, but I cannot really imagine centuries, not even now. I felt his years and years of trying to elicit from them the smallest signs and getting nothing, and I knew that he was wondering why I had drawn from her the secret of her name. Akasha. Things had happened, but that had been in the time of Rome. Dark things, terrible things, suffering, unspeakable suffering. The images went white. Silence. He was stranded in the room like a saint taken down off an altar and left in the aisle of a church. "Marius," I whispered. He woke, and his face warmed slowly, and he looked at me affectionately, almost wonderingly. "Yes, Lestat," he said, and gave my hand a reassuring squeeze. He seated himself and gestured for me to do the same, and we were once again facing each other comfortably. And the even light of the room was reassuring. It was reassuring to see beyond the windows the night sky. His former quickness was returning, the glint of good humor in his eyes. "It's not yet midnight," he said, "and all is well on the islands. If I'm not disturbed, I think there is time for me to tell you the whole tale." Marius's Story, Chapter 5. It happened in my 40th year, on a warm spring night in the Roman Gallic city of Massilia, when in a dirty waterfront tavern I sat scribbling away on my history of the world. The tavern was deliciously filthy and crowded, a hangout for sailors and wanderers, travelers like me, I fancied, loving them all in a general sort of way, though most of them were poor, and I wasn't poor, and they couldn't read what I wrote when they glanced over my shoulder. I'd come to Massilia after a long and studious journey that had taken me through all the great cities of the empire. To Alexandria, Pergamon, Athens I'd traveled, observing and writing about the people, and now I was making my way through the cities of Roman Gaul. I couldn't have been more content on this night had I been in my library at Rome. In fact, I liked the tavern better. Everywhere I went I sought out such places in which to write, setting up my candle and ink and parchment at a table close to the wall, and I did my best work early in the evening when the places were at their noisiest. In retrospect, it's easy to see that I lived my whole life in the midst of frenzied activity. I was used to the idea that nothing could affect me adversely. I'd grown up an illegitimate son in a rich Roman household, loved, pampered, and allowed to do what I wanted. My legitimate brothers had to worry about marriage, politics, and war. By the age of 20, I'd become the scholar and the chronicler, the one who raised his voice at drunken banquets to settle historical and military arguments. When I traveled, I had plenty of money, and documents that opened doors everywhere. And to say life had been good to me would be an understatement. I was an extraordinarily happy individual. But the really important point here is that life had never bored me or defeated me. I carried within me a sense of invincibility, a sense of wonder. And this was as important to me later on as your anger and strength have been to you, as important as despair or cruelty can be in the spirits of others. But to continue, if there was anything I'd missed in my rather eventful life, and I didn't think of this too much, it was the love and knowledge of my Celtic mother. She died when I was born, and all I knew of her was that she'd been a slave, daughter of the warlike Gauls who fought Julius Caesar. I was blonde and blue-eyed as she was, and her people had been giants, it seemed. At a very young age I towered over my father and my brothers. But I had little or no curiosity about my Gallic ancestors. I'd come to Gaul as an educated Roman, through and through, and I carried with me no awareness of my barbarian blood, but rather the common beliefs of my time, that Caesar Augustus was a great ruler, and that in this blessed age of the Pax Romana old superstition was being replaced by law and by reason throughout the empire. There was no place too wretched for the Roman roads, and for the soldiers, the scholars, and the traders who followed them. On this night I was writing like a madman, scribbling down descriptions of the men who came and went in the tavern, children of all races, it seemed, speakers of a dozen different languages. And for no apparent reason, I was possessed of a strange idea about life, a strange concern that amounted almost to a pleasant obsession. I remember that it came on me this night because it seemed somehow related to what happened after. But it wasn't related. I had had the idea before. That it came to me in these last free hours as a Roman citizen was no more than coincidence. The idea was simply that there was somebody who knew everything, somebody who had seen everything. I did not mean by this that a supreme being existed, but rather that there was on earth a continual intelligence, a continual awareness. And I thought of it in practical terms that excited me and soothed me simultaneously. There was an awareness somewhere of all things I had seen in my travels, an awareness of what it had been like in Massilia 6 centuries ago when the first Greek traders came, an awareness of what it had been like in Egypt when Cheops built the pyramids. Somebody knew what the light had been like in the late afternoon on the day that Troy fell to the Greeks, and someone or something knew what the peasants said to each other in their little farmhouses outside Athens right before the Spartans brought down the walls. My idea of who or what it was vague, but I was comforted by the notion that nothing spiritual, and knowing was spiritual, was lost to us, that there was this continuous knowing. And as I drank a little more wine and thought about it and wrote about it, I realized it wasn't so much a belief of mine as it was a prejudice. I just felt that there was a continual awareness. And the history that I was writing was an imitation of it. I tried to unite all things I had seen in my history, linking my observations of lands and people with all the written observations that had come down to me from the Greeks, from Xenophon and Herodotus and Posidonius, to make one continuous awareness of the world in my lifetime. It was a pale thing, a limited thing, compared to the true awareness. Yet I felt good as I continued writing. But around midnight, I was getting a little tired, and when I happened to look up, after a particularly long period of unbroken concentration, I realized something had changed in the tavern. It was unaccountably quieter. In fact, it was almost empty. And across from me, barely illuminated by the sputtering light of my candle, there sat a tall, fair-haired man, with his back to the room, who was watching me in silence. I was startled, not so much by the way he looked, though this was startling in itself, but by the realization that he had been there for some time, close to me, observing me, and I hadn't noticed him. He was a giant of a Gaul, as they all were, even taller than I was, and he had a long, narrow face with an extremely strong jaw, and hawk-like nose, and eyes that gleamed beneath their bushy blonde brows with a childlike intelligence. What I mean to say is he looked very, very clever, but very young and innocent also. And he wasn't young. The effect was perplexing. And it was made all the more so by the fact that his thick and coarse yellow hair wasn't clipped short in the popular Roman style, but was streaming down to his shoulders. And instead of the usual tunic and cloak which you saw everywhere in those times, he wore the old belted leather jerkin that had been the barbarian dress before Caesar. Right out of the woods this character looked, with his grey eyes burning through me, and I was vaguely delighted with him. I wrote down hurriedly the details of his dress, confident he couldn't read the Latin. But the stillness in which he sat unnerved me a little. His eyes were unnaturally wide, and his lips quivered slightly, as if the mere sight of me excited him. His clean and delicate white hand, which casually rested on the table before him, seemed out of keeping with the rest of him. A quick glance about me told me my slaves weren't in the tavern. Well, they're probably next door playing cards, I thought, or upstairs with a couple of women. They'll stop in any minute. I forced a little smile at my strange and silent friend, and went back to writing. But directly he started talking. "You are an educated man, aren't you?" he asked. He spoke the universal Latin of the Empire, but with a thick accent, pronouncing each word with a care that was almost musical. I told him yes, I was fortunate enough to be educated, and I started to write again, thinking this would surely discourage him. After all, he was fine to look at, but I didn't really want to talk to him. "And you write both in Greek and in Latin, don't you?" he asked, glancing at the finished work that lay before me. I explained politely that the Greek I had written on the parchment was a quotation from another text. My text was in Latin. And again I started scribbling. "But you are a Keltoi, are you not?" he asked this time. It was the old Greek word for the Gauls. "Not really, no, I am a Roman," I answered. "You look like one of us, the Keltoi," he said. "You are tall like us, and you walk the way we do." This was a strange statement. For hours I'd been sitting here, barely sipping my wine. I hadn't walked anywhere. But I explained that my mother had been Celtic, but I hadn't known her. My father was a Roman senator. "And what is it you write in Greek and Latin?" he asked. "What is it that arouses your passion?" I didn't answer right away. He was beginning to intrigue me. But I knew enough at 40 to realize that most people you meet in taverns sound interesting for the first few minutes, and then begin to weary you beyond endurance. "Your slaves say," he announced gravely, "that you are writing a great history." "Do they?" I answered a bit stiffly. "And where are my slaves, I wonder?" Again I looked around. Nowhere in sight. Then I conceded to him that it was a history I was writing. "And you have been to Egypt," he said, and his hand spread itself out flat on the table. I paused and took another good look at him. There was something otherworldly about him, the way that he sat, the way he used this one hand to gesture. It was the decorum primitive people often have that makes them seem repositors of immense wisdom when in fact all they possess is immense conviction. "Yes," I said a little warily, "I've been to Egypt." Obviously this exhilarated him. His eyes widened slightly, then narrowed, and he made some little movement with his lips as though speaking to himself. "And you know the language and the writing of Egypt?" he asked earnestly, his eyebrows knitting. "You know the cities of Egypt?" "The language as it is spoken, yes, I do know it. But if by the writing you mean the old picture writing, no, I can't read it. I don't know anyone who can read it. I've heard that even the old Egyptian priests can't read it. Half the texts they copy they can't decipher." He laughed, in the strangest way. I couldn't tell whether this was exciting him or he knew something I didn't know. He appeared to take a deep breath, his nostrils dilating a little. And then his face cooled. He was actually a splendid-looking man. "The gods can read it," he whispered. "Well, I wish they'd teach it to me," I said pleasantly. "You do?" he said in an astonished gasp. He leant forward over the table. "Say this again." "I was joking," I said. "I only meant I wished I could read the old Egyptian writing. If I could read it, then I could know true things about the people of Egypt instead of all the nonsense written by the Greek historians. Egypt is a misunderstood land." I stopped myself. Why was I talking to this man about Egypt? "In Egypt there are true gods still," he said gravely, "gods who have been there forever. Have you been to the very bottom of Egypt?" This was a curious way to put it. I told him I had been up the Nile quite far, that I had seen many wonders. "But as for their being true gods," I said, "I can scarce accept the veracity of gods with the heads of animals." He shook his head, almost a little sadly. "The true gods require no statues of them to be erected," he said. "They have the heads of man, and they themselves appear when they choose, and they are living as the crops that come from the earth are living, as all things under the heavens are living, even the stones and the moon itself, which divides time in the great silence of its never-changing cycles." "Very likely," I said under my breath, not wishing to disturb him. So it was zeal, this mixture of cleverness and youthfulness I had perceived in him. I should have known it. And something came back to me from Julius Caesar's writings about Gaul, that the Keltoi had come from Dis Pater, the god of the night. Was this strange creature a believer in these things? "There are old gods in Egypt," he said softly, "and there are old gods in this land for those who know how to worship them. I do not mean in your temples round which merchants sell the animals to defile the altars, and the butchers after sell the meat that is left over. I speak of the proper worship, the proper sacrifice for the god, the one sacrifice to which he will hearken." "Human sacrifice, you mean, don't you?" I said unobtrusively. Caesar had described well enough that practice among the Keltoi, and it rather curdled my blood to think of it. Of course I'd seen ghastly deaths in the arena in Rome, ghastly deaths at the places of execution, but human sacrifice to the gods, that we had not done in centuries, if ever. And now I realized what this remarkable man might actually be. A druid, a member of the ancient priesthood of the Keltoi, whom Caesar had also described, a priesthood so powerful that nothing like it existed, so far as I knew, anywhere in the empire. But it wasn't supposed to exist in Roman Gaul anymore, either. Of course the Druids were always described as wearing long white robes. They went into the forests and collected mistletoe off the oak trees with ceremonial sickles. And this man looked more like a farmer or a soldier. But then what druid was going to wear his white robes into a waterfront tavern? And it wasn't lawful anymore for the druids to go about being druids. "Do you really believe in this old worship?" I asked, leaning forward. "Have you yourself been down to the bottom of Egypt?" If this was a real live druid, I had made a marvelous catch, I was thinking. I could get this man to tell me things about the Keltoi that nobody knew. And what on earth did Egypt have to do with it, I wondered. "No," he said, "I have not been to Egypt, though from Egypt our gods came to us. It is not my destiny to go there. It is not my destiny to learn to read the ancient language. The tongue I speak is enough for the gods. They give ear to it." "And what tongue is that?" "The tongue of the Keltoi, of course," he said. "You know that without asking." "And when you speak to your gods, how do you know that they hear you?" His eyes widened again, and his mouth lengthened in an unmistakable look of triumph. "My gods answer me," he said quietly. Surely he was a druid, and he appeared to take on a shimmer suddenly. I pictured him in his white robes. There might have been an earthquake then in Massilia, and I doubt I would have noticed it. "Then you yourself have heard them," I said. "I have laid eyes upon my gods," he said, "and they have spoken to me both in words and in silence." "And what do they say? What do they do that makes them different from our gods? I mean, aside from the nature of the sacrifice." His voice took on the lilting reverence of a song as he spoke. "They do as gods have always done. They divide the evil from the good. They bring down blessings upon all who worship them. They draw the faithful into harmony with all the cycles of the universe, with the cycles of the moon, as I have told you. They fructify the land, the gods do. All things that are good proceed from them." Yes, I thought. The old religion, in its simplest forms, and the forms that still held a great spell for the common people of the empire. "My gods sent me here," he said, "to search for you." "For me?" I asked. I was startled. "You will understand all these things," he said, "just as you will come to know the true worship of ancient Egypt. The gods will teach you." "Why ever would they do that?" I asked. "The answer is simple," he said, "because you are going to become one of them." I was about to answer when I felt a sharp blow to the back of my head, and the pain spread out in all directions over my skull as if it were water. I knew I was going out. I saw the table rising, saw the ceiling high above me, and I think I wanted to say, "If it is ransom you want, take me to my house, to my steward." But I knew even then that the rules of my world had absolutely nothing to do with it. When I awoke it was daylight, and I was in a large wagon being pulled fast along an unpaved road through an immense forest. I was bound hand and foot, and a loose cover was thrown over me. I could see to the left and right through the wicker sides of the cart, and I saw the man who had talked to me riding beside me. There were others riding with him, and all were dressed in the trousers and belted leather jerkins, and they wore iron swords and iron bracelets. Their hair was almost white in the dappled sun, and they didn't talk as they rode beside the cart together. This forest itself seemed made to the scale of Titans. The oaks were ancient and enormous. The interlacing of their limbs blocked out most of the light, and we moved for hours through a world of damp and dark green leaves and deep shadow. I do not remember towns, I do not remember villages, I remember only a crude fortress. Once inside the gates I saw 2 rows of thatched roof houses, and everywhere the leather-clad barbarians. And when I was taken into one of the houses, a dark, low place, and left there alone, I could hardly stand for the cramps in my legs, and I was as wary as I was furious. I knew now that I was in an undisturbed enclave of the ancient Keltoi, the very same fighters who had sacked the great shrine of Delphi only a few centuries ago, and Rome itself not too long after, the same warlike creatures who rode stark naked into battle against Caesar, their trumpets blasting, their cries affrighting the disciplined Roman soldiers. In other words, I was beyond the reach of everything I counted upon. And if all this talk about my becoming one of the gods meant I was to be slain on some blood-stained altar in an oak grove, then I had better try to get the hell out of here. Chapter 6. When my captor appeared again, he was in the fabled long white robes, and his coarse blonde hair had been combed, and he looked immaculate and impressive and solemn. There were other tall, white-robed men, some old, some young, and all with the same gleaming yellow hair, who came into the small, shadowy room behind him. In a silent circle they enclosed me, and after a protracted silence, a riff of whispers passed amongst them. "You are perfect for the god," said the eldest, and I saw the silent pleasure in the one who had brought me here. "You are what the god has asked for," the eldest said. "You will remain with us until the great feast of Samhain, and then you will be taken to the sacred grove, and there you will drink the divine blood, and you will become a father of gods, a restorer of all the magic that has inexplicably been taken from us." "And will my body die when this happens?" I asked. I was looking at them, their sharp, narrow faces, their probing eyes, the gaunt grace with which they surrounded me. What a terror this race must have been when its warriors swept down on the Mediterranean peoples. No wonder there had been so much written about their fearlessness. But these weren't warriors. These were priests, judges, and teachers. These were the instructors of the young, the keepers of the poetry and the laws that were never written in any language. "Only the mortal part of you will die," said the one who had spoken to me all along. "Bad luck," I said, "since that's about all there is to me." "No," he said. "Your form will remain, and it will become glorified. You will see. Don't fear. And besides, there is nothing you can do to change these things. Until the feast of Samhain you will let your hair grow long, and you will learn our tongue and our hymns and our laws. We will care for you. My name is Mael, and I myself will teach you." "But I am not willing to become the god," I said. "Surely the gods don't want one who is unwilling." "The old god will decide," said Mael. "But I know that when you drink the divine blood you will become the god, and all things will be clear to you." Escape was impossible. I was guarded night and day. I was allowed no knife with which I might cut off my hair or otherwise damage myself. And a good deal of the time I lay in the dark, empty room, drunk on wheaten beer and satiated with the rich roasted meats they gave to me. I had nothing with which to write, and this tortured me. Out of boredom I listened to Mael when he came to instruct me. I let him sing anthems to me and tell me old poems and talk on about laws, only now and then taunting him with the obvious fact that a god should not have to be so instructed. This he conceded, but what could he do but try to make me understand what would happen to me? "You can help me get out of here. You can come with me to Rome," I said. "I have a villa all my own on the cliffs above the Bay of Naples. You have never seen such a beautiful spot. And I would let you live there forever if you would help me, asking only that you repeat all these anthems and prayers and laws to me so that I might record them." "Why do you try to corrupt me?" he would ask, but I could see he was tantalized by the world I came from. He confessed that he had searched the Greek city of Massilia for weeks before my arrival, and he loved the Roman wine and the great ships that he had seen in the port, and the exotic foods he had eaten. "I don't try to corrupt you," I said. "I don't believe what you believe, and you've made me your prisoner." But I continued to listen to his prayers out of boredom and curiosity, and the vague fear of what was in store for me. I began waiting for him to come, for his pale, wraith-like figure to illuminate the barren room like a white light, for his quiet, measured voice to pour forth with all the old melodious nonsense. It soon came clear that his verses did not unfold continuous stories of the gods as we knew them in Greek and Latin, but the identity and characteristics of the gods began to emerge in the many stanzas. Deities of all the predictable sorts belonged to the tribe of the heavens. But the god I was to become exerted the greatest hold over Mael and those he instructed. He had no name, this god, though he had numerous titles, and the drinker of the blood was the most often repeated. He was also the White One, the god of the night, the god of the oak, the lover of the mother. This god took blood sacrifice at every full moon. But on Samhain, the 1st of November in our present Christian calendar, the day that has become the Feast of All Saints, or the Day of the Dead, this god would accept the greatest number of human sacrifices before the whole tribe for the increase of the crops, as well as speak all manner of predictions and judgments. It was the Great Mother he served, she who is without visible form, but nevertheless present in all things, and the mother of all things, of the earth, of the trees, of the sky overhead, of all men, of the drinker of the blood himself, who walks in her garden. My interest deepened, but so did my apprehension. The worship of the Great Mother was certainly not unknown to me. The Mother Earth and the Mother of all things was worshipped under a dozen names, from one end of the empire to the other, and so was her lover and son, the dying god, the one who grew to manhood as the crops grow, only to be cut down as the crops are cut down, while the mother remains eternal. It was the ancient and gentle myth of the seasons. But the celebration anywhere and at any time was hardly ever gentle. For the Divine Mother was also death, the earth that swallows the remains of that young lover, the earth that swallows all of us. And in consonance with this ancient truth, old as the sowing of seed itself, there came 1,000 bloody rituals. The goddess was worshipped under the name of Cybele in Rome, and I had seen her mad priests castrating themselves in the midst of their devoted frenzy. And the gods of myth met their ends even more violently. Attis gelded, Dionysus rent limb from limb, the old Egyptian Osiris dismembered before the great mother Isis restored him. And now I was to be that god of growing things, the vine god, the corn god, the god of the tree, and I knew that whatever happened, it was going to be something appalling. And what was there to do but get drunk and murmur these anthems with Mael, whose eyes would cloud with tears from time to time as he looked at me. "Get me out of here, you wretch!" I said once in pure exasperation. "Why the hell don't you become the god of the tree? Why am I so honored?" "I have told you that God confided to me his wishes. I wasn't chosen." "And would you do it if you were chosen?" I demanded. I was sick of hearing of these old rites by which any man threatened by illness or misfortune must serve up a human sacrifice to the god if he wished to be spared, and all the other sacrosanct beliefs that had to them the same childlike barbarity. "I would fear, but I would accept," he whispered. "But do you know what is so terrible about your fate? It is that your soul will be locked in your body forever. It will have no chance in natural death to pass into another body or another lifetime. No, all through time your soul will be the soul of the god. The cycle of death and rebirth will be closed in you." In spite of myself and my general contempt for his belief in reincarnation, this silenced me. I felt the eerie weight of his conviction. I felt his sadness. My hair grew longer and fuller, and the hot summer melted into the cooler days of fall, and we were nearing the great annual feast of Samhain. Yet I wouldn't let up on the questions. How many have you brought to be gods in this manner? What was it in me that caused you to choose me? I have never brought a man to be a god, he said. But the god is old. He is robbed of his magic. A terrible calamity has befallen him, and I can't speak of these things. He has chosen his successor. He looked frightened. He was saying too much. Something was stirring the deepest fears in him. And how do you know he will want me? Have you 60 other candidates stashed in this fortress? He shook his head, and in a moment of uncharacteristic rawness he said, Marius, if you fail to drink the blood, if you do not become the father of a new race of gods, what will become of us? I wish I could care, my friend, I said. Ah, calamity, he whispered. And there followed a long, subdued observation of the rise of Rome, the terrible invasions of Caesar, the decline of a people who had lived in these mountains and forests since the beginning of time, scorning the cities of the Greek and the Etruscan and the Roman for the honorable strongholds of powerful tribal leaders. Civilizations rise and fall, my friend, I said. Old gods give way to new ones. You don't understand, Marius, he said. Our God was not defeated by your idols and those who tell their frivolous and lascivious stories. Our God was as beautiful as if the moon itself had fashioned him with her light, and he spoke with a voice that was as pure as the light, and he guided us in that great oneness with all things that is the only cessation of despair and loneliness. But he was stricken with terrible calamity, and all through the north country other gods have perished completely. It was the revenge of the sun god upon him. But how the sun entered into him in the hours of darkness and sleep is not known to us, nor to him. You are our salvation, Marius. You are the mortal who knows, and is learned, and can learn, and who can go down into Egypt. I thought about this. I thought of the old worship of Isis and Osiris, and of those who said she was the Mother Earth, and he the corn, and Typhon, the slayer of Osiris, was the fire of the sunlight. And now this pious communicator with the god was telling me that the sun had found his god of the night and caused great calamity. Finally, my reason gave out on me. Too many days passed in drunkenness and solitude. I lay down in the dark, and I sang to myself the hymns of the Great Mother. She was no goddess to me, however. Not Diana of Ephesus, with her rows and rows of milk-filled breasts, or the terrible Sibyl, or even the gentle Demeter, whose mourning for Persephone in the land of the dead had inspired the sacred mysteries of Eleusis. She was the strong, good earth that I smelled through the small barred windows of this place, the wind that carried with it the damp and the sweetness of the dark green forest. She was the meadow flowers and the blowing grass, the water I heard now and then gushing as if from some mountain spring. She was all the things that I still had in this rude little wooden room where everything else had been taken from me. And I knew only what all men know, that the cycle of winter and spring and all growing things has within itself some sublime truth that restores without myth or language. I looked through the bars to the stars overhead, and it seemed to me I was dying in the most absurd and foolish way, among people I did not admire and customs I would have abolished. And yet the seeming sanctity of it all infected me. It caused me to dramatize and to dream and to give in, to see myself at the center of something that possessed its own exalted beauty. I sat up one morning and touched my hair and realized it was thick and curling at my shoulders. And in the days that followed there was endless noise and movement in the fortress. Carts were coming to the gates from all directions. Thousands on foot passed inside. Every hour there was the sound of people on the move, people coming. At last Mael and 8 of the Druids came to me. Their robes were white and fresh, smelling of the spring water and sunshine in which they'd been washed and dried, and their hair was brushed and shining. Carefully they shaved all the hair from my chin and upper lip. They trimmed my fingernails. They brushed my hair and put on me the same white robes. And then, shielding me on all sides with white veils, they passed me out of the house and into a white canopied wagon. I glimpsed other robed men holding back an enormous crowd, and I realized for the first time that only a select few of the Druids had been allowed to see me. Once Mael and I were under the canopy of the cart, the flaps were closed and we were completely hidden. We seated ourselves on rude benches as the wagon started to move, and we rode for hours without speaking. Occasional rays of sun pierced the white fabric of the tent-like enclosure, and when I put my face close to the cloth, I could see the forest, deeper, thicker than I remembered. And behind us came an endless train and great wagons of men who clung to wooden bars and cried out to be released, their voices commingling in an awful chorus. "Who are they? Why do they cry like that?" I asked finally. I couldn't stand the tension any longer. Mael roused himself as if from a dream. "They are evildoers, thieves, murderers, all justly condemned, and they shall perish in sacred sacrifice." "Loathsome," I muttered. What was it? We condemned our criminals to die on crosses in Rome, to be burnt at the stake, to suffer all manner of cruelties. Did it make us more civilized that we didn't call it a religious sacrifice? Maybe the Keltoi were wiser than we were in not wasting the deaths. But this was nonsense. My head was light. The cart was creeping along. I could hear those who passed us on foot as well as on horseback, everyone going to the festival of Samhain. I was about to die. I didn't want it to be fire. Mael looked pale and frightened, and the wailing of the men in the prison carts was driving me to the edge of madness. What would I think when the fire was lighted? What would I think when I felt myself start to burn? I couldn't stand this. "What is going to happen to me?" I demanded suddenly. I had the urge to strangle Mael. He looked up and his brows moved ever so slightly. "What if the god is already dead?" he whispered. "Then we go to Rome, you and I, and we get drunk together on good Italian wine," I whispered. It was late afternoon when the cart came to a stop. The noise seemed to rise like steam all around us. When I went to look out, Mael didn't stop me. I saw we had come to an immense clearing, hemmed on all sides by the giant oaks. All the carts, including ours, were backed into the trees, and in the middle of the clearing hundreds worked at some enterprise involving endless bundles of sticks and miles of rope and hundreds of great rough-hewn tree trunks. The biggest and longest logs I had ever seen were being hefted upright in 2 giant X's. The woods were alive with those who watched. The clearing could not contain the multitudes, yet more and more carts wound their way through the press to find a spot at the edges of the forest. I sat back and pretended to myself that I did not know what they were doing out there, but I did. And before the sunset I heard louder and more desperate screams from those in the prison carts. It was almost dusk, and when Mael lifted the flap for me to see, I stared in horror at 2 gargantuan wicker figures, a man and a woman, it seemed, from the mass of vines that suggested dress and hair, constructed all of logs and osiers and ropes, and filled from top to bottom with the bound and writhing bodies of the condemned, who screamed in supplication. I was speechless, looking at these two monstrous giants. I could not count the number of wriggling human bodies they held, victims stuffed into the hollow framework of their enormous legs, their torsos, their arms, even their hands, and even into their immense and faceless cage-like heads, which were crowned with ivy leaves and flowers. Ropes of flowers made up the woman's gown, and stalks of wheat were stuffed into the man's great belt of ivy. The figures shivered as if they might at any moment fall, but I knew the powerful cross-scaffolding of timber supported them as they appeared to tower over the distant forest. And all around the feet of these figures were stacked the bundles of kindling and pitch-soaked wood that would soon ignite them. "And all these who must die are guilty of some wrongdoing? You wish me to believe that?" I asked of Mael. He nodded with his usual solemnity. This didn't concern him. "They have waited months, some years, to be sacrificed," he said almost indifferently. "They come from all over the land, and they cannot change their fate any more than we can change ours. It is to perish in the forms of the Great Mother and her lover." I was becoming ever more desperate. I should have done anything to escape. But even now some 20 druids surrounded the cart, and beyond them was a legion of warriors, and the crowd itself went so far back into the trees that I could see no end to it. Darkness was falling quickly, and everywhere torches were being lighted. I could feel the roar of excited voices. The screams of the condemned grew ever more piercing and beseeching. I sat still and tried to deliver my mind from panic. If I could not escape, then I would meet these strange ceremonies with some degree of calm, and when it came clear what a sham they were, I would with dignity and righteousness pronounce my judgments, loud enough for others to hear them. That would be my last act, the act of the god, and it must be done with authority, or else it would do nothing in the scheme of things. The cart began to move. There was much noise, shouting, and Mael rose and took my arm and steadied me. When the flap was opened, we had come to a stop, deep in the woods, many yards from the clearing. I glanced back at the lurid sight of the immense figures, torchlight glinting on the swarm of pathetic movement inside them. They seemed animate, these horrors, like things that would suddenly start to walk and crush all of us. The play of light and shadow on those stuffed into the giant heads gave a false impression of hideous faces. I couldn't make myself turn away from it, and from the sight of the crowd gathered all around. But Mael tightened his grip on my arm and said that I must come now to the sanctuary of the god with the elect of the priesthood. The others closed me in, obviously trying to conceal me. I realized the crowd did not know what was happening now. In all likelihood, they knew only that the sacrifices would soon begin, and some manifestation of the god would be claimed by the druids. Only one of the band carried a torch, and he led the way deeper into the evening darkness, Mael at my side, and other white-robed figures ahead of me, flanking me, and behind me. It was still. It was damp. And the trees rose to such dizzying heights against the vanishing glow of the distant sky that they seemed to be growing even as I looked up at them. I could run now, I thought, but how far would I get before this entire race of people came thundering after me? But we had come into a grove, and I saw, in the feeble light of the flames, dreadful faces carved into the barks of the trees, and human skulls on stakes grinning in the shadows. In carved-out tree trunks were other skulls, in rows, piled one row upon another. In fact, the place was a regular charnel house, and the silence that enclosed us seemed to give life to these horrid things, to let them speak suddenly. I tried to shake the illusion, the sense that these staring skulls were watching. There is no one really watching, I thought. There is no continuous awareness of anything. But we had paused before a gnarled oak of such enormous girth that I doubted my senses. How old it must have been, this tree, to have grown to such width, I couldn't imagine. But when I looked up, I saw that its soaring limbs were still alive. It was still in green leaf, and the living mistletoe everywhere decorated it. The druids had stepped away to right and left. Only Mael remained near me. And I stood facing the oak, with Mael at my far right, and I saw that hundreds of bouquets of flowers had been laid at the base of the tree, their little blooms barely showing any color anymore in the gathering shadows. Mael had bowed his head. His eyes were closed, and it seemed the others were in the same attitude, and their bodies were trembling. I felt the cool breeze stir the green grass. I heard the leaves all around us carry the breeze in a loud and long sigh that died away as it had come in the forest. And then, very distinctly, I heard words spoken in the dark that had no sound to them. They came undeniably from within the tree itself, and they asked whether or not all the conditions had been met by him who would drink the divine blood tonight. For a moment I thought that I was going mad. They had drugged me, but I had drunk nothing since morning. My head was clear, too painfully clear, and I heard the silent pulse of this personage again, and it was asking questions. "He is a man of learning?" Mael's slender form seemed to shimmer as surely he expressed the answer. And the faces of the others had become rapt, their eyes fixed on the great oak, the flutter of the torch the only movement. "Can he go down into Egypt?" I saw Mael nod, and the tears rose in his eyes, and his pale throat moved as he swallowed. "Yes, I live, my faithful one, and I speak, and you have done well. And I shall make the new god. Send him in to me." I was too astonished to speak, and I had nothing to say either. Everything had changed. Everything that I believed, depended upon, had suddenly been called into question. I hadn't the slightest fear, only paralyzing amazement. Mael took me by the arm. The other druids came to assist him, and I was led around the oak, clear of the flowers heaped at its roots, until we stood behind it, before a huge pile of stones banked against it. The grove had its carved images on this side as well, its troves of skulls, and the pale figures of druids whom I had not seen before. And it was these men, some with long white beards, who drifted forward to lay their hands on the stones and start to remove them. Mael and the others worked with them, silently lifting these great rocks and casting them aside, some of the stones so heavy that 3 men had to lift them. And finally there was revealed in the base of the oak a heavy doorway of iron with huge locks over it. Mael drew out an iron key, and he said some long words in the language of the Keltoi, to which the others gave responses. Mael's hand was shaking, but he soon had all the locks undone. And then it took 4 of the druids to pull back the door. And then the torchbearer lighted another brand for me and placed it in my hands, and Mael said, "Enter, Marius." In the wavering light, we glanced at each other. He seemed a helpless creature, unable to move his limbs, though his heart brimmed as he looked at me. I knew now the barest glimpse of the wonder that had shaped him and inflamed him, and was utterly humbled and baffled by its origins. But from within the tree, from the darkness beyond this rudely cut doorway, there came the Silent One again. "Do not be afraid, Marius. I wait for you. Take the light and come to me." Chapter 7. When I stepped through the doorway, the Druids closed it, and I realized that I stood at the top of a long stone stairs. It was a configuration I was to see over and over again in the centuries that followed, and you have already seen it twice, and you will see it again, the steps leading down into the Mother Earth, into the chambers where those who drink the blood always hide. The oak itself contained a chamber, low and unfinished, the light of my torch glinting on the rude marks left everywhere in the wood by the chisels. But the thing that called me was at the bottom of the stairs, and again it told me that I must not be afraid. I was not afraid. I was exhilarated beyond my wildest dreams. I was not going to die as simply as I had imagined. I was descending to a mystery that was infinitely more interesting than I had ever thought it would be. But when I reached the bottom of the narrow steps and stood in the small stone chamber there, I was terrified by what I saw, terrified and repelled by it, the loathing and fear so immediate that I felt a lump rising to suffocate me or make me uncontrollably sick. A creature sat on a stone bench opposite the foot of the stairway, and in the full light of the torch I saw that it had the face and limbs of a man, but it was burnt black all over, horribly burnt, its skin shriveled to its very bones. In fact, it appeared a yellow-eyed skeleton coated in pitch, only its flowing mane of white hair untouched. It opened its mouth to speak, and I saw its white teeth, its fanged teeth, and I gripped the torch firmly, trying not to scream like a fool. "Do not come too close to me," it said. "Stand there where I may really see you, not as they see you, but as my eyes can still see." I swallowed, tried to breathe easily. No human being could have been burnt like that and survived. And yet the thing lived, naked and shrunken and black, and its voice was low and beautiful. It rose and then moved slowly across the chamber. It pointed its finger at me, and the yellow eyes widened slightly, revealing a blood-red tinge in the light. "What do you want of me?" I whispered before I could stop myself. "Why have I been brought here?" "Calamity," he said in the same voice, colored with genuine feeling, not the rasping sound I had expected from such a thing. "I will give you my power, Marius. I will make you a god, and you will be immortal. But you must leave here when it is finished. You must somehow escape our faithful worshippers, and you must go down into Egypt to find why this has befallen me." He appeared to be floating in the darkness, his hair a mop of white straw around him, his jaws stretching the blackened, leathery skin that clung to his skull as he spoke. "You see, we are the enemies of light, we gods of darkness. We serve the Holy Mother, and we live and rule only by the light of the moon. But our enemy, the sun, has escaped his natural path and sought us out in darkness. All over the north country where we are worshipped, in the sacred groves from the lands of snow and ice, down into this fruitful country, and to the east, the sun has found its way into the sanctuary by day, or the world by night, and burned the gods alive. The youngest of these perished utterly, some exploding like comets before their worshippers. Others died in such heat that the sacred tree itself became a funeral pyre. Only the old ones, the ones who have long served the Great Mother, continued to walk and to talk as I do, but in agony affrighting the faithful worshippers when they appeared. There must be a new God, Marius, strong and beautiful as I was, the lover of the Great Mother. But more truly there must be one strong enough to escape the worshippers, to get out of the oak somehow, and to go down into Egypt and seek out the old gods, and find why this calamity has occurred. You must go to Egypt, Marius. You must go into Alexandria and into the older cities, and you must summon the gods with the silent voice that you will have after I make you. And you must find who lives still and who walks still, and why this calamity has occurred.
This ends Disc 15. The Vampire Lestat, Disc 16.
It closed its eyes now. It stood still, its light frame wavering uncontrollably, as if it were a thing made of black paper. And I saw suddenly, unaccountably, a spill of violent images. These gods of the grove bursting into flame. I heard their screams. My mind, being rational, being Roman, resisted these images. It tried to memorize and contain them, rather than yield to them. But the maker of the images, this thing, was patient, and the images went on. I saw the country that could only be Egypt, the burnt yellow look to all things, the sand that overlies everything and soils it and dusts it to the same color. And I saw more stairways into the earth, and I saw sanctuaries. "Find them," he said. "Find why and how this has come to pass. See to it that it never comes to pass again. Use your powers in the streets of Alexandria until you find the old ones. Pray the old ones are there, as I am still here." I was too shocked to answer, too humbled by the mystery. And perhaps there was even a moment when I accepted this destiny, accepted it completely, but I am not sure. "I know," he said. "From me you can keep no secrets. You do not wish to be the god of the grove, and you will seek to escape. But you see, this disaster may seek you out wherever you are, unless you discover the cause and the prevention of it. So I know you will go into Egypt, else you too in the womb of the night or the womb of the dark earth may be burnt by this unnatural sun." It came towards me a little, dragging its dried feet on the stone floor. "Now mark my words, you must escape this very night," it said. "I will tell the worshippers that you must go down into Egypt for the salvation of all of us. But having a new and able God, they will be loath to part with him. But you must go down. And you must not let them imprison you in the oak after the festival. You must travel fast. And before sunrise go into the Mother Earth to escape the light. She will protect you. Now, come to me. I will give you the blood. And pray I still have the power to give you my ancient strength. It will be slow. It will be long. I will take, and I will give, and I will take, and I will give. But I must do it. And you must become the god, and you must do as I have said." Without waiting for my compliance, it was suddenly on me, its blackened fingers clutching at me, the torch falling from my hands. I fell backwards on the stairs, but its teeth were already in my throat. You know what happened. You know what it was to feel the blood being drawn, to feel the swoon. I saw in those moments the tombs and temples of Egypt. I saw two figures, resplendent as they sat side by side as if on a throne. I saw and heard other voices speaking to me in other languages, and underneath it all there came the same command: serve the Mother, take the blood of the sacrifice, preside over the worship that is the only worship, the eternal worship of the grove. I was struggling, as one struggles in dreams, unable to cry out, unable to escape. And when I realized I was free and no longer pinned to the floor, I saw the god again, black as he had been before, but this time he was robust, as if the blaze had only baked him and he retained his full strength. His face had definition, even beauty, features well formed beneath the cracked casing of blackened leather that was his skin. The yellow eyes had round them now the natural folds of flesh that made them portals of a soul. But he was still crippled, still suffering, almost unable to move. "Rise, Marius," he said. "You thirst, and I will give you to drink. Rise and come to me." And you know the ecstasy I felt when his blood came into me, when it worked its way into every vessel, every limb. But the horrid pendulum had only begun to swing. Hours passed in the oak as he took the blood out of me and gave it back over and over again. I lay sobbing on the floor when I was drained. I could see my hands like bones in front of me. I was shriveled as he had been. And again he would give me the blood to drink, and I would rise in a frenzy of exquisite feeling, only to have him take it out of me again. With every exchange there came the lessons, that I was immortal, that only the sun and the fire could kill me, that I would sleep by day in the earth, that I should never know illness or natural death, that my soul should never migrate from my form into another, that I was the servant of the Mother, and that the moon would give me strength, that I would thrive on the blood of the evildoers, and even of the innocent who were sacrificed to the Mother, that I should remain in starvation between sacrifices, so that my body would become dry and empty like the dead wheat in the fields at winter, only to be filled with the blood of the sacrifice, and to become full and beautiful like the new plants of the spring. In my suffering and ecstasy there would be the cycle of the seasons, and the powers of my mind to read the thoughts and intentions of others. These I should use to make the judgments for my worshippers, to guide them in their justice and their laws. Never should I drink any blood but the blood of the sacrifice. Never should I seek to take my powers for my own. These things I learned. These things I understood. But what was really taught to me during those hours was what we all learn at the moment of the drinking of the blood: that I was no longer a mortal man, that I had passed away from all I knew into something so powerful that these old teachings could barely harness or explain it, that my destiny, to use Mayle's words, was beyond all the knowledge that anyone mortal or immortal could give. At last the god prepared me to go out of the tree. He drained so much blood from me now that I was scarcely able to stand. I was a wraith. I was weeping from thirst. I was seeing blood and smelling blood, and would have rushed at him and caught him and drained him had I the strength. But the strength, of course, was his. "You are empty, as you will always be at the commencement of the festival," he said, "so that you may drink your fill of the sacrificial blood. But remember what I have told you. After you preside, you must find a way to escape. As for me, try to save me. Tell them that I must be kept with you. But in all likelihood, my time has come to an end."
"Why, how do you mean?" I asked.
"You will see. There need be only one God here, one good God," he said. "If I could go with you to Egypt, I could drink the blood of the old ones, and it might heal me. As it is, I will take hundreds of years to heal, and I shall not be allowed that time. But remember, go into Egypt. Do all that I have said."
He turned me now and pushed me towards the stairs. The torch lay blazing in the corner, and as I rose towards the door above, I smelled the blood of the Druids waiting, and I almost wept.
"They will give you all the blood that you can take," he said behind me. "Place yourself in their hands."
Chapter 8. You can well imagine how I looked when I stepped from the oak. The Druids had waited for my knock upon the door, and in my silent voice I had said, "Open, it is the God." My human death was long finished. I was ravenous, and surely my face was no more than a living skull. No doubt my eyes were bulging from their sockets, and my teeth were bared. The white robe hung on me as on a skeleton, and no clearer evidence of my divinity could have been given to the Druids, who stood awestruck as I came out of the tree. But I saw not merely their faces. I saw into their hearts. I saw the relief in Mael that the God within had not been too feeble to create me. I saw the confirmation in him of all that he believed. And I saw the other great vision that is ours to see, the great spiritual depth of each man buried deep within a crucible of heated flesh and blood. My thirst was pure agony, and summoning all my new strength, I said, "Take me to the altars. The feast of Samhain is to begin." The Druids let out chilling screams. They howled in the forest, and far beyond the sacred grove there came a deafening roar from the multitudes who had waited for that cry. We walked swiftly, in procession towards the clearing, and more of the white-robed priests came out to greet us, and I found myself pelted with fresh and fragrant flowers from all sides, blossoms I crushed under my feet as I was saluted with hymns. I need not tell you how the world looked to me with the new vision, how I saw each tint and surface beneath the thin veil of darkness, how these hymns and anthems assaulted my ears. Marius the man was disintegrated inside this new being. Trumpets blared from the clearing as I mounted the steps of the stone altar and looked out over the thousands gathered there, the sea of expectant faces, the giant wicker figures with their doomed victims still struggling and crying inside. A great silver cauldron of water stood before the altar, and as the priest sang, a chain of prisoners was led to this cauldron, their arms bound behind their backs. The voices were singing in concert around me as the priests placed the flowers in my hair, on my shoulders, at my feet. "Beautiful one, powerful one, God of the woods and the fields, drink now the sacrifices offered to you, and as your wasted limbs fill with life, so the earth will renew itself. So you will forgive us for the cutting of the corn, which is the harvest. So you will bless the seed we sow." And I saw before me those selected to be my victims, 3 stout men, bound as the others were bound, but clean and dressed also in white robes, with flowers on their shoulders and in their hair. Youths they were, handsome and innocent and overcome with awe as they awaited the will of the god. The trumpets were deafening. The roaring was ceaseless. I said, "Let the sacrifices begin." And as the first youth was delivered up to me, as I prepared to drink for the very first time from that truly divine cup which is human life, as I held the warm flesh of the victim in my hands, the blood ready for my open mouth, I saw the fires lighted beneath the towering wicker giants. I saw the first 2 prisoners forced head down into the water of the silver cauldron. Death by fire, death by water, death by the piercing teeth of the hungry god. Through the age-old ecstasy the hymns continued. God of the waning and waxing moon, God of the woods and fields, you who are the very image of death in your hunger, grow strong with the blood of the victims. Grow beautiful so that the Great Mother will take you to herself. How long did it last? I do not know. It was forever. The blaze of the wicker giants, the screaming of the victims, the long procession of those who must be drowned. I drank and drank, not merely from the 3 selected for me, but from a dozen others before they were returned to the cauldron or forced into the blazing giants. The priests cut the heads from the dead with great bloody swords, stacking them in pyramids to either side of the altar, and the bodies were borne away. Everywhere I turned I saw rapture on sweating faces. Everywhere I turned I heard the anthems and cries. But at last the frenzy was dying out. The giants were fallen into a smouldering heap upon which men poured more pitch, more kindling. And it was now time for the judgments, for men to stand before me and present their cases for vengeance against others, and for me to look with my new eyes into their souls. I was reeling. I had drunk too much blood, but I felt such power in me I could have leapt up and over the clearing and deep into the forest. I could have spread invisible wings, or so it seemed. But I carried out my destiny, as Mael would have called it. I found this one just, that one in error, this one innocent, that one deserving of death. I don't know how long it went on, because my body no longer measured time in weariness. But finally it was finished, and I realized the moment of action had come. I had somehow to do what the old god had commanded me, which was to escape the imprisonment in the oak. And I also had precious little time in which to do it, no more than an hour before dawn. As for what lay ahead in Egypt, I had not made my decision yet. But I knew that if I let the Druids enclose me in the sacred tree again, I would starve in there until the small offering at the next full moon. And all of my nights until that time would be thirst and torture, and what the old one had called the god's dreams, in which I'd learned the secrets of the tree and the grass that grew and the silent mother. But these secrets were not for me. The Druids surrounded me now, and we proceeded to the sacred tree again, the hymns dying to a litany which commanded me to remain within the oak, to sanctify the forest, to be its guardian, and to speak kindly through the oak to those of the priesthood, who would come from time to ask guidance of me. I stopped before we reached the tree. A huge pyre was blazing in the middle of the grove, casting ghastly light on the carved faces and the heaps of human skulls. The rest of the priesthood stood round it, waiting. A current of terror shot through me, with all the new power that such feelings have for us. I started talking hastily. In an authoritative voice I told them that I wished them all to leave the grove, that I should seal myself up in the oak at dawn with the old god. But I could see it wasn't working. They were staring at me coldly and glancing one to the other, their eyes shallow like bits of glass. "Mael," I said, Do as I command you. Tell these priests to leave the grove." Suddenly, without the slightest warning, half the assemblage of priests ran towards the tree. The other took hold of my arms. I shouted for Mael, who led the siege on the tree, to stop. I tried to get loose, but some 12 of the priests gripped my arms and my legs. If I had only understood the extent of my strength, I might easily have freed myself. But I didn't know. I was still reeling from the feast, too horrified by what I knew would happen now. As I struggled, trying to free my arms, even kicking at those who held me, the old god, the naked and black thing, was borne out of the tree and heaved into the fire. Only for a split second did I see him, and all I beheld was resignation. He did not once lift his arms to fight. His eyes were closed, and he did not look at me, nor at anyone or anything, and I remembered in that moment what he had told me of his agony, and I started to cry. I was shaking violently as they burned him. But from the very midst of the flames I heard his voice. "Do as I commanded you, Marius. You are our hope." That meant, "Get out of here now." I made myself still and small in the grip of those who held me. I wept and acted like I was just the sad victim of all this magic, just the poor god who must mourn his father who had gone into the flames. And when I felt their hands relax, when I saw that one and all they were gazing into the pyre, I pivoted with all my strength, tearing loose from their grip, and I ran as fast as I could for the woods. In that initial sprint I learned for the first time what my powers were. I cleared hundreds of yards in an instant, my feet barely touching the ground. But the cry rang out immediately, "The god has flown!" and within seconds the multitude in the clearing was screaming it over and over as thousands of mortals plunged into the trees. How on earth did this happen? I thought suddenly, that I'm a god full of human blood and running from thousands of Celtic barbarians through this damned woods. I didn't even stop to tear the white robe off me, but ripped it off while I was still running, and then I leapt up to the branches overhead and moved even faster through the tops of the oaks. Within minutes I was so far away from my pursuers that I couldn't hear them any more. But I kept running and running, leaping from branch to branch, until there was nothing to fear any more but the morning sun. And I learned then what Gabrielle learned so early in your wanderings, that I could easily dig into the earth to save myself from the light. When I awoke, the heat of my thirst astonished me. I could not imagine how the old god had endured the ritual starvation. I could think only of human blood. But the Druids had had the day in which to pursue me. I had to proceed with great care. And I starved all that night as I sped through the forest, not drinking until early morning, when I came upon a band of thieves in the woods, which provided me with the blood of an evildoer and a good suit of clothes. In those hours just before dawn I took stock of things. I had learned a great deal about my powers. I would learn more. And I would go down to Egypt, not for the sake of the gods or their worshippers, but to find out what this was all about. And so even then, you see, more than 1,700 years ago, we were questing. We were rejecting the explanations given us. We were loving the magic and the power for its own sake. On the third night of my new life, I wandered into my old house in Massilia and found my library, my writing table, my books all there still, and my faithful slaves overjoyed to see me. What did these things mean to me? What did it mean that I had written this history, that I had lain in this bed? I knew I could not be Marius the Roman any longer, but I would take from him what I could. I sent my beloved slaves back home. I wrote my father to say that a serious illness compelled me to live out my remaining days in the heat and dryness of Egypt. I packed off the rest of my history to those in Rome who would read it and publish it, and then I set out for Alexandria with gold in my pockets, with my old travel documents, and with 2 dull-witted slaves who never questioned that I travelled by night. And within a month of the great Samhain feast in Gaul, I was roaming the black, crooked night-time streets of Alexandria, searching for the old gods with my silent voice. I was mad, but I knew the madness would pass. I had to find the old gods, and you know why I had to find them. It was not only the threat of the calamity again, the sun god seeking me out in the darkness of my daytime slumber, or visiting me with obliterating fire in the full darkness of the night. I had to find the old gods, because I could not bear to be alone among men. The full horror of it was upon me, and though I killed only the murderer, the evildoer, my conscience was too finely tuned for self-deception. I could not bear the realization that I, Marius, who had known and enjoyed such love in his life, was the relentless bringer of death. Chapter 9. Alexandria was not an old city. It had existed for just a little over 300 years. But it was a great port, and the home of the largest libraries in the Roman world. Scholars from all over the empire came to study there, and I had been one of them in another lifetime. And now I found myself there again. Had not the god told me to come, I would have gone deeper into Egypt, to the bottom, to use Mayle's phrase, suspecting that the answers to all riddles lay in the older shrines. But a curious feeling came on me in Alexandria. I knew the gods were there. I knew they were guiding my feet when I sought the streets of the whorehouses and the thieves' dens, the places where men went to lose their souls. At night I lay on my bed in my little Roman house, and I called to the gods. I grappled with my madness. I puzzled just as you have puzzled over the power and strength and crippling emotions which I now possessed. And one night just before morning, when the light of only one lamp shone through the sheer veils of the bed where I lay, I turned my eyes towards the distant garden doorway and saw a still black figure standing there. For one moment it seemed a dream, this figure, because it carried no scent, did not seem to breathe, did not make a sound. Then I knew it was one of the gods, but it was gone, and I was left sitting up and staring after it, trying to remember what I had seen. A black, naked thing with a bald head and red, piercing eyes, a thing that seemed lost in its own stillness, strangely diffident, only marshalling its strength to move at the last moment before complete discovery. The next night in the back streets I heard a voice telling me to come. But it was a less articulate voice than that which had come from the tree. It made known to me only that the door was near. And finally there came the still and silent moment when I stood before the door. It was a god who opened it for me. It was a god who said, "Come." I was frightened as I descended the inevitable stairway, as I followed a steeply sloping tunnel. I lighted the candle I had brought with me, and I saw that I was entering an underground temple, a place older than the city of Alexandria, a sanctuary built perhaps under the ancient pharaohs, its walls covered with tiny colored pictures depicting the life of old Egypt. And then there was the writing, the magnificent picture writing with its tiny mummies and birds and embracing arms without bodies and coiling snakes. I moved on, coming into a vast place of square pillars and a soaring ceiling. The same paintings decorated every inch of stone here. And then I saw in the corner of my eye what seemed at first a statue, a black figure standing near a pillar with one hand raised to rest against the stone. But I knew it was no statue. No Egyptian god made out of diorite ever stood in this attitude, nor wore a real linen skirt about its loins. I turned slowly, bracing myself against the full sight of it, and saw the same burnt flesh, the same streaming hair, though it was black, the same yellow eyes. The lips were shriveled around the teeth and the gums, and the breath came out of its throat full of pain. "How and whence did you come?" he asked in Greek. I saw myself as he saw me, luminous and strong, even my blue eyes something of an incidental mystery, and I saw my Roman garments, my linen tunic gathered in gold buckles on my shoulders, my red cloak. With my long yellow hair I must have looked like a wanderer from the north woods, civilized only on the surface, and perhaps this was now true. But he was the one who concerned me, and I saw him more fully, the seamed flesh burnt to his ribs and molded to his collarbone and the jutting bones of his hips. He was not starved, this thing. He had recently drunk human blood. But his agony was like heat coming from him, as though the fire still cooked him from within, as though he were a self-contained hell. "How have you escaped the burning?" he asked. "What saved you? Answer." "Nothing saved me," I said, speaking Greek as he did. I approached him, holding the candle to the side when he shied from it. He had been thin in life, broad-shouldered like the old pharaohs, and his long black hair was cropped straight across the forehead in that old style. "I wasn't made when it happened," I said, "but afterwards, by the god of the sacred grove in Gaul." "Ah, then he was unharmed, this one who made you?" "No, burned as you are, but he had enough strength to do it. He gave and took the blood over and over again. He said, 'Go into Egypt and find why this has happened.' He said the gods of the wood had burst into flames, some in their sleep and some awake. He said this had happened all over the north." "Yes." He nodded, and he gave a dry, rasping laugh that shook his entire form. "And only the ancient had the strength to survive, to inherit the agony which only immortality can sustain. And so we suffer. But you have been made. You have come. You will make more. But is it justice to make more? Would the father and the mother have allowed this to happen to us if the time had not come?" "But who are the father and the mother?" I asked. I knew he did not mean the earth when he said mother. "The first of us," he answered, "those from whom all of us descend." I tried to penetrate his thoughts, feel the truth of them, but he knew what I was doing, and his mind folded up like a flower at dusk. "Come with me," he said, and he commenced to walk with a shuffling step out of the large room and down a long corridor, decorated as the chamber had been. I sensed we were in an even older place, something built before the temple from which we'd just come. I do not know how I knew it. The chill you felt on the steps here on the island was not there. You don't feel such things in Egypt. You feel something else. You feel the presence of something living in the air itself. But there was more palpable evidence of antiquity as we walked on. The paintings on these walls were older, the colors fainter, and here and there was damage where the colored plaster had flaked and fallen away. The style had changed. The black hair of the little figures was longer and fuller, and it seemed the whole was more lovely, more full of light and intricate design. Somewhere far off water dripped on stone. The sound gave a song-like echo through the passage. It seemed the walls had captured life in these delicate and tenderly painted figures. It seemed that the magic attempted again and again by the ancient religious artists had its tiny glowing kernel of power. I could hear whispers of life where there were no whispers. I could feel the great continuity of history, even if there was no one who was aware. The dark figure beside me paused as I looked at the walls. He made an airy gesture for me to follow him through a doorway, and we entered a long rectangular chamber covered entirely with the artful hieroglyphs. It was like being encased in a manuscript to be inside it. And I saw two older Egyptian sarcophagi placed head to head against the wall. These were boxes carved to conform to the shape of the mummies for which they were made, and fully modelled and painted to represent the dead, with faces of hammered gold and eyes of inlaid lapis lazuli. I held the candle high, and with great effort my guide opened the lids of these cases and let them fall back so that I might see inside. I saw what at first appeared to be bodies, but when I drew closer I realized that they were heaps of ash in manly form. Nothing of tissue remained to them except a white fang here, a chip of bone there. "No amount of blood can bring them back now," said my guide. "They are past all resurrection. The vessels of the blood are gone. Those who could rise have risen, and centuries will pass before we are healed, before we know the cessation of our pain." Before he closed the mummy cases, I saw that the lids inside were blackened by the fire that had immolated these two. I wasn't sorry to see them shut up again. He turned and moved towards the doorway again, and I followed with the candle, but he paused and glanced back at the painted coffins. "When the ashes are scattered," he said, "their souls are free." "Then why don't you scatter the ashes?" I said, trying not to sound so desperate, so undone. "Should I?" he asked of me, the crisped flesh around his eyes widening. "Do you think that I should?" "You ask me," I said. He gave one of those dry laughs again that seemed to carry agony with it, and he led on down the passage to a lighted room. It was a library we entered, where a few scattered candles revealed the diamond-shaped wooden racks of parchment and papyrus scrolls. This delighted me, naturally, because a library was something I could understand. It was the one human place in which I still felt some measure of my old sanity. But I was startled to see another one of us, sitting to the side behind the writing table, his eyes on the floor. This one had no hair whatsoever, and though he was pitch black all over, his skin was full and well modelled, and gleamed as if it had been oiled. The planes of his face were beautiful. The hand that rested in the lap of his white linen kilt was gracefully curled, all the muscles of his naked chest well defined. He turned and looked up at me, and something immediately passed between us, something more silent than silence, as it can be with us. "This is the elder," said the weaker one who'd brought me here, "and you see for yourself how he withstood the fire. But he will not speak. He has not spoken since it happened. Yet surely he knows where are the mother and the father, and why this was allowed to pass." The elder merely looked forward again, but there was a curious expression on his face, something sarcastic and faintly amused and a little contemptuous. "Even before this disaster," the other one said, "the elder did not often speak to us. The fire did not change him, make him more receptive. He sits in silence, more and more like the mother and the father. Now and then he reads. Now and then he walks in the world above. He drinks the blood. He listens to the singers. Now and then he will dance. He speaks to mortals in the streets of Alexandria, but he will not speak to us. He has nothing to say to us. But he knows. He knows why this happened to us."
"Leave me with him," I said. I had the feeling that all beings have in such situations. I will make the man speak. I will draw something out of him, as no one else has been able to do. But it wasn't mere vanity that impelled me. This was the one who had come to me in the bedroom of my house. I was sure of it. This was the one who had stood watching me in my door. And I had sensed something in his glance. Call it intelligence, call it interest, call it recognition of some common knowledge. There was something there. And I knew that I carried with me the possibilities of a different world, unknown to the god of the grove, and even to this feeble and wounded one beside me, who looked at the elder in despair. The feeble one withdrew, as I had asked. I went to the writing table and looked at the elder. "What should I do?" I asked in Greek. He looked up at me abruptly, and I could see this thing I call intelligence in his face. "Is there any point," I asked, "to questioning you further?" I had chosen my tone carefully. There was nothing formal in it, nothing reverential. It was as familiar as it could be. "And just what is it you seek?" he asked in Latin suddenly, coldly, his mouth turning down at the ends, his attitude one of abruptness and challenge. It relieved me to switch to Latin. "You heard what I told the other?" I said in the same informal manner. "How I was made by the god of the grove and the country of the Keltoi, and how I was told to discover why the gods had died in flames." "You don't come on behalf of the gods of the grove," he said, sardonic as before. He had not lifted his head, merely looked up, which made his eyes seem all the more challenging and contemptuous. "I do and I don't," I said. "If we can perish in this way, I would like to know why. What happened once can happen a second time. And I would like to know if we are really gods. And if we are, then what are our obligations to man? Are the mother and the father true beings, or are they legend? How did all this start? I would like to know that, of course." "By accident," he said. "By accident?" I leaned forward. I thought I had heard wrong. "By accident it started," he said coolly, forbiddingly, with the clear implication that the question was absurd. 4,000 years ago, by accident, and it has been enclosed in magic and religion ever since." "You are telling me the truth, aren't you?" "Why shouldn't I? Why should I protect you from the truth? Why should I bother to lie to you? I don't even know who you are. I don't care." "Then will you explain to me what you mean, that it happened by accident?" I pressed. "I don't know. I may not. I have spoken more in these last few moments than I have in years. The story of the accident may be no more true than the myths that delight the others. The others have always chosen the myths. It's what you really want, is it not?" His voice rose, and he rose slightly out of the chair, as if his angry voice were impelling him to his feet. "A story of our creation? Analogous to the Genesis of the Hebrews, the tales in Homer, the babblings of your Roman poets Ovid and Virgil, a great gleaming morass of symbols out of which life itself is supposed to have sprung?" He was on his feet and all but shouting, his black forehead knotted with veins, his hand a fist on the desk. "It is that kind of tale that fills the documents in these rooms, that emerges in fragments from the anthems and the incantations. Want to hear it? It's as true as anything else." "Tell me what you will," I said. I was trying to keep calm. The volume of his voice was hurting my ears, and I heard things stirring in the rooms near us. Other creatures, like that dried-up wisp of a thing that had brought me in here, were prowling about. "And you might begin," I said acidly, "by confessing why you came to me in my rooms here in Alexandria. It was you who led me here. Why did you do that? To rail at me? To curse me for asking you how it started?" "Quiet yourself,"
I might say the same to you." He looked me up and down calmly, and then he smiled. He opened both his hands as if in greeting or offering, and then he shrugged. "I want you to tell me about the accident," I said. "I would beg you to tell me if I thought it would do any good. What can I do for you to make you tell?" His face underwent several remarkable transformations. I could feel his thoughts, but not hear them, feel a high-pitched humor. And when he spoke again, his voice was thickened, as if he were fighting back sorrow, as if it were strangling him. "Hearken to our old story," he said. "The good god Osiris, the first pharaoh of Egypt, in the eons before the invention of writing, was murdered by evil men. And when his wife Isis gathered together the parts of his body, he became immortal, and thereafter ruled in the realm of the dead. This is the realm of the moon, and the night in which he reigned, and to him were brought the blood sacrifices for the great goddess which he drank. But the priests tried to steal from him the secret of his immortality, and so his worship became secret, and his temples were known only to those of his cult who protected him from the sun god, who might at any time seek to destroy Osiris with the sun's burning rays. But you can see the truth in the legend. The early king discovered something, or rather he was the victim of an ugly occurrence, and he became unnatural, with a power that could be used for incalculable evil by those around him, and so he made a worship of it, seeking to contain it in obligation and ceremony, seeking to limit the powerful blood to those who would use it for white magic and nothing else. And so here we are. And the mother and father are Isis and Osiris? Yes and no. They are the first two. Isis and Osiris are the names that were used in the myths that they told, or the old worship onto which they grafted themselves. What was the accident, then? How was this thing discovered? He looked at me for a long period of silence, and then he sat down again, turning to the side and staring off as he'd been before. "But why should I tell you?" he asked. Yet this time he put the question with new feeling, as though he meant it sincerely and had to answer it for himself. "Why should I do anything? If the mother and the father will not rise from the sands to save themselves as the sun comes over the horizon, why should I move, or speak, or go on?" Again he looked up at me. "This is what happened? The mother and the father went out into the sun?" "Were left in the sun, my dear Marius," he said, astonishing me with the knowledge of my name. "Left in the sun. The mother and the father do not move of their own volition, save now and then to whisper to each other, to knock those of us down who would come to them for their healing blood. They could restore all of us who were burned if they would let us drink the healing blood. 4,000 years the father and mother have existed, and our blood grows stronger with every season, every victim. It grows stronger even with starvation, for when the starvation is ended, new strength is enjoyed. But the father and the mother do not care for their children. And now it seems they do not care for themselves. Maybe after 4,000 nights, they merely wish to see the sun. Since the coming of the Greek into Egypt, since the perversion of the old art, they have not spoken to us. They have not let us see the blink of their eye. And what is Egypt now but the granary of Rome? When the mother and the father strike out to drive us away from the veins in their necks, they are as iron and can crush our bones, and if they do not care any more, then why should I? I studied him for a long moment. "And you are saying," I asked, "that this is what caused the others to burn up? That the father and mother were left out in the sun?" He nodded. "Our blood comes from them," he said. "It is their blood. The line is direct, and what befalls them befalls us. If they are burnt, we are burnt." "We are connected to them," I whispered in amazement. "Exactly, my dear Marius," he said, watching me, seeming to enjoy my fear. "That is why they have been kept for 1,000 years, the mother and the father. That is why victims are brought to them in sacrifice. That is why they are worshipped. What happens to them happens to us." "Who did it? Who put them in the sun?" He laughed without making a sound. "The one who kept them," he said. "The one who couldn't endure it any longer, the one who had had this solemn charge for too long, the one who could persuade no one else to accept the burden, and finally, weeping and shivering, took them out into the desert sands and left them like two statues there." "And my fate is linked to this," I murmured. "Yes. But you see, I do not think he believed it any longer, the one who kept them. It was just an old tale. After all, they were worshipped, as I told you, worshipped by us as we are worshipped by mortals, and no one dared to harm them. No one held a torch to them to see if it made the rest of us feel pain. No, he did not believe it. He left them in the desert, and that night when he opened his eyes in his coffin and found himself a burnt and unrecognizable horror, he screamed and screamed." "You got them back underground?" "Yes." "And they are blackened as you are?" "No." He shook his head. "Darkened to a golden bronze, like the meat turning on the spit. No more than that. And beautiful as before, as if beauty has become part of their heritage, beauty part and parcel of what they are destined to be. They stare forward as they always have, but they no longer incline their heads to each other. They no longer hum with the rhythm of their secret exchanges. They no longer let us drink their blood. And the victims brought to them they will not take, save now and then, and only in solitude. No one knows when they will drink, when they will not." I shook my head. I moved back and forth, my head bowed, the candle fluttering in my hand, not knowing what to say to all this, needing time to think it out. He gestured for me to take the chair on the other side of the writing table, and without thinking of it, I did. "But wasn't it meant to happen, Roman?" he asked. "Weren't they meant to meet their death in the sands, silent, unmoving, like statues cast there after a city is sacked by the conquering army, and were we not meant to die too? Look at Egypt. What is Egypt, I ask you again, but the granary of Rome? Were they not meant to burn there day after day, while all of us burned like stars the world over?" "Where are they?" I asked. "Why do you want to know?" he sneered. "Why should I give you the secret? They cannot be hacked to pieces. They are too strong for that. A knife will barely pierce their skin. Yet cut them, and you cut us. Burn them, and you burn us. And whatever they make us feel, they feel only a particle of it, because their age protects them. And yet to destroy every one of us, you have merely to bring them annoyance. the blood they do not even seem to need. Maybe their minds are connected to ours as well. Maybe the sorrow we feel, the misery, the horror at the fate of the world itself comes from their minds, as locked in their chambers they dream. No, I cannot tell you where they are, can I? Until I decide for certain that I am indifferent, that it is time for us to die out. Where are they? I said again. Why should I not sink them into the very depths of sea? He asked, until such time as the earth herself heaves them up into the sunlight on the crest of a great wave. I didn't answer. I was watching him, wondering at his excitement, understanding it, but in awe of it just the same. Why should I not bury them in the depths of the earth? I mean the darkest depths, beyond the faintest sounds of life, and let them lie in silence there, no matter what they think and feel. What answer could I give? I watched him. I waited until he seemed calmer. He looked at me and his face became tranquil and almost trusting. Tell me how they became the mother and the father, I said. Why? You know damn good and well why. I want to know. Why did you come into my bedroom if you didn't mean to tell me? I asked again. So what if I did? He said bitterly. So what if I wanted to see the Roman with my own eyes? We will die, and you will die with us, so I wanted to see our magic in a new form. Who worships us now, after all? Yellow-haired warriors in the northern forests? Old Egyptians in secret crypts beneath the sands? We do not live in the temples of Greece and Rome, we never did. And yet they celebrate our myth, the only myth. They call the names of the mother and the father. I don't give a damn, I said. You know I don't. We are alike, you and I. I won't go back to the northern forests to make a race of gods for those people. But I came here to know, and you must tell. All right. So that you can understand the futility of it, so that you can understand the silence of the mother and the father, I will tell. But mark my words, I may yet bring us all down. I may yet burn the mother and the father in the heat of a kiln. But we will dispense with lengthy initiations and high-blown language. We will do away with the myths that died in the sand the day the sun shone on the mother and the father. I will tell you what all these scrolls left by the father and the mother reveal. Set down your candle and listen to me. Chapter 10. What the scrolls will tell you, he said, if you could decipher them, is that we have two human beings, Akasha and Enkil, who had come into Egypt from some other older land. This was in the time long before the first writing, before the first pyramids, when the Egyptians were still cannibals and hunted for the bodies of enemies to eat. Akasha and Enkil directed the people away from these practices. They were worshippers of the good Mother Earth, and they taught the Egyptians how to sow seed in the good Mother, and how to herd animals for meat and milk and skins. In all probability they were not alone as they taught these things, but rather the leaders of a people who had come with them from older cities, whose names are now lost beneath the sands of Lebanon, their monuments laid waste. Whatever is the truth, these were benevolent rulers, these two, in whom the good of others was the commanding value, as the good mother was the nourishing mother, and wished for all men to live in peace. And they decided all questions of justice for the emerging land. Perhaps they would have passed into myth in some benign form, had it not been for a disturbance in the house of the royal steward, which began with the antics of a demon that hurled the furniture about. Now this was no more than a common demon, the kind one hears of in all lands at all times. He devils those who live in a certain place for a certain while. Perhaps he enters into the body of some innocent and roars through her mouth with a loud voice. He may cause the innocent one to belch obscenities and carnal invitations to those around her. Do you know of these things?" I nodded. I told him you always heard such stories. Such a demon was supposed to have possessed a Vestal Virgin in Rome. She made lewd overtures to all those around her, her face turning purple with exertion, then fainted. But the demon had somehow been driven out. I thought the girl was simply mad, I said, that she was, shall we say, not suited to be a Vestal Virgin. "Of course," he said with a note of rich irony. "And I would assume the same thing, and so would most any intelligent man walking the streets of Alexandria above us. Yet such stories come and go. And if they are remarkable for any one thing, it is that they do not affect the course of human events. These demons rather trouble some household, some person, and then they are gone into oblivion, and we are right where we started again." "Precisely," I said. "But you understand, this was old Egypt. This was a time when men ran from the thunder, or ate the bodies of the dead to absorb their souls." "I understand," I said. "And this good King Enkil decided that he would himself address the demon who had come into his steward's house. This thing was out of harmony, he said. The royal magicians begged, of course, to drive the demon out. But this was a king who would do good for everyone. He had some vision of all things being united in good, of all forces being made to go on the same divine course. He would speak to this demon, try to harness its power, so to speak, for the general good. And only if that could not be done would he consent to the demon's being driven out. And so he went into the house of his steward, where furniture was being flung at the walls and jars broken and doors slammed. And he commenced to talk to this demon, and invite it to talk to him. Everyone else ran away. A full night passed before he came out of the haunted house, and he had amazing things to say. These demons are mindless and childlike, he told his magicians, but I have studied their conduct, and I have learned from all the evidence why it is that they rage. They are maddened that they do not have bodies, that they cannot feel as we feel. They make the innocent scream filth because the rights of love and passion are things that they cannot possibly know. They can work the body parts but not truly inhabit them, and so they are obsessed with the flesh that they cannot invade. And with their feeble powers they bump upon objects, they make their victims twist and jump. This longing to be carnal is the origin of their anger, the indication of the suffering which is their lot. And with these pious words he prepared to lock himself in the haunted chambers to learn more. But this time his wife came between him and his purpose. She would not let him stay with the demons. He must look into the mirror, she said. He had aged remarkably in the few hours that he had remained in the house alone. And when he would not be deterred, she locked herself in with him. And all those who stood outside the house heard the crashing and banging of objects, and feared for the moment when they would hear the king and queen themselves screaming, or raging in spirit voices. The noise from the inner chambers was alarming. Cracks were appearing in the walls. All fled as before, except for a small party of interested men. Now these men, since the beginning of the reign, had been the enemies of the king. These were old warriors who had led the campaigns of Egypt in search of human flesh, and they had had enough of the king's goodness, enough of the good mother and farming and the like, and they saw in this spirit adventure not only more of the king's vain nonsense, but a situation that nevertheless provided a remarkable opportunity for them. When night fell, they crept into the haunted house. They were fearless of spirits, just as the grave robbers are who rifle the tombs of the pharaohs. They believe, but not enough to control their greed. And when they saw Enkil and Akasha together in the middle of this room full of flying objects, they set upon them, and they stabbed the king over and over as your Roman senators stabbed Caesar, and they stabbed the only witness, his wife. And the king cried out, "No, don't you see what you have done? You have given the spirits a way to get in. You have opened my body to them, don't you see?" But the men fled, sure of the death of the king and the queen, who was on her hands and knees, cradling her husband's head in her hands, both bleeding from more wounds than one could count. Now the conspirators stirred up the populace. Did everyone know that the king had been killed by the spirits? He should have left the demons to his magicians, as any other king would have done. And bearing torches, all flocked to the haunted house, which had grown suddenly and totally quiet. The conspirators urged the magicians to enter, but they were afraid. "Then we will go in and see what's happened," said the evil ones, and they threw open the doors. There stood the king and the queen, staring calmly at the conspirators, and all of their wounds were healed, and their eyes had taken on an eerie light, their skin a white shimmer, their hair a magnificent gleam. Out of the house they came as the conspirators ran in terror, and they dismissed all the people and the priests and went back to the palace alone. And though they confided in no one, they knew what had happened to them. They had been entered through their wounds by the demon at the point when mortal life itself was about to escape. But it was the blood that the demon permeated in that twilight moment when the heart almost stopped. Perhaps it was the substance that he had always sought in his ragings, the substance that he had tried to bring forth from his victims with his antics, but he had never been able to inflict enough wounds before his victim died. But now he was in the blood. And the blood was not merely the demon or the blood of the king and queen, but a combination of the human and the demon, which was an altogether different thing. And all that was left of the king and queen was what this blood could animate, what it could infuse and claim for its own. Their bodies were for all other purposes dead, but the blood flowed through the brain, and through the heart, and through the skin. And so the intelligence of the king and queen remained. Their souls, if you will, remained, as the souls reside in these organs, though why we do not know. And though the demon blood had no mind of its own, no character of its own that the king and queen could discover, it nevertheless enhanced their minds and their characters, for it flowed through the organs that create thought, and it added to their faculties its purely spiritual powers, so that the king and queen could hear the thoughts of mortals, and sense things and understand things that mortals could not. In sum, the demon had added, and the demon had taken away, and the king and queen were new things. They could no longer eat food, or grow, or die, or have children, yet they could feel with an intensity that terrified them. And the demon had what it wanted, a body to live in, a way to be in the world at last, a way to feel. But then came the even more dreadful discovery that to keep their corpses animate, the blood must be fed. And all it could convert to its use was the self-same thing of which it was made, blood. Give it more blood to enter, give it more blood to push through the limbs of the body in which it enjoyed such glorious sensations. Of blood it could not get enough. And oh, the grandest of all sensations was the drinking in which it renewed itself, fed itself, enlarged itself. And in that moment of drinking, it could feel the death of the victim, the moment it pulled the blood so hard out of the victim that the victim's heart stopped. The demon had them, the king and queen. They were drinkers of the blood. and whether or not the demon knew of them, we will never be able to tell. But the king and queen knew that they had the demon and could not get rid of it, and if they did, they would die because their bodies were already dead. And they learned immediately that these dead bodies, animated as they were entirely by this demonic fluid, could not withstand fire or the light of the sun. On the one hand, they seemed as fragile white flowers that can be withered black in the daytime desert heat. On the other, it seemed the blood in them was so volatile that it would boil if heated, thereby destroying the fibers through which it moved. It has been said that in these very early times they could withstand no brilliant illumination, that even a nearby fire would cause their skin to smoke. Whatever, they were of a new order of being, and their thoughts were of a new order of being, and they tried to understand the things that they saw, the dispositions that afflicted them in this new state. All discoveries are not recorded. There is nothing in writing or in the unwritten tradition about when they first chose to pass on the blood, or ascertained the method by which it must be done, that the victim must be drained to the twilight moment of approaching death, or the demonic blood given him cannot take hold. We do know through the unwritten tradition that the king and queen tried to keep secret what had happened to them, but their disappearance by day aroused suspicions. They could not attend to the religious duties in the land. And so it came to pass that even before they had formed their clearest decisions, they had to encourage the populace to a worship of the good mother in the light of the moon. But they could not protect themselves from the conspirators, who still did not understand their recovery and sought to do away with them again. The attack came, despite all precautions, and the strength of the king and the queen proved overwhelming to the conspirators, and they were all the more frightened by the fact that those wounds they managed to inflict upon the king and the queen were miraculously and instantly healed. An arm was severed from the king, and this he put back on his shoulder, and it came to life again, and the conspirators fled. And through these attacks, these battles, the secret came into the possession not only of the king's enemies, but the priests as well. And no one wanted to destroy the king and the queen now. Rather, they wanted to take them prisoner and gain the secret of immortality from them, and they sought to take the blood from them. But their early attempts failed. The drinkers were not near to death, and so they became hybrid creatures, half god and half human, and they perished in horrible ways. Yet some succeeded. Perhaps they emptied their veins first, it isn't recorded. But in later ages this has always proved a way to steal the blood. And perhaps the mother and the father chose to make fledglings. Maybe out of loneliness and fear they chose to pass on the secret to those of good mettle whom they could trust. Again, we are not told. Whatever the case, other drinkers of the blood did come into being, and the method of making them was eventually known. And the scrolls tell us that the mother and the father sought to triumph in their adversity. They sought to find some reason in what had happened, and they believed that their heightened senses must surely serve some good. The good mother had allowed this to happen, had she not? And they must sanctify and contain what was done by mystery, or else Egypt might become a race of blood-drinking demons who would divide the world into those who drink the blood and those who are bred only to give it. A tyranny that once achieved might never be broken by mortal men alone.
This ends Disc 16. The Vampire Lestat, Disc 17.
And so the good king and queen chose the path of ritual, of myth. They saw in themselves the images of the waning and waxing moon, and in their drinking of the blood the God incarnate who takes unto himself his sacrifice. And they used their superior powers to divine and predict and judge. They saw themselves as truly accepting the blood for the God, which otherwise would run down the altar. They girded with the symbolic and the mysterious what could not be allowed to become common. And they passed out of the sight of mortal men into the temples to be worshipped by those who would bring them blood. They took to themselves the most fit sacrifices, those that had always been made for the good of the land. Innocents, outsiders, evildoers, they drank the blood for the mother and for the good. They set into motion the tale of Osiris, composed in part of their own terrible suffering, the attack of the conspirators, the recovery, their need to live in the realm of darkness, the world beyond life, their inability to walk any more in sun. And they grafted this upon the older stories of the gods who rise and fall in their love of the good mother, which were already there in the land from which they came. And so these stories came down to us. These stories spread beyond the secret places in which the mother and the father were worshipped, in which those they made with the blood were installed. And they were already old when the first pharaoh built his first pyramid, and the earliest texts record them in broken and strange form. 100 other gods ruled in Egypt, just as they rule in all lands. But the worship of the mother and father and those who drink the blood remained secret and powerful, a cult to which the devoted went to hear the silent voices of the gods, to dream their dreams. We are not told who were the first fledglings of the mother and father. We know only that they spread the religion to the islands of the Great Sea, and to the lands of the two rivers, and to the north woods. That in shrines everywhere the moon god ruled and drank his blood sacrifices, and used his powers to look into the hearts of men. During the periods between sacrifice, in starvation, the god's mind could leave his body. It could travel the heavens. He could learn 1,000 things. And those mortals of the greatest purity of heart could come to the shrine and hear the voice of the god, and he could hear them. But even before my time, 1,000 years ago, this was all an old and incoherent story. The gods of the moon had ruled in Egypt for maybe 3,000 years, and the religion had been attacked again and again. When the Egyptian priests turned to the sun god Amun-Ra, they opened the crypts of the moon god and let the sun burn him to cinders, and many of our kind were destroyed. The same happened when the first rude warriors rode down into Greece and broke open the sanctuaries and killed what they did not understand. Now the babbling oracle of Delphi rules where we once ruled, and statues stand where we once stood. Our last hour is enjoyed in the north woods whence you came, among those who still drench our altars with the blood of the evildoer, and in the small villages of Egypt where 1 or 2 priests tend the god in the crypt, and allow the faithful to bring to him the evildoers, for they cannot take the innocent without arousing suspicion. And of evildoers and outsiders there are always some to be had. And down in the jungles of Africa, near the ruins of old cities that no one remembers, there too we are still obeyed. But our history is punctuated by tales of rogues, the drinkers of the blood who look to no goddess for guidance and have always used their powers as they chose. In Rome they live, in Athens, in all cities of the empire, these who hearken to no laws of right and wrong and use their powers for their own ends. And they died horribly in the heat and the flame, just as did the gods in the groves and the sanctuaries, and if any have survived, they probably do not even guess why they were subjected to the killing flame, of how the mother and the father were put into the sun. He had stopped. He was studying my reaction. The library was quiet, and if the others prowled behind the walls, I couldn't hear them anymore. "I don't believe a word of it," I said. He stared at me in stupefied silence for a moment, and then he laughed and laughed. In a rage, I left the library and went out through the temple rooms and up through the tunnel and out into the street. Chapter 11. This was very uncharacteristic of me, to leave in a temper, to break off abruptly and depart. I had never done that sort of thing when I was a mortal man. But as I've said, I was on the edge of madness, the first madness many of us suffer, especially those who have been brought into this by force. I went back to my little house near the great library of Alexandria, and I lay down on my bed as if I could really let myself fall asleep there and escape from this thing. "Idiot nonsense," I murmured to myself. But the more I thought about the story, the more it made sense. It made sense that something was in my blood, impelling me to drink more blood. It made sense that it heightened all sensations, that it kept my body, a mere imitation now of a human body, functioning, when it should have come to a stop. And it made sense that this thing had no mind of its own, but was nevertheless a power, an organization of force with a desire to live all its own. And then it even made sense that we could all be connected to the mother and the father, because this thing was spiritual and had no bodily limits except the limits of the individual bodies in which it had gained control. It was the vine, this thing, and we were the flowers, scattered over great distances, but connected by the twining tendrils that could reach all over the world. And this was why we gods could hear each other so well, why I could know the others were in Alexandria, even before they called to me. It was why they could come and find me in my house, why they could lead me to the secret door. All right. Maybe it was true. And it was an accident, this melding of an unnamed force and a human body and mind to make the new thing, as the elder had said. But still, I didn't like it. I revolted against all of it because if I was anything, I was an individual, a particular being with a strong sense of my own rights and prerogatives. I could not realize that I was host to an alien entity. I was still Marius, no matter what had been done to me. I was left finally with one thought, and one thought only. If I was connected to this mother and father, then I must see them, and I must know that they were safe. I could not live with the thought that I could die at any moment on account of some alchemy I could neither control nor understand. But I didn't return to the underground temple. I spent the next few nights feasting on blood until my miserable thoughts were drowned in it. And then in the early hours I roamed the great library of Alexandria, reading as I had always done. Some of the madness dissolved in me. I stopped longing for my mortal family. I stopped being angry at that cursed thing in the cellar temple, and I thought rather of this new strength I possessed. I would live for centuries. I would know the answers to all kinds of questions. I would be the continual awareness of things as time passed. And as long as I slew only the evildoer, I could endure my bloodthirst, revel in it, in fact.
And when the appropriate time came, I would make my companions, and make them well. Now what remained? Go back to the elder and find out where he had put the mother and the father, and see these creatures for myself. And do the very thing the elder had threatened, sink them so deep into the earth that no mortal could ever find them and expose them to the light. Easy to think about this. Easy to imagine them as so simply dispatched. 5 nights after I'd left the elder, when all these thoughts had had time to develop in me, I lay resting in my bedroom with the lamp shining through the sheer bed curtains as before. In filtered and golden light, I listened to the sounds of sleeping Alexandria, and slipped into thin and glittering waking dreams. I wondered if the elder would come to me again, disappointed that I had not returned. And as the thought came clear to me, I realized that someone was standing in the doorway again. Someone was watching me. I could feel it. To see this person I had but to turn my head, and then I would have the upper hand with the elder. I would say, "So you've come out of loneliness and disillusionment, and now you want to tell me more, do you? Why don't you go back and sit in silence to wound your wraith-like companions, the Brotherhood of the Cinders?" Of course I wouldn't say such a thing to him, but I wasn't above thinking about it and letting him, if he was the one in the doorway, hear these thoughts. The one who was there did not go away. And slowly I turned my eyes in the direction of the door, and it was a woman I saw standing there. And not merely a woman, but a magnificent, bronze-skinned Egyptian woman, as artfully bejeweled and dressed as the old queens, in fine pleated linen, with her black hair down to her shoulders and braided with strands of gold. An immense force emanated from her, an invisible and commanding sense of her presence, her occupation of this small and insignificant room. I sat up and moved back the curtains, and the lamps in the room went out. I saw the smoke rising from them in the dark grey wisps like snakes coiling towards the ceiling and then gone. She was still there, the remaining light defining her expressionless face, sparkling on the jewels around her neck and in her large almond-shaped eyes. And silently she said, "Marius, take us out of Egypt." And then she was gone. My heart was knocking in me uncontrollably. I went into the garden looking for her. I leapt over the wall and stood alone, listening in the empty, unpaved street. I started to run towards the old section where I had found the door. I meant to get into the underground temple and find the elder and tell him that he must take me to her. I had seen her. She had moved. She had spoken. She had come to me. I was delirious. But when I reached the door, I knew that I didn't have to go down. I knew that if I went out of the city, into the sands, I could find her. She was already leading me to where she was. In the hour that followed, I was to remember the strength and the speed I'd known in the forests of Gaul and had not used since. I went out from the city to where the stars provided the only light, and I walked until I came to a ruined temple, and there I began to dig in the sand. It would have taken a band of mortals several hours to discover the trap door, but I found it quickly, and I was able to lift it, which mortals couldn't have done. The twisting stairs and corridors I followed were not illuminated, and I cursed myself for not bringing a candle, for being so swept off my feet by the sight of her that I had rushed after her as if I were in love. "Help me, Akasha," I whispered. I put my hands out in front of me and tried not to feel mortal fear of the blackness in which I was as blind as an ordinary man. My hands touched something hard before me.
and I rested, catching my breath, trying to command myself. Then my hands moved on the thing, and felt what seemed the chest of a human statue, its shoulders, its arms. But this was no statue, this thing. This thing was made of something more resilient than stone. And when my hand found the face, the lips proved just a little softer than all the rest of it. And I drew back. I could hear my heart beat. I could feel the sheer humiliation of cowardice. I didn't dare say the name Akasha. I knew that this thing I had touched had a man's form. It was Enkil. I closed my eyes, trying to gather my wits, form some plan of action that didn't include turning and running like a madman, and I heard a dry, crackling sound, and against my closed lids saw fire. When I opened my eyes, I saw a blazing torch on the wall beyond him, and his dark outline looming before me, and his eyes animate, and looking at me without question, the black pupils swimming in a dull grey light. He was otherwise lifeless, hands limp at his sides. He was ornamented as she had been, and he wore the glorified dress of the pharaoh, and his hair too was plaited with gold. His skin was bronze all over, as hers had been, enhanced, as the elder had said, and he was the incarnation of menace, in his stillness, as he stood staring at me. In the barren chamber behind him, she sat on a stone shelf, with her head at an angle, her arms dangling as if she were a lifeless body flung there. Her linen was smeared with sand, her sandaled feet caked with it, and her eyes were vacant and staring. Perfect attitude of death. And he, like a stone sentinel in a royal tomb, blocked my path. I could hear no more from either of them than you heard from them when I took you down to the chamber here on the island, and I thought I might expire on the spot from fear. Yet there was the sand on her feet, and on her linen. She'd come to me. She had. But someone had come into the corridor behind me. Someone was shuffling along the passage, and when I turned I saw one of the burnt ones. A mere skeleton, this one, with black gums showing and the fangs cutting into the shiny black raisin skin of his lower lip. I swallowed a gasp at the sight of him, his bony limbs, feet splayed, arms jiggling with every step. He was ploughing towards us, but he did not seem to see me. He put his hands up and shoved at Enkil. "No, no, back into the chamber," he whispered in a low, crackling voice. "No, no," and each syllable seemed to take all he had. His withered arms shoved at the figure. He couldn't budge it. "Help me," he said to me. "They have moved. Why did they move? Make them go back. The further they move, the harder it is to get them back." I stared at Enkil, and I felt the horror that you felt, to see this statue with life in it, seemingly unable or unwilling to move. And as I watched, the spectacle grew even more horrible, because the blackened wraith was now screaming and scratching at Enkil, unable to do anything with him. And the sight of this thing that should have been dead, wearing itself out like this, and this other thing that looked so perfectly godlike and magnificent, just standing there, was more than I could bear. "Help me," the thing said. "Get him back into the chamber. Get them back where they must remain." How could I do this? How could I lay hands on this being? How could I presume to push him where he did not wish to go? "They will be all right if you help me," the thing said. "They will be together, and they will be at peace. Push on him. Do it. Push. Oh, look at her. What's happened to her? Look." "All right, damn it," I whispered, and overcome with shame I tried. I laid my hands again on Enkil, and I pushed at him, but it was impossible. My strength meant nothing here, and the burnt one became all the more irritating with his useless ranting and shoving. But then he gasped and cackled and threw his skeletal arms up in the air and backed up. "What's the matter with you?" I said, trying not to scream and run. But I saw, soon enough. Akasha had appeared behind Enkil. She was standing directly behind him and looking at me over his shoulder, and I saw her fingertips come round his muscular arms. Her eyes were as empty in their glazed beauty as they had been before, but she was making him move. And now came the spectacle of these two things walking of their own volition, he backing up slowly, feet barely leaving the ground, and she shielded by him, so that I saw only her hands and the top of her head and her eyes. I blinked, trying to clear my head. They were sitting on the shelf again, together, and they had lapsed into the same posture in which you saw them downstairs on this island tonight. The burnt creature was near to collapse. He had gone down on his knees, and he didn't have to explain to me why. He had found them many a time in different positions, but he had never witnessed their movement, and he had never seen her as she had been before. I was bursting with the knowledge of why she had been as she was before. She had come to me. But there was a point at which my pride and exhilaration gave way to what it should have been. Overwhelming awe, and finally grief. I started to cry. I started to cry uncontrollably, as I had not cried since I had been with the old god in the grove, and my death had occurred, and this curse, this great, luminous, and powerful curse, had descended on me. I cried as you cried when you first saw them. I cried for their stillness and their isolation, and this horrible little place in which they stared forward at nothing or sat in darkness while Egypt died above. The goddess, the mother, the thing, whatever she was, the mindless and silent or helpless progenitor, was looking at me. Surely it wasn't an illusion. Her great glossy eyes with their black fringe of lashes were fixed upon me. And there came her voice again. But it had nothing of its old power. It was merely the thought, quite beyond language, inside my head. "Take us out of Egypt, Marius. The elder means to destroy us. Guard us, Marius, or we perish here."
"Did they want blood?" the burnt one cried. "Did they move because they would have sacrifice?" the dried one begged.
"Go get them a sacrifice," I said.
"I cannot now. I haven't the strength, and they won't give their healing blood to me. Would they but allow me a few drops, my burnt flesh might restore itself. The blood in me would be replenished, and I should bring them glorious sacrifices."
But there was an element of dishonesty in this little speech, because they didn't desire glorious sacrifices any more. "Try again to drink their blood," I said. And this was horribly selfish of me. I just wanted to see what would happen. Yet to my humiliation he did approach them, bent over and weeping, begging them to give their powerful blood, their old blood, so that his burns might heal faster, saying that he was innocent. He had not put them in the sand. It had been the elder. Please, please, would they let him drink from the original fount? And then ravenous hunger consumed him, and convulsing, he distended his fangs as a cobra might, and he shot forward, his black claws out to the neck of Enkil. Enkil's arm rose, as the elder said it would, and it flung the burnt one across the chamber on his back before it returned to its proper place. The burnt one was sobbing, and I was even more ashamed. The burnt one was too weak to hunt for victims or bring victims. I had urged him on to this, to see it. And the gloom of this place, the gritty sand on the floor, the barrenness, the stink of the torch, and the ugly sight of the burnt one writhing and crying, all this was dispiriting beyond words. "Then drink from me," I said, shuddering at the sight of him, the fangs distended again, the hands out to grasp me. But it was the least I could do. Chapter 12. As soon as I was done with that creature, I ordered him to let no one enter the crypt. How the hell he was supposed to keep anyone out I couldn't imagine, but I told him this with tremendous authority, and I hurried away. I went back into Alexandria, and I broke into a shop that sold antique things, and I stole 2 fine painted and gold-plated mummy cases, and I took a great deal of linen for wrapping, and I went back to the desert crypt. My courage and my fear were at their peak. As often happens when we give the blood or take it from another of our kind, I had seen things, dreamed things, as it were, when the burnt one had his teeth in my throat. And what I had seen and dreamed had to do with Egypt, the age of Egypt. The fact that for 4,000 years this land had known little change in language, religion, or art. And for the first time this was understandable to me, and it put me in profound sympathy with the mother and the father as relics of this country, as surely as the pyramids were relics. It intensified my curiosity and made it something more akin to devotion. Though, to be honest, I would have stolen the mother and the father just in order to survive. This new knowledge, this new infatuation, inspired me, as I approached Akasha and Enkil, to put them in the wooden mummy cases, knowing full well that Akasha would allow it, and that one blow from Enkil could probably crush my skull. But Enkil yielded as well as Akasha. They allowed me to wrap them in linen, to make mummies of them, and to place them into the shapely wooden coffins which bore the painted faces of others and the endless hieroglyph instructions for the dead, and to take them with me into Alexandria, which I did. I left the wraith being in a terrible state of agitation as I went off dragging a mummy case under each arm. When I reached the city, I hired men to carry these coffins properly to my house, out of a sense of fittingness, and then I buried them deep beneath the garden, explaining to Akasha and Enkil all the while aloud that their stay in the earth would not be long. I was in terror to leave them the next night. I hunted and killed within yards of my own garden gate. And then I sent my slaves to purchase horses and a wagon for me, and to make preparations for a journey around the coast to Antioch on the Orontes River, a city I knew and loved, and in which I felt I would be safe. As I feared, the elder soon appeared. I was actually waiting for him in the shadowy bedroom, seated on my couch like a Roman, one lamp beside me, an old copy of some Roman poem in my hand. I wondered if he would sense the location of Akasha and Enkil, and deliberately imagined false things, that I had shut them up in the Great Pyramid itself. I still dreamed the dream of Egypt that had come to me from the Burnt One, a land in which the laws and the beliefs had remained the same for longer than we could imagine, a land that had known the picture-writing and the pyramids and the myths of Osiris and Isis when Greece had been in darkness and when there was no Rome. I saw the river Nile overflowing her banks. I saw the mountains on either side which created the valley. I saw time with a wholly different idea of it. And it was not merely the dream of the Burnt One. It was all I had ever seen or known in Egypt, a sense of things beginning there, which I had learned from books long before I had become the child of the mother and the father whom I meant now to take. "What makes you think that we would entrust them to you?" the elder said as soon as he appeared in the doorway. He appeared enormous, As girded only in the short linen kilt, he walked around my room. The lamplight shone on his bald head, his round face, his bulging eyes. "How dare you take the mother and the father? What have you done with them?" he said. "It was you who put them in the sun," I answered. "You who sought to destroy them. You were the one who didn't believe the old story. You were the guardian of the mother and the father, and you lied to me. You brought about the death of our kind from one end of the world to the other. You lied to me." He was dumbfounded. He thought me proud and impossible beyond words. So did I. But so what? He had the power to burn me to ashes if and when he burnt the mother and the father, and she had come to me. To me. "I did not know what would happen," he said now, his veins cording against his forehead, his fists clenched. He looked like a great, bald Nubian as he tried to intimidate me. "I swear to you by all that is sacred, I didn't know. And you cannot know what it means to keep them, to look at them year after year, decade after decade, century after century, and know that they could speak, they could move, and they will not." I had no sympathy for him and what he said. He was merely an enigmatic figure poised in the center of this small room in Alexandria, railing at me of sufferings beyond the imagination. How could I sympathize with him? "I inherited them," he said. "They were given to me. What was I to do?" he declared. "And I must contend with their punishing silence, their refusal to direct the tribe they had loosed into the world. And why came this silence? Vengeance, I tell you. Vengeance on us. But for what? Who exists who can remember back 1,000 years now? No one. Who understands all these things? The old gods go into the sun, into the fire, or they meet with obliteration through violence, or they bury themselves in the deepest earth, never to rise again. But the mother and the father go on forever, and they do not speak. Why don't they bury themselves where no harm can come to them? Why do they simply watch and listen and refuse to speak? Only when one tries to take Akasha from Enkil does he move, does he strike out, and then batter down his foes as if he were a stone colossus come to life. I tell you, when I put them in the sand, they did not try to save themselves. They stood facing the river as I ran." "You did it to see what would happen, if it would make them move." "To free myself. To say, I will keep you no longer. Move! Speak! To see if it was true, the old story, and if it was true, then let us all die in flames." He had exhausted himself. In a feeble voice he said finally, "You cannot take the mother and the father. How could you think that I would allow you to do this? You who might not last out the century, you who ran from the obligations of the grove. You don't really know what the mother and the father are. You have heard more than one lie from me." "I have something to tell you," I said. "You are free now. You know that we're not gods, and we're not men either. We don't serve the Mother Earth because we do not eat her fruits, and we do not naturally descend to her embrace. We are not of her. And I leave Egypt without further obligation to you, and I take them with me because it is what they have asked me to do, and I will not suffer them or me to be destroyed." He was again dumbfounded. How had they asked me? But he couldn't find words. He was so angry, and so full of hatred suddenly, and so full of dark, wrathful secrets that I could not even glimpse. He had a mind as educated as mine, this one, but he knew things about our powers that I didn't guess. I had never slain a man when I was mortal. I did not know how to kill any living thing, save in the tender and remorseless need for blood. He knew how to use his supernatural strength. He closed his eyes to slits, and his body hardened. Danger radiated from him. He approached me, and his intentions went before him, and in an instant I had risen off my couch, and I was trying to ward off his blows. He had me by the throat, and he threw me against the stone wall so that the bones of my shoulder and right arm were crushed. In a moment of exquisite pain, I knew he would dash my head against the stone and crush all my limbs, and then he would pour the oil of the lamp over me and burn me, and I would be gone out of his private eternity as if I had never known these secrets or dared to intrude. I fought as I never could have before. But my battered arm was a riot of pain, and his strength was to me what mine would be to you. But instead of clawing at his hands as they locked round my throat, instead of trying to free my throat as was instinctive, I shot my thumbs into his eyes. Though my arm blazed with pain, I used all my strength to push his eyes backwards into his head. He let go of me, and he wailed. Blood was pouring down his face. I ran clear of him and towards the garden door. I still could not breathe from the damage he'd done to my throat, and as I clutched at my dangling arm, I saw things out of the corner of my eye that confused me. A great spray of earth flying up from the garden, the air dense as if with smoke. I bumped the door frame, losing my balance as if a wind had moved me, and glancing back I saw him coming on, eyes still glittering, though from deep inside his head. He was cursing me in Egyptian. He was saying that I should go into the nether world with the demons unmourned. And then his face froze in a mask of fear. He stopped in his tracks and looked almost comical in his alarm. Then I saw what he saw, the figure of Akasha, who moved past me to my right. The linen wrapping had been ripped from around her head, and her arms were torn free, and she was covered with the sandy earth. Her eyes had the same expressionless stare they always had, and she bore down on him slowly, drawing ever closer because he could not move to save himself. He went down on his knees, babbling to her in Egyptian, first with a tone of astonishment, and then with incoherent fright. Still she came on, tracking the sand after her, the linen falling off her as each slow, sliding step ruptured the wrappings more violently. He turned away and fell forward on his hands and started to crawl, as if by some unseen force she prevented him from rising to his feet. Surely that was what she was doing, because he lay prone finally, his elbows jutting up, unable to move himself. Quietly and slowly she stepped on the back of his right knee, crushing it flat beneath her foot, the blood squirting from under her heel. And with the next step she crushed his pelvis just as flat, while he roared like a dumb beast, the blood gushing from his mangled parts. Then came her next step down upon his shoulder, and the next upon his head, which exploded beneath her weight as if it had been an acorn. The roaring ceased. The blood spurted from all his remains as they twitched. Turning, she revealed to me no change in expression, signifying nothing of what had happened to him, indifferent even to the lone and horrified witness who shrank back against the wall. She walked back and forth over his remains with the same slow and effortless gait, and crushed the last of him utterly. What was left was not even the outline of a man, but mere blood-soaked pulp upon the floor. And yet it glittered, bubbled, seemed to swell and contract as if there were still life in it. I was petrified, knowing that there was life in it, that this was what immortality could mean. But she had come to a stop, and she turned to her left so slowly it seemed the revolution of a statue on a chain, and her hand rose, and the lamp beside the couch rose in the air and fell down upon the bloody mass, the flame quickly igniting the oil as it spilled. Like grease he went up, flames dancing from one end of the dark mass to the other, the blood seeming to feed the fire, the smoke acrid, but only with the stench of the oil. I was on my knees with my head against the side of the doorway. I was as near to losing consciousness from shock as I have ever been. I watched him burn to nothing. I watched her standing there, beyond the flames, her bronze face giving forth not the slightest sign of intelligence or triumph or will. I held my breath, expecting her eyes to move to me. But they didn't. And as the moment lengthened, as the fire died, I realized that she had ceased to move. She had returned to the state of absolute silence and stillness that all the others had come to expect of her. The room was dark now. The fire had gone out. The smell of burning oil sickened me. She looked like an Egyptian ghost in her torn wrappings, poised there before the glittering embers, the gilded furnishings glinting in the light from the sky, bearing for all their Roman craftsmanship some resemblance to the elaborate and delicate furnishings of a royal burial chamber. I rose to my feet, and the pain in my shoulder and in my arm throbbed. I could feel the blood rushing to heal it, but the damage was considerable. I did not know how long I would have this. I did know, of course, that if I were to drink from her, the healing would be much faster, perhaps instantaneous, and we could start our journey out of Alexandria tonight. I could take her far, far away from Egypt. Then I realized that she was telling me this. The words far, far away were breathed in by me sensuously. And I answered her, I have been all through the world, and I will take you to safe places. But then again, perhaps this dialogue was all my doing, and the soft, yielding sensation of love for her was my doing. And I was going completely mad, knowing this nightmare would never, never end except in fire such as that no natural old age or death would ever quiet my fears and dull my pains as I had once expected it to do. It ceased to matter. What mattered was that I was alone with her, and in this darkness she might have been a human woman standing there, a young god-woman full of vitality and full of lovely language and ideas and dreams. I moved closer to her, and it seemed then that she was this pliant and yielding creature, and some knowledge of her was inside me, waiting to be remembered, waiting to be enjoyed. Yet I was afraid. She could do to me what she had done to the elder. But that was absurd. She would not. I was her guardian now. She would never let anyone hurt me. No. I was to understand that. And I came closer and closer to her, until my lips were almost at her bronze throat. And it was decided when I felt the firm, cold press of her hand on the back of my head. Chapter 13. I won't try to describe the ecstasy. You know it. You knew it when you took the blood from Magnus. You knew it when I gave you the blood in Cairo. You know it when you kill. And you know what it means when I say it was that, but 1,000 times that. I neither saw, nor heard, nor felt anything but absolute happiness, absolute satisfaction. Yet I was in other places, other rooms, from long ago, and voices were talking, and battles were being lost. Someone was crying in agony, someone was screaming in words I knew and didn't know. I do not understand, I do not understand. A great pool of darkness opened, and there came the invitation to fall, and to fall, and to fall. And she sighed and said, I can fight no longer. Then I awoke, and found myself lying on my couch. She was in the center of the room, still as before, and it was late in the night, and the city of Alexandria murmured around us in its sleep. I knew a multitude of other things. I knew so many things that it would have taken hours, if not nights, for me to learn them if they'd been confided in mortal words, and I had no inkling of how much time had passed. I knew that thousands of years ago there had been great battles among the drinkers of the blood, and many of them, after the first creation, had become ruthless and profane bringers of death. Unlike the benign lovers of the good mother who starved and then drank her sacrifices, these were death angels who could swoop down upon any victim at any moment, glorying in the conviction that they were part of the rhythm of all things, in which no individual human life matters, in which death and life are equal, and to them belonged suffering and slaughter as they chose to mete it out. And these terrible gods had their devoted worshippers among men, human slaves who brought victims to them, and quaked in fear of the moment when they themselves might fall to the gods' whim. Gods of this kind had ruled in ancient Babylon, and in Assyria, and in cities long forgotten, and in far-off India, and in countries beyond whose names I did not understand. And even now, as I sat, silent and stunned by these images, I understood that these gods had become part of the Oriental world, which was alien to the Roman world to which I'd been born. They were part of the world of the Persians, whose men were abject slaves to their king, while the Greeks who had fought them had been free men. No matter what our cruelties and our excesses, even the lowliest peasant had value to us. Life had value. And death was merely the end of life, something to be faced with bravery when honor left no choice. Death was not grand to us. In fact, I don't think death was anything really to us. It certainly was not a state preferable to life. And though these gods had been revealed to me by Akasha in all their grandeur and mystery, I found them appalling. I could not now or ever embrace them. And I knew that the philosophies that proceeded from them or justified them would never justify my killing, or give me consolation as a drinker of the blood. Mortal or immortal, I was of the West, and I loved the ideas of the West. And I should always be guilty of what I did. Nevertheless, I saw the power of these gods, their incomparable loveliness. They enjoyed a freedom I would never know, and I saw their contempt for all those who challenged them, and I saw them wearing in the pantheon of other countries their glittering crowns. And I saw them come to Egypt to steal the original and all-powerful blood of the father and the mother, and to ensure that the father and the mother did not burn themselves to bring an end to the reign of these dark and terrible gods, for whom all the good gods must be brought down. And I saw the mother and the father imprisoned. I saw them entombed with blocks of diorite and granite pressed against their very bodies in an underground crypt, only their heads and their necks free. In this manner the dark gods could feed the mother and the father the human blood they could not resist, and take from their necks the powerful blood against their will, and all the dark gods of the world came to drink from this oldest of founts. The father and the mother screamed in torment. They begged to be released. But this meant nothing to the dark gods, who relished such agony, who drank it as they drank human blood. The dark gods wore human skulls dangling from their girdles. Their garments were dyed with human blood. The mother and the father refused sacrifice, but this only increased their helplessness. They did not take the very thing that might have given them the strength to move the stones and to affect objects by mere thought. Nevertheless, their strength increased. Years and years of this torment, and wars among the gods, wars among the sects that held to life and those who held to death. Years beyond counting, until finally the mother and the father became silent, and there were none in existence who could even remember a time when they begged or fought or talked. Years came when nobody could remember who had imprisoned the mother and the father, or why the mother and the father must not ever be let out. Some did not believe that the mother and the father were even the originals, or that their immolation would harm anyone else. It was just an old tale. And all the while Egypt was Egypt, and its religion, uncorrupted by outsiders, finally moved on towards the belief in conscience, the judgment after death of all beings, be they rich or poor, the belief in goodness on earth and life after death. And then the night came when the mother and the father were found free of their prison, and those who tended them realized that only they could have moved the stones. In silence, their strength had grown beyond all reckoning. Yet they were as statues, embracing each other in the middle of the dirty and darkened chamber where for centuries they had been kept. Naked and shimmering they were, all their clothing having long ago rotted away. If and when they drank from the victims offered, they moved with the sluggishness of reptiles in winter, as though time had taken on an altogether different meaning for them, and years were as nights to them, and centuries as years. And the ancient religion was strong as ever, not of the East, and not really of the West. The drinkers of the blood remained good symbols, the luminous image of life in the afterworld, which even the lowliest Egyptian soul might come to enjoy. Sacrifice could only be the evildoer in these later times, and by this means the gods drew the evil out of the people and protected the people, and the silent voice of the god consoled the weak, telling the truths learned by the god in starvation, that the world was full of abiding beauty, that no soul here is really alone. The mother and the father were kept in the loveliest of all shrines, and all the gods came to them and took from them, with their will, droplets of their precious blood. But then the impossible was happening. Egypt was reaching its finish. Things thought to be unchangeable were about to be utterly changed. Alexander had come. The Ptolemies were the rulers, Caesar and Antony, all rude and strange protagonists of the drama which was simply the end of all this. And finally, the dark and cynical elder, the wicked one, the disappointed one, who put the mother and the father in the sun. I got up off the couch, and I stood in this room in Alexandria, looking at the motionless and staring figure of Akasha, and the soiled linen hanging from her seemed an insult. And my head swam with old poetry, and I was overcome with love. There was no more pain in my body from the battle with the elder. The bones were restored. And I went down on my knees, and I kissed the fingers of the right hand that hung at Akasha's side. I looked up, and I saw her looking down at me, her head tilted, and the strangest look passed over her. It seemed as pure in its suffering as the happiness I had just known. Then her head, very slowly, inhumanly slowly, returned to its position of facing forward, and I knew in that instant that I had seen and known things that the elder had never known. As I wrapped her body again in linen, I was in a trance. More than ever I felt the mandate to take care of her and Enkil, and the horror of the elder's death was flashing before me every second, and the blood she had given me had increased my exhilaration as well as my physical strength. And as I prepared to leave Alexandria, I suppose I dreamed of waking Enkil and Akasha, that in the years to come they would recover all the vitality stolen from them, and we would know each other in such intimate and astonishing ways that these dreams of knowledge and experience given me in the blood would pale. My slaves had long ago come back with the horses and the wagons for our journey, with the stone sarcophagi and the chains and locks I had told them to procure. They waited outside the walls. I placed the mummy cases with the mother and the father in the sarcophagi side by side in the wagon, and I covered them with locks and chains and heavy blankets, and we set out, heading towards the door to the underground temple of the gods on our way to the city gates. When I reached the door, I left my slaves with firm orders to give a loud alarm if anyone approached, and then I took a leather sack and went down into the temple and into the library of the elder, and I put all the scrolls I could find into the sack. I stole every bit of portable writing that was in the place. I wished I could have taken the writing off the walls. There were others in the chambers, but they were too terrified to come out. Of course they knew I had stolen the mother and the father, and they probably knew of the elder's death. It didn't matter to me. I was getting out of old Egypt, and I had the source of all our power with me, and I was young, and foolish, and inflamed. When I finally reached Antioch, on the Orontes, a great and wonderful city that rivaled Rome in population and wealth, I read these old papyri, and they told of all the things Akasha had revealed to me. And she and Enkil had the first of many chapels I would build for them all over Asia and Europe. And they knew that I would always care for them, and I knew that they would let no harm come to me. Many centuries after, when I was set afire in Venice by the band of the Children of Darkness, I was too far from Akasha for rescue, or again she would have come. And when I did reach the sanctuary, knowing full well the agony that the burnt gods had known, I drank of her blood until I was healed. But by the end of the 1st century of keeping them in Antioch, I had despaired that they would ever come to life, as it were. Their silence and stillness was almost continuous, as it is now. Only the skin changed dramatically with the passing years, losing the damage of the sun until it was like alabaster again. But by the time I realized all this, I was powerfully engaged in watching the goings-on of the city and the changing of the times. I was madly in love with a beautiful, brown-haired Greek courtesan named Pandora, with the loveliest arms I have ever beheld on a human being, who knew what I was from the first moment she set eyes on me, and bided her time, enchanting me and dazzling me until I was ready to bring her over into the magic, at which time she was allowed the blood from Akasha, and became one of the most powerful supernatural creatures I have ever known. 200 years I lived and fought and loved with Pandora, but that is another tale. There are a million tales I could tell of the centuries I have lived since then, of my journeys from Antioch to Constantinople, back to Alexandria, and on to India, and then to Italy again, and from Venice to the bitter cold highlands of Scotland, and then to this island in the Aegean where we are now. I could tell you of the tiny changes in Akasha and Enkil over the years, of the puzzling things they do, and the mysteries they leave unsolved. Perhaps some night in the far distant future, when you've returned to me, I'll talk of the other immortals I've known, those who were made as I was made, by the last of the gods who survived in various lands, some the servants of the Mother, and others of the terrible gods out of the East. I could tell you how Mael, my poor druid priest, finally drank from a wounded god himself, and in one instant lost all his belief in the old religion, going on to become as enduring and dangerous a rogue immortal as any of us. I could tell you how the legends of those who must be kept spread through the world, and of the times other immortals have tried to take them from me, out of pride or sheer destructiveness, wanting to put an end to us all. I will tell you of my loneliness, of the others I made, and how they met their ends, of how I have gone down into the earth with those who must be kept, and risen again, thanks to their blood, to live several mortal lifetimes before burying myself again. I will tell you of the other truly eternal ones, whom I meet only now and then, of the last time I saw Pandora in the city of Dresden, in the company of a powerful and vicious vampire from India, and of how we quarreled and separated, and of how I discovered too late her letter begging me to meet her in Moscow, a fragile piece of writing that had fallen to the bottom of a cluttered traveling case. Too many things. Too many stories, stories with and without lessons. But I have told you the most important things. How I came into possession of those who must be kept, and who we really were. What is crucial now is that you understand this. As the Roman Empire came to its close, all the old gods of the pagan world were seen as demons by the Christians who rose. It was useless to tell them, as the centuries passed, that their Christ was but another god of the wood, dying and rising, as Dionysus or Osiris had done before him, and that the Virgin Mary was in fact the Good Mother again enshrined. Theirs was a new age of belief and conviction, and in it we became devils, detached from what they believed, as old knowledge was forgotten or misunderstood. But this had to happen. Human sacrifice had been a horror to the Greeks and Romans. I had thought it ghastly that the Keltoi burned for the god their evildoers in the wicker colossi, as I described. And so it was to the Christians. So how could we, gods who fed upon human blood, have been seen as good? But the real perversion of us was accomplished when the children of darkness came to believe they served the Christian devil, and like the terrible gods of the East, they tried to give value to evil, to believe in its power in the scheme of things, to give it a just place in the world. Hearken to me when I say, there has never been a just place for evil in the Western world. There has never been an easy accommodation of death. No matter how violent have been the centuries since the fall of Rome, no matter how terrible the wars, the persecutions, the injustices, the value placed upon human life has only increased. Even as the Church erected statues and pictures of her bloody Christ and her bloody martyrs, she held the belief that these deaths, so well used by the faithful, could only have come at the hands of enemies, not God's own priests. It is the belief in the value of human life that has caused the torture chambers and the stake and the more ghastly means of execution to be abandoned all over Europe in this time, and it is the belief in the value of human life that carries man now out of the monarchy into the republics of America and France. And now we stand again on the cusp of an atheistic age, an age where the Christian faith is losing its hold, as paganism once lost its hold, and the new humanism, the belief in man and his accomplishments and his rights, is more powerful than ever before. Of course, we cannot know what will happen as the old religion thoroughly dies out. Christianity rose on the ashes of paganism only to carry forth the old worship in new form. Maybe a new religion will rise now. Maybe without it, man will crumble in cynicism and selfishness, because he really needs his gods. But maybe something more wonderful will take place. The world will truly move forward, past all gods and goddesses, past all devils and angels. And in such a world, Lestat, we will have less of a place than we have ever had. All the stories I have told you are finally as useless as all ancient knowledge is to man and to us. Its images and its poetry can be beautiful. It can make us shiver with the recognition of things we have always suspected or felt. It can draw us back to times when the earth was new to man and wondrous. But always we come back to the way the earth is now. And in this world, the vampire is only a dark god. He is a child of darkness. He can't be anything else. And if he wields any lovely power upon the minds of men, it is only because the human imagination is a secret place of primitive memories and unconfessed desires. The mind of each man is a savage garden, to use your phrase, in which all manner of creatures rise and fall, and anthems are sung and things imagined that must finally be condemned and disavowed. Yet men love us when they come to know us. They love us even now. The Paris crowds love what they see on the stage of the Theatre of the Vampires, and those who have seen your like walking through the ballrooms of the world, the pale and deadly lord in the velvet cloak, have worshipped in their own way at your feet. They thrill at the possibility of immortality, at the possibility that a grand and beautiful being could be utterly evil, that he could feel and know all things, yet choose willfully to feed his dark appetite. Maybe they wish they could be that lusciously evil creature. How simple it all seems, and it is the simplicity of it that they want. But give them the dark gift, and only one in a multitude will not be as miserable as you are. What can I say, finally, that will not confirm your worst fears? I have lived over 1,800 years, and I tell you, life does not need us. I have never had a true purpose. We have no place.
This ends Disc 17. The Vampire Lestat, Disc 18.
Chapter 14. Marius paused. He looked away from me for the first time, and towards the sky beyond the windows, as if he were listening to island voices I couldn't hear. "I have a few more things to tell you," he said, "things which are important, though they are merely practical things." But he was distracted. "And there are promises," he said finally, "which I must exact." And he slipped into quiet, listening, his face too much like that of Akasha and Enkil. There were 1,000 questions I wanted to ask, but more significant perhaps, there were 1,000 statements of his I wanted to reiterate, as if I had to say them aloud to grasp them. If I talked, I wouldn't make very good sense. I sat back against the cool brocade of the winged chair with my hands together in the form of a steeple, and I just looked ahead of me, as if his tale were spread out there for me to read over, and I thought of the truth of his statements about good and evil, and how it might have horrified me and disappointed me had he tried to convince me of the rightness of the philosophy of the terrible gods of the East, that we could somehow glory in what we did. I, too, was a child of the West, and all my brief life I had struggled with the Western inability to accept evil or death. But underneath all these considerations lay the appalling fact that Marius could annihilate all of us by destroying Akasha and Enkill. Marius could kill every single one of us in existence if he were to burn Akasha and Enkill, and thereby get rid of an old and decrepit and useless form of evil in the world. Or so it seemed. And the horror of Akasha and Enkill themselves. What could I say to this? Except that I, too, had felt the first glimmer of what he once felt, that I could rouse them. I could make them speak again. I could make them move. Or more truly, I had felt when I saw them that someone should and could do it. Someone could end their open-eyed sleep. And what would they be if they ever walked and talked again? Ancient Egyptian monsters. What would they do? I saw the two possibilities as seductive suddenly, rousing them or destroying them. Both tempted the mind. I wanted to pierce them and commune with them, and yet I understood the irresistible madness of trying to destroy them, of going out in a blaze of light with them that would take all our doomed species with it. Both attitudes had to do with power, and some triumph over the passage of time. "Aren't you ever tempted to do it?" I asked, and my voice had pain in it. I wondered if down in their chapel they heard. He awakened from his listening and turned to me, and he shook his head. "No." "Even though you know better than anyone that we have no place?" Again he shook his head. "No." "I am immortal," he said. "Truly immortal. To be perfectly honest, I do not know what can kill me now, if anything. But that isn't the point. I want to go on. I do not even think of it. I am a continual awareness unto myself. The intelligence I longed for years and years ago when I was alive, and I'm in love as I've always been with the great progress of mankind. I want to see what will happen now that the world has come round again to questioning its gods. Why, I couldn't be persuaded now to close my eyes for any reason." I nodded in understanding. "But I don't suffer what you suffer," he said. "Even in the grove in northern France, when I was made into this, I was not young. I have been lonely since. I have known near madness, indescribable anguish. But I was never immortal and young. I have done over and over what you have yet to do, the thing that must take you away from me very, very soon." "Take me away? But I don't want—" "You have to go, Lestat," he said. "And very soon, as I said. You're not ready to remain here with me. This is one of the most important things I have left to tell you, and you must listen with the same attention with which you listen to the rest." "Marius, I can't imagine leaving now. I can't even—" I felt anger suddenly. Why had he brought me here to cast me out? And I remembered all Armand's admonitions to me. It is only with the old ones that we find communion, not with those we create. And I had found Marius. But these were mere words. They didn't touch the core of what I felt, the sudden misery and fear of separation. "Listen to me," he said gently. "Before I was taken by the Gauls, I had lived a good lifetime, as long as many a man in those days. And after I took those who must be kept out of Egypt, I lived again for years in Antioch as a rich Roman scholar might live. I had a house, slaves, and the love of Pandora. We had life in Antioch. We were watchers of all that passed. And having had that lifetime, I had the strength for others later on. I had the strength to become part of the world in Venice, as you know. I had the strength to rule on this island as I do. You, like many who go early into the fire or the sun, have had no real life at all. As a young man, you tasted real life for no more than 6 months in Paris. As a vampire, you have been a roamer, an outsider, haunting houses and other lives as you drifted from place to place. If you mean to survive, you must live out one complete lifetime as soon as you can, to forestall it, maybe to lose everything, to despair and to go into the earth again, never to rise, or worse. I want it. I understand, I said. And yet when they offered it to me in Paris to remain with the theatre, I couldn't do it. That was not the right place for you. Besides, the theatre of the vampires is a coven. It isn't the world any more than this island refuge of mine is the world, and too many horrors happen to you there. But in this new world wilderness to which you're headed, this barbaric little city called New Orleans, you may enter into the world as never before. You may take up residence there as a mortal, just as you tried to do so many times in your wanderings with Gabrielle. There will be no old covens to bother you, no rogues to try to strike you down out of fear. And when you make others, and you will out of loneliness make others, make and keep them as human as you can. Keep them close to you, as members of a family, not as members of a coven, and understand the age you live in, the decades you pass through. Understand the style of garment that adorns your body, the styles of dwellings in which you spend your leisure hours, the place in which you hunt. Understand what it means to feel the passage of time. Yes, and feel all the pain of seeing things die. All the things Armand advised against, of course. You are made to triumph over time, not to run from it. And you will suffer that you harbor the secret of your monstrosity, and you must kill. And maybe you will try to feast only on the evildoer to assuage your conscience, and you may succeed, or you may fail. But you can come very close to life, if you will only lock the secret within you. You are fashioned to be close to it, as you yourself once told the members of the old Paris coven. You are the imitation of a man. I want it, I do want it. Then do as I advise. And understand this also, in a real way, eternity is merely the living of one human lifetime after another. Of course, there may be long periods of retreat, times of slumber or of merely watching. But again and again we plunge into the stream, and we swim as long as we can, until time or tragedy brings us down, as they will do mortals. Will you do it again? Leave this retreat and plunge into the stream? Yes, definitely, when the right moment presents itself. When the world is so interesting again that I can't resist it. Then I'll walk city streets, I'll take a name, I'll do things. Then come now with me. Ah, painful echo of Armand, and of the vain plea from Gabrielle 10 years after. "It's a more tempting invitation than you know," he answered. "But I'd do you a great disservice if I came with you. I'd stand between you and the world. I couldn't help it." I shook my head and looked away, full of bitterness. "Do you want to continue?" he asked. "Or do you want Gabrielle's predictions to come true?" "I want to continue," I said. "Then you must go," he said. "A century from now, maybe less, we'll meet again. I won't be on this island. I will have taken those who must be kept to another place. But wherever I am, and wherever you are, I'll find you. And then I'll be the one who will not want you to leave me. I'll be the one who begs you to remain. I'll fall in love with your company, your conversation, the mere sight of you, your stamina and your recklessness, and your lack of belief in anything, all the things about you I already love rather too strongly." I could scarcely listen to this without breaking down. I wanted to beg him to let me remain. "Is it absolutely impossible now?" I asked. "Marius, can't you spare me this lifetime?" "Quite impossible," he said. "I can tell you stories forever, but they are no substitute for life. Believe me, I've tried to spare others. I've never succeeded. I can't teach what one lifetime can teach. I never should have taken Armand in his youth, and his centuries of folly and suffering are a penance to me even now. You did him a mercy, driving him into the Paris of this century, but I fear for him it is too late. Believe me, Lestat, when I say this has to happen. You must have that lifetime, for those who are robbed of it spin in dissatisfaction until they finally live it somewhere, or they are destroyed." "And what about Gabrielle?" "Gabrielle had her life. She had her death, almost. She has the strength to re-enter the world when she chooses, or to live on its fringes indefinitely." "And do you think she will ever re-enter?" "I don't know," he said. "Gabrielle defies my understanding. Not my experience. She's too like Pandora, but I never understood Pandora. The truth is most women are weak, be they mortal or immortal, but when they are strong, they are absolutely unpredictable." I shook my head. I closed my eyes for a moment. I didn't want to think of Gabrielle. Gabrielle was gone no matter what we said here. And I still could not accept that I had to go. This seemed an Eden to me. But I didn't argue any more. I knew he was resolute, and I also knew that he wouldn't force me. He'd let me start worrying about my mortal father, and he'd let me come to him and say I had to go. I had a few nights left. "Yes," he answered softly, "and there are other things I can tell you." I opened my eyes again. He was looking at me patiently, affectionately. I felt the ache of love as strongly as I'd ever felt it for Gabrielle. I felt the inevitable tears and did my best to suppress them. "You've learned a great deal from Armand," he said, his voice steady, as if to help me with this little silent struggle. "And you learned much more on your own, but there are still some things I might teach you." "Yes, please," I said. "Well, for one thing," he said, "your powers are extraordinary, but you can't expect those you make in the next 50 years to equal you or Gabrielle. Your second child didn't have half Gabrielle's strength, and later children will have even less. The blood I gave you will make some difference. If you drink from Akasha and Enkel, which you may choose not to do, that will make some difference too. But no matter, only so many children can be made by one in a century, and new offspring will be weak. However, this is not necessarily a bad thing. The rule of the old covens had wisdom in it, that strength should come with time. And then again there is the old truth. You might make titans or imbeciles. No one knows why or how. Whatever will happen, will happen. But choose your companions with care. Choose them because you like to look at them, and you like the sound of their voices, and they have profound secrets in them that you wish to know. In other words, choose them because you love them. Otherwise you will not be able to bear their company for very long. I understand, I said. Make them in love. Exactly. Make them in love. And make certain they have had some lifetime before you make them. And never, never make one as young as Armand. That is the worst crime I have ever committed against my own kind, the taking of the young boy-child Armand. But you didn't know the children of darkness would come when they did and separate him from you. No, but still I should have waited. It was loneliness that drove me to it, and Armand's helplessness that his mortal life was so completely in my hands. Remember, beware of that power, and the power you have over those who are dying. Loneliness is in us, and that sense of power can be as strong as the thirst for blood. If there were not an Enkill, there might be no Akasha, and if there were not an Akasha, then there would be no Enkill. Yes, and from everything you said, it seems Enkill covets Akasha. That Akasha is the one who now and then... Yes, that's true. His face became very somber suddenly, and his eyes had a confidential look in them, as if we were whispering to each other, and fearful another might hear. He waited for a moment as if thinking what to say. Who knows what Akasha might do if there were no Enkill to hold her, he whispered. And why do I pretend that he can't hear this, even when I think it? Why do I whisper? He can destroy me any time that he likes. Maybe Akasha is the only thing keeping him from it. But then what would become of them if he did away with me? Why did they let themselves be burnt by the sun? I asked. How can we know? Perhaps they knew it wouldn't hurt them. It would only hurt and punish those who had done it to them. Perhaps in the state they live in they are slow to realize what is going on outside them, and they did not have time to gather their forces, to wake from their dreams and save themselves. Maybe their movements, after it happened, the movements of Akasha I witnessed, were only possible because they had been awakened by the sun. And now they sleep again with their eyes open, and they dream again. And they do not even drink. What did you mean, if I choose to drink their blood? I asked. How could I not choose? That is something we have to think on, both of us, he said. And there is always the possibility that they won't allow you to drink. I shuddered, thinking of one of those arms striking out at me, knocking me 20 feet across the chapel, or perhaps right through the stone floor itself. She told you her name, Lestat, he said. I think she will let you drink. But if you take her blood, then you will be even more resilient than you are now. A few droplets will strengthen you, but if she gives you more than that, a full measure, hardly any force on earth can destroy you after that. You have to be certain you want it. Why wouldn't I want it? I said. Do you want to be burnt to a cinder and live on in agony? Do you want to be slashed with knives 1,000 times over, or shot through and through with guns, and yet live on? A shredded husk that cannot fend for itself? Believe me, Lestat, that can be a terrible thing. You could suffer the sun, even, and live through it, burnt beyond recognition. But won't I heal faster? Not necessarily. Not without another infusion of her blood in the wounded state. Time, with its constant measure of human victims, or the blood of old ones, these are the restoratives. But you may wish you had died. Think on this. Take your time. What would you do if you were I? I would drink from those who must be kept, of course. I would drink to be stronger, more nearly immortal. I would beseech Akasha on my knees to allow it, and then I would go into her arms. But it's easy to say these things. She has never struck out at me. She has never forbidden me, and I know that I want to live forever. I would endure the fire again. I would endure the sun, and all manner of suffering in order to go on. You may not be so sure that eternity is what you want. I want it, I said. I could pretend to think about it, pretend to be clever and wise as I weigh it, but what the hell? I wouldn't fool you, would I? You knew what I would say. He smiled. Then before you leave, we will go into the chapel and we will ask her, humbly, and we will see what she says. And for now, more answers? I asked. He gestured for me to ask. I've seen ghosts, I said. Seen the pesty demons you described. I've seen them possess mortals and dwellings. I know no more than you do. Most ghosts seem to be mere apparitions without knowledge that they are being watched. I have never spoken to a ghost, nor been addressed by one. As for the pesty demons, what can I add to Enkil's ancient explanation that they rage because they do not have bodies? But there are other immortals that are more interesting. What are they? There are at least 2 in Europe who do not and have never drunk blood. They can walk in the daylight as well as in the dark, and they have bodies, and they are very strong. They look exactly like men. There was one in ancient Egypt known as Ramses the Damned to the Egyptian court, though he was hardly damned as far as I can tell. His name was taken off all the royal monuments after he vanished. You know the Egyptians used to do that, obliterate the name as they sought to kill the being, and I don't know what happened to him. The old scrolls didn't tell. Armand spoke of him, I said. Armand told of legends that Ramses was an ancient vampire. He is not. But I didn't believe what I read of him till I'd seen the others with my own eyes, and again I have not communicated with them. I have only seen them, and they were terrified of me and fled. I fear them because they walk in the sun, and they are powerful and bloodless, and who knows what they might do. But you may live centuries and never see them. But how old are they? How long has it been? They are very old, probably as old as I am, I can't tell. They live as wealthy, powerful men. And possibly there are more of them. They may have some way of propagating themselves, I'm not sure. Pandora said once that there was a woman, too. But then Pandora and I couldn't agree upon anything about them. Pandora said they had been what we were, and they were ancient and had ceased to drink as the mother and the father have ceased to drink. I don't think they were ever what we are. They are something else, without blood. They don't reflect light as we do. They absorb it. They are just a shade darker than mortals, and they are dense and strong. You may never see them, but I tell you to warn you. You must never let them know where you lie. They can be more dangerous than humans. But are humans really dangerous? I found them so easy to deceive. Of course they're dangerous. Humans could wipe us out if they ever really understood about us. They could hunt us by day. Don't ever underestimate that single advantage. Again, the rules of the old covens have their wisdom. Never tell mortals about us. Never tell a mortal where you lie, or where any vampire lies. It is absolute folly to think you can control mortals. I nodded, though it was very hard for me to fear mortals. I never had. Even the Vampire Theatre in Paris, he cautioned, does not flaunt the simplest truths about us. It plays with folklore and illusions. Its audience is completely fooled. I realized this was true, and that even in her letters to me, Eleni always disguised her meanings and never used our full names. And something about this secrecy oppressed me, as it always had. But I was racking my brain, trying to discover if I'd ever seen the bloodless things. The truth was, I might have mistaken them for rogue vampires.
"There is one other thing I should tell you about supernatural beings," Marius said. "What is it?" "I am not certain of this, but I'll tell you what I think. I suspect that when we are burnt, when we are destroyed utterly, that we can come back again in another form. I don't speak of man now, of human reincarnation. I know nothing of the destiny of human souls. But we do live forever, and I think we come back." "What makes you say this?" I couldn't help but think of Nicola. "The same thing that makes mortals talk of reincarnation. There are those who claim to remember other lives. They come to us as mortals, claiming to know all about us, to have been one of us, and asking to be given the dark gift again. Pandora was one of these. She knew many things, and there was no explanation for her knowledge except perhaps that she imagined it, or drew it without realizing it out of my mind. That's a real possibility, that they are merely mortals with hearing that allows them to receive our undirected thoughts. Whatever the case, there are not many of them. If they were vampires, then surely they are only a few of those who have been destroyed. So the others perhaps do not have the strength to come back. Or they do not choose to do so. Who can know? Pandora was convinced she had died when the mother and the father had been put in the sun. Dear God, they are born again as mortals, and they want to be vampires again?" Marius smiled. "You're young, Lestat, and how you contradict yourself. What do you really think it would be like to be mortal again? Think on this when you set eyes on your mortal father." Silently I conceded the point. But what I had made of mortality in my imagination I didn't really want to lose. I wanted to go on grieving for my lost mortality, and I knew that my love of mortals was all bound up with my not being afraid of them. Marius looked away, distracted once more. The same perfect attitude of listening. And then his face became attentive to me again. "Lestat, we should have no more than 2 or 3 nights," he said sadly. "Marius," I whispered. I bit down on the words that wanted to spill out. My only consolation was the expression on his face, and it seemed now he had never looked even faintly inhuman. "You don't know how I want you to stay here," he said. "But life is out there, not here. When we meet again, I'll tell you more things, but you have all you need for now. You have to go to Louisiana and see your father to the finish of his life, and learn from that what you can. I've seen legions of mortals grow old and die. You've seen none. But believe me, my young friend, I want you desperately to remain with me. You don't know how much. I promise you that I will find you when the time comes." "But why can't I return to you? Why must you leave here?" "It's time," he said. "I've ruled too long over these people as it is. I arouse suspicions. And besides, Europeans are coming into these waters. Before I came here I was hidden in the buried city of Pompeii below Vesuvius, and mortals meddling and digging up those ruins drove me out. Now it's happening again. I must seek some other refuge, something more remote and more likely to remain so, and frankly I would never have brought you here if I planned to remain." "Why not?" "You know why not. I can't have you or anyone else know the location of those who must be kept. And that brings us now to something very important. The promises I must have from you." "Anything," I said. "But what could you possibly want that I could give?" "Simply this. You must never tell others the things that I have told you. Never tell of those who must be kept. Never tell the legends of the old gods. Never tell others that you have seen me." I nodded gravely. I had expected this, but I knew without even thinking that this might prove very hard indeed. "If you tell even one part," he said, another will follow, and with every telling of the secret of those who must be kept, you increase the danger of their discovery." "Yes," I said. "But the legends, our origins. What about those children that I make? Can't I tell them?" "No. As I told you, tell part and you will end up telling all. Besides, if these fledglings are children of the Christian God, if they are poisoned, as Nicola was, with the Christian notion of original sin and guilt, they will only be maddened and disappointed by these old tales. It will all be a horror to them that they cannot accept. Accidents, pagan gods they don't believe in, customs they cannot understand. One has to be ready for this knowledge, meager as it may be. Rather, listen hard to their questions, and tell them what you must to make them contented, and if you find you cannot lie to them, don't tell them anything at all. Try to make them strong, as godless men today are strong, but mark my words, the old legends, never. Those are mine, and mine alone to tell." "What will you do to me if I tell them?" I asked. This startled him. He lost his composure for almost a full second, and then he laughed. "You are the damnedest creature, Lestat," he murmured. "The point is, I can do anything I like to you if you tell. Surely you know that. I could crush you underfoot, the way Akasha crushed the elder. I could set you ablaze with the power of my mind. But I don't want to utter such threats. I want you to come back to me. But I will not have these secrets known. I will not have a band of immortals descend upon me again as they did in Venice. I will not be known to our kind. You must never, deliberately or accidentally, send anyone searching for those who must be kept or for Marius. You will never utter my name to others." "I understand," I said. "Do you?" he asked. "Or must I threaten you after all? Must I warn you that my vengeance can be terrible? That my punishment would include those to whom you've told the secrets as well as you? Lestat, I have destroyed others of our kind who came in search of me. I have destroyed them simply because they knew the old legends, and they knew the name of Marius, and they would never give up the quest." "I can't bear this," I murmured. "I won't tell anyone ever, I swear, but I'm afraid of what others can read in my thoughts naturally. I fear that they might take the images out of my head. Armand could do it. What if you can conceal the images? You know how. You can throw up other images to confuse them. You can lock your mind. It's a skill you already know. But let's be done with threats and admonitions. I feel love for you." I didn't respond for a moment. My mind was leaping ahead to all manner of forbidden possibilities. Finally I put it in words. "Marius, don't you ever have the desire to tell all of it to all of them? I mean, to make it known to the whole world of our kind, and to draw them together?" "Good God, no, Lestat. Why would I do that?" He seemed genuinely puzzled. "So that we might possess our legends, might at least ponder the riddles of our history as men do, so that we might swap our stories and share our power, and combine to use it as the children of darkness have done against men. No, not like that, Lestat. In eternity, covens are actually rare. Most vampires are distrustful and solitary beings, and they do not love others. They have no more than one or two well-chosen companions from time to time, and they guard their hunting grounds and their privacy as I do mine. They wouldn't want to come together, and if they did ever overcome the viciousness and suspicions that divide them, their convocation would end in terrible battles and struggles for supremacy, like those revealed to me by Akasha, which happened thousands of years ago. We are evil things, finally.
We are killers. Better that those who unite on this earth be mortal, and that they unite for the good. I accepted this, ashamed of how it excited me, ashamed of all my weaknesses and all my impulsiveness. Yet another realm of possibilities was already obsessing me. And what about to mortals, Marius? Have you never wanted to reveal yourself to them and tell them the whole story? Again he seemed positively baffled by the notion. Have you never wanted the world to know about us, for better or for worse? Has it never seemed preferable to living in secret? He lowered his eyes for a moment and rested his chin against his closed hand. For the first time I perceived a communication of images coming from him, and I felt that he allowed me to see them because he was uncertain of his answer. He was remembering with a recall so powerful that it made my powers seem fragile, and what he remembered were the earliest times, when Rome had still ruled the world, and he was still within the range of a normal human lifetime. "You remember wanting to tell them all," I said, "to make it known, the monstrous secret." "Perhaps," he said, "in the very beginning there was some desperate passion to communicate." "Yes, communicate," I said, cherishing the word. And I remembered that long ago night on the stage when I had so frightened the Paris audience. "But that was in the dim beginning," he said slowly, speaking of himself. His eyes were narrow and remote, as if he were looking back over all the centuries. "It would be folly. It would be madness. Were humanity ever really convinced, it would destroy us. I don't want to be destroyed. Such dangers and calamities are not interesting to me." I didn't answer. "You don't feel the urge yourself to reveal these things," he said to me almost soothingly. "But I do," I thought. I felt his fingers on the back of my hand. I was looking beyond him, back over my brief past, the theater, my fairy tale fantasies. I felt paralyzed in sadness. "What you feel is loneliness and monstrousness," he said, "and you're impulsive and defiant." "True. But what would it matter to reveal anything to anyone? No one can forgive. No one can redeem. It's a childish illusion to think so. Reveal yourself and be destroyed, and what have you done? The savage garden would swallow your remains in pure vitality and silence. Where is there justice or understanding?" I nodded. I felt his hand close on mine. He rose slowly to his feet, and I stood up, reluctantly but compliantly. "It's late," he said gently. His eyes were soft with compassion. "We've talked enough for now, and I must go down to my people. There's trouble in the nearby village, as I feared there would be, and it will take what time I have until dawn, and then more tomorrow evening. It may be well after midnight tomorrow before we can talk." He was distracted again, and he lowered his head and listened. "Yes, I have to go," he said, and we embraced lightly and very comfortably. And though I wanted to go with him and see what happened in the village, how he would conduct his affairs there, I wanted just as much to seek my rooms and look at the sea, and finally sleep. "You'll be hungry when you rise," he said. "I'll have a victim for you. Be patient till I come." "Yes, of course." "And while you wait for me tomorrow," he said, "do as you like in the house. The old scrolls are in the cases in the library. You may look at them. Wander all the rooms. Only the sanctuary of those who must be kept should not be approached. You must not go down the stairs alone." I nodded. I wanted to ask him one thing more. When would he hunt? When would he drink? His blood had sustained me for 2 nights, maybe more. But whose blood sustained him? Had he taken a victim earlier? Would he hunt now?
I had a growing suspicion that he no longer needed the blood as much as I did, that like those who must be kept, he had begun to drink less and less, and I wanted desperately to know if this was true. But he was leaving me. The village was definitely calling him. He went out onto the terrace, and then he disappeared. For a moment I thought he had gone to the right or left beyond the doors. Then I came to the doors and saw the terrace was empty. I went to the rail and I looked down, and I saw the speck of colour that was his frock coat against the rocks far below. And so we have all this to look forward to, I thought, that we may not need the blood, that our faces will gradually lose all human expression, that we can move objects with the strength of our minds, that we can all but fly, that some night thousands of years hence we may sit in utter silence, as those who must be kept are sitting now. How often tonight had Marius looked like them? How long did he sit without moving, when no one was here? And what would half a century mean to him, during which time I was to live out that one mortal life far across the sea? I turned away and went back through the house to the bedchamber I'd been given. And I sat looking at the sea and the sky until the light started to come. When I opened the little hiding place of the sarcophagus, there were fresh flowers there. I put on the golden mask headdress and the gloves, and I lay down in the stone coffin, and I could still smell the flowers as I closed my eyes. The fearful moment was coming, the loss of consciousness. And on the edge of dream, I heard a woman laugh. She laughed lightly and long, as though she were very happy and in the midst of conversation. And just before I went into darkness, I saw her white throat as she bent her head back. Chapter 15. When I opened my eyes, I had an idea. It came full-blown to me, and it immediately obsessed me, so that I was scarcely conscious of the thirst I felt, of the sting in my veins. Vanity, I whispered. But it had an alluring beauty to it, the idea. No. Forget about it. Marius said to stay away from the sanctuary, and besides he will be back at midnight, and then you can present the idea to him, and he can... What? Sadly shake his head. I came out in the house, and it was all as it had been the night before, candles burning, windows open to the soft spectacle of the dying light. It didn't seem possible that I would leave here soon, and that I would never come back to it, that he himself would vacate this extraordinary place. I felt sorrowful and miserable, and then there was the idea. Not to do it in his presence, but silently and secretly, so that I did not feel foolish, to go all alone. No, don't do it. After all, it won't do any good. Nothing will happen when you do it. But if that's the case, why not do it? Why not do it now? I made my rounds again, through the library and the galleries and the room full of birds and monkeys, and on into other chambers where I had not been. But that idea stayed in my head, and the thirst nagged at me, making me just a little more impulsive, a little more restless, a little less able to reflect on all the things Marius had told me and what they might mean as time went on. He wasn't in the house, that was certain. I had been finally through all the rooms. Where he slept was his secret, and I knew there were ways to get in and out of the house that were his secret as well. But the door to the stairway down to those who must be kept, that I discovered again easily enough. And it wasn't locked. I stood in the wallpapered salon with its polished furniture looking at the clock. Only 7 in the evening. 5 hours till he came back. 5 hours of the thirst burning in me. And the idea. I didn't really decide to do it. I just turned my back on the clock and started walking back to my room. I knew that hundreds of others before me must have had such ideas, and how well he had described the pride he felt when he thought he could rouse them, that he might make them move. No. I just want to do it. Even if nothing happens, which is exactly how it will go. I just want to go down there alone and do it. It has something to do with Nicky, maybe. I don't know. I went into my chamber, and in the incandescent light rising from the sea, I unlocked the violin case, and I looked at the Stradivarius violin. Of course, I didn't know how to play it, but we are powerful mimics. As Marius said, we have superior concentration and superior skills, and I had seen Nicky do it so often. I tightened the bow now and rubbed the horsehair with the little piece of resin as I had seen him do. Only 2 nights ago I couldn't have borne the idea of touching this thing. Hearing it would have been pure pain. Now I took it out of its case, and I carried it through the house, the way I'd carried it to Nicky through the wings of the Theatre of the Vampires, and not even thinking of vanity, I rushed faster and faster towards the door to the secret stairs. It was as if they were drawing me to them, as if I had no will. Marius didn't matter now. Nothing much mattered, except to be going down the narrow, damp stone steps faster and faster, past the windows full of sea spray and early evening light. In fact, my infatuation was getting so strong, so total, that I stopped suddenly, wondering if it was originating with me. But that was foolishness. Who could have put it in my head? Those who must be kept? Now that was real vanity. And besides, did these creatures know what this strange, delicate little wooden instrument was? It made a sound, did it not, that no one had ever heard in the ancient world, a sound so human and so powerfully affecting that men thought the violin the work of the devil, and accused its finest players of being possessed. I was slightly dizzy, confused. How had I gotten so far down the steps, and didn't I remember that the door was bolted from inside? Give me another 500 years and I might be able to open that bolt, but not just now. Yet I went on down, these thoughts breaking up and disintegrating as fast as they'd come. I was on fire again, and the thirst was making it worse, though the thirst had nothing to do with it. And when I came round the last turn, I saw the doors to the chapel were open wide. The light of the lamps poured out into the stairwell, and the scent of the flowers and incense was suddenly overwhelming and made a knot in my throat. I drew nearer, holding the violin with both hands to my chest, though why I didn't know, and I saw that the tabernacle doors were open, and there they sat. Someone had brought them more flowers. Someone had laid out the incense in cakes on golden plates. And I stopped, just inside the chapel, and I looked at their faces, and they seemed, as before, to look directly at me. White, so white I could not imagine them bronzed, and as hard it seemed as the jewels they wore. Snake bracelet around her upper arm, layered necklace on her breast. Tiniest lip of flesh from his chest, covering the top of the clean linen skirt he wore. Her face was narrower than his face. Her nose just a little longer. His eyes were slightly longer, the folds of flesh defining them a little thicker. Their long black hair was very much the same. I was breathing uneasily. I felt suddenly weak, and let the scent of the flowers and the incense fill my lungs. The light of the lamps danced in 1,000 tiny specks of gold in the murals. I looked down at the violin and tried to remember my idea, and I ran my fingers along the wood and wondered what this thing looked like to them. In a hushed voice I explained what it was, that I wanted them to hear it, that I didn't really know how to play it, but that I was going to try. I wasn't speaking loud enough to hear myself, but surely they could hear it if they chose to listen. And I lifted the violin to my shoulder, braced it under my chin, and lifted the bow. I closed my eyes, and I remembered music, Nicky's music, the way that his body had moved with it, and his fingers came down with the pressure of hammers, and he let the message travel to his fingers from his soul. I plunged into it, the music suddenly wailing upwards and rippling down again as my fingers danced. It was a song, all right. I could make a song. The tones were pure and rich as they echoed off the close walls with a resounding volume, creating the wailing, beseeching voice that only the violin can make. I went madly on with it, rocking back and forth, forgetting Nicky, forgetting everything but the feel of my fingers stabbing at the soundboard and the realization that I was making this. This was coming out of me, and it plummeted and climbed and overflowed ever louder and louder as I bore down upon it with the frantic sawing of the bow. I was singing with it. I was humming and then singing loudly, and all the gold of the little room was a blur. And suddenly it seemed my own voice became louder, inexplicably louder, with a pure high note which I knew that I myself could not possibly sing. Yet it was there, this beautiful note, steady and unchanging, and growing even louder until it was hurting my ears. I played harder, more frantically, and I heard my own gasps coming, and I knew suddenly that I was not the one making this strange high note. The blood was going to come out of my ears if the note did not stop. And I wasn't making the note. Without stopping the music, without giving in to the pain that was splitting my head, I looked forward, and I saw Akasha had risen, and her eyes were very wide, and her mouth was a perfect O. The sound was coming from her. She was making it, and she was moving off the steps of the tabernacle towards me with her arms outstretched, and the note pierced my eardrums as if it were a blade of steel. I couldn't see. I heard the violin hit the stone floor. I felt my hands on the sides of my head. I screamed and screamed, but the note absorbed my screaming. "Stop it! Stop it!" I was roaring. But all the light was there again, and she was right in front of me, and she was reaching out. "Oh, God, Marius!" I turned and ran towards the doors, and the doors flew shut against me, knocking my face so hard I fell down on my knees. Under the high, shrill continuum of the note I was sobbing, "Marius! Marius! Marius!" And turning to see what was about to happen to me, I saw her foot come down on the violin. It popped and splintered under her heel. But the note she sang was dying. The note was fading away. And I was left in silence, deafness, unable to hear my own screams for Marius, which were going on and on as I scrambled to my feet. Ringing silence, shimmering silence. She was right in front of me, and her black eyebrows came together delicately, barely creasing her white flesh, her eyes full of torment and questioning, and her pale pink lips open to reveal her fanged teeth. "Help me! Help me, Marius, help me!" I was stammering, unable to hear myself, except in the pure abstraction of intention in my mind. And then her arms enclosed me, and she drew me closer. And I felt the hand, as Marius had described it, cupping my head gently, very gently. And I felt my teeth against her neck. I did not hesitate. I did not think about the limbs that were locked around me, that could crush the life out of me in a second. I felt my fangs break through the skin as if through a glacial crust, and the blood came steaming into my mouth. Oh, yes. Yes. Oh, yes. I had thrown my arm over her left shoulder. I was clinging to her, my living statue, and it didn't matter that she was harder than marble. That was the way it was supposed to be. It was perfect. My mother, My lover, my powerful one, and the blood was penetrating every pulsing particle of me with the threads of its burning web. But her lips were against my throat. She was kissing me, kissing the artery through which her own blood so violently flowed. Her lips were opening on it, and as I drew upon her blood with all my strength, sucking and feeling that gush again and again before it spread itself out into me, I felt the unmistakable sensation of her fangs going into my neck. Out of every zinging vessel my blood was suddenly drawn into her, even as hers was being drawn into me. I saw it, the shimmering circuit. And more divinely I felt it, because nothing else existed but our mouths locked to each other's throats and the relentless pounding path of the blood. There were no dreams, there were no visions, there was just this, gorgeous and deafening and heated, and nothing mattered, absolutely nothing, except that this never stopped. The world of all things that had weight and filled space and interrupted the flow of light was gone. And yet some horrid noise intruded, something ugly, like the sound of stone cracking, like the sound of stone dragged across the floor. Marius coming. No, Marius, don't come. Go back. Don't touch. Don't separate us. But it wasn't Marius. This awful sound, this intrusion, this sudden disruption of everything, this thing grabbing hold of my hair and tearing me off her so the blood spurted out of my mouth. It was Enkel, and his powerful hands were clamped on the sides of my head. The blood gushed down my chin. I saw her stricken face. I saw her reach out for him. Her eyes blazed with common anger, her glistening white limbs animate as she grabbed at the hands that held my head. I heard her voice rising out of her, screaming, shrieking, louder than the note she had sung, the blood drooling from the end of her mouth. The sound took sight as well as sound with it. The darkness swirled, broken into millions of tiny specks. My skull was going to crack. He was forcing me down on my knees. He was bent over me, and suddenly I saw his face completely, and it was as impassive as ever, only the stress of the muscles in his arms evincing true life. And even through the obliterating sound of her scream, I knew the door behind me quaked with Marius's pounding, his shouts almost as loud as her cries. The blood was coming out of my ears from her screams. I was moving my lips. The vice of stone clamped to my head suddenly let go. I felt myself hit the floor. I was sprawled out flat, and I felt the cold pressure of his foot on my chest. He would crush my heart in a second, and she, her screams growing ever louder, ever more piercing, was on his back with her arm locked around his neck. I saw her knotted eyebrows, her flying black hair. But it was Marius I heard through the door talking to him, cutting through the white sound of her screams. "Kill him, Enkel, and I will take her away from you forever, and she will help me to do it, I swear." Sudden silence. Deafness again. The warmth of blood trickling down the sides of my neck. She stepped aside, and she looked straight forward, and the doors flew open, smacking the side of the narrow stone passage, and Marius was suddenly standing above me, with his hands on Enkel's shoulders, and Enkel seemed unable to move. The foot slid down, bruising my stomach, and then it was gone. And Marius was speaking words I could hear only as thoughts. "Get out, Lestat. Run." I struggled to sit up, and I saw him driving them both slowly back towards the tabernacle, and I saw them both staring not forward but at him, Akasha clutching Enkel's arm, and I saw their faces blank again. But for the first time the blankness seemed listless, and not the mask of curiosity, but the mask of death. "Lestat, run!" he said again without turning, and I obeyed. Chapter 16. I was at the farthest corner of the terrace when Marius finally came into the lighted salon.
There was a heat in all my veins still that breathed as if it had its own life. And I could see far beyond the dim, hulking shapes of the islands. I could hear the progress of a ship along a distant coast. But all I kept thinking was that if Enkil came at me again, I could jump over this railing. I could get into the sea and swim. I kept feeling his hands on the sides of my head, his foot on my chest. I stood against the stone railing, shivering, and there was blood all over my hands still from the bruises on my face, which had already completely healed. I'm sorry I did it," I said, as soon as Marius came out of the salon. "I don't know why I did it. I shouldn't have done it. I'm sorry, I swear it. I'm sorry, Marius. I'll never do anything you tell me not to do again." He stood with his arms folded, looking at me. He was glowering. "Lestat, what did I say last night?" he asked. "You are the damnedest creature. Marius, forgive me. Please forgive me. I didn't think anything would happen. I was sure nothing would happen." He gestured for me to be quiet, for us to go down onto the rocks together, and he slipped over the railing and went first. I came behind him, vaguely delighted with the ease of it, but too dazed still to care about things like that. Her presence was all over me like a fragrance, only she had had no fragrance except that of the incense and the flowers that must have somehow managed to permeate her hard white skin. How strangely fragile she had seemed, in spite of that hardness. We went down over the slippery boulders until we reached the white beach, and we walked together in silence, looking out over the snow-white froth that leapt against the rocks or streaked towards us on the smooth, hard-packed white sand. The wind roared in my ears, and I felt the sense of solitude this always creates in me, the roaring wind that blots out all other sensations as well as sound. And I was getting calmer and calmer, and more agitated and miserable at the same time. Marius had slipped his arm around me the way Gabrielle used to do it, and I paid no attention to where we were going, quite surprised when I saw we'd come to a small inlet of the water where a longboat lay at anchor with only a single pair of oars. When we stopped, I said again, "I'm sorry I did it. I swear I am. I didn't believe—" "Don't tell me you regret it," Marius said calmly. "You are not at all sorry that it occurred, and that you were the cause of it, now that you are safe, and not crushed like an eggshell on the chapel floor." "Oh, but that's not the point," I said. I started crying. I took out my handkerchief, grand accoutrement of an 18th-century gentleman, and wiped the blood off my face. I could feel her holding me, feel her blood, feel his hands. The whole thing commenced to reenact itself. If Marius hadn't come in time— But what did happen, Marius? What did you see?" "I wish we could get beyond his hearing," Marius said wearily. "It's madness to speak or think anything that could disturb him any further. I have to let him lapse back." And now he seemed truly furious, and he turned his back on me. But how could I not think about it? I wished I could open my head and pull the thoughts out of it. They were rocketing through me like her blood. In her body was locked a mind still, an appetite, a blazing spiritual core whose heat had moved through me like liquid lightning, and without question Enkil had a death hold upon her. I loathed him. I wanted to destroy him, and my brain seized upon all sorts of mad notions that somehow he could be destroyed without endangering us as long as she remained. But that made little sense. Hadn't the demons entered first into him? But what if that wasn't so? "Stop it, young one!" Marius flashed. I went to crying again. I felt of my neck where she had touched it, and licked my lips and tasted her blood again. I looked at the scattered stars above, and even these benign and eternal things seemed menacing and senseless, and I felt a scream swelling dangerously in my throat.
The effects of her blood were waning already. The first clear vision was clouded, and my limbs were once again my limbs. They might be stronger, yes, but the magic was dying. The magic had left only something stronger than memory of the circuit of the blood through us both. "Marius, what happened?" I said, shouting over the wind. "Don't be angry with me. Don't turn away from me. I can't—" "Shh, Lestat," he said. He came back and took me by the arm. "Don't worry about my anger," he said. "It's unimportant, and it is not directed at you. Give me a little more time to collect myself." "But did you see what happened between her and me?" He was looking out to sea. The water looked perfectly black, and the foam perfectly white. "Yes, I saw," he said. "I took the violin, and I wanted to play it for them. I was thinking—" "Yes, I know, of course, that music would affect them, especially that music, that strange, unnatural-sounding music. You know how a violin—" "Yes, Marius, she gave me— and she took—" "I know." "And he keeps her there. He keeps her prisoner."
"Lestat, I beg you," he was smiling wearily, sadly. "Imprison him, Marius, the way that they did, and let her go." "You dream, my child," he said. "You dream." He turned and he left me, gesturing for me to leave him alone. He went down to the wet beach and let the water lap at him as he walked back and forth. I tried to get calm again. It seemed unreal to me that I had ever been any place but this island, that the world of mortals was out there, that the strange tragedy and menace of those who must be kept was unknown beyond these wet and shining cliffs. Finally Marius made his way back. "Listen to me," he said. "Straight west is an island that is not under my protection, and there is an old Greek city on the northern tip of it, where the seamen's taverns stay open all night. Go there now in the boat. Hunt, and forget what has happened here. Assess the new powers you might have from her, but try not to think of her or him. Above all, try not to plot against him. Before dawn, come back to the house. It won't be difficult. You'll find a dozen open doors and windows. Do as I say, now, for me." I bowed my head. It was the one thing under heaven that could distract me, that could wipe out any noble or enervating thoughts. Human blood, and human struggle, and human death. And without protest I made my way out through the shallow water to the boat. In the early hours I looked at my reflection in a fragment of metallic mirror pinned to the wall of a seaman's filthy bedroom in a little inn. I saw myself in my brocade coat and white lace, and my face warm from killing, and the dead man sprawled behind me across the table. He still held the knife with which he'd tried to cut my throat. And there was the bottle of wine with the drug in it, which I'd kept refusing with his playful protestations until he'd lost his temper and tried the last resort. His companion lay dead on the bed. I looked at the young, blonde-haired rake in the mirror. "Well, if it isn't the vampire Lestat," I said. But all the blood in the world couldn't stop the horrors from coming over me when I went to my rest. I couldn't stop thinking of her, wondering if it was her laugh I had heard in my sleep the night before. And I wondered that she had told me nothing in the blood. Until I closed my eyes, and quite suddenly things came back to me, of course. Wonderful things, incoherent as they were magical. She and I were walking down a hallway together, not here, but in a place I knew. I think it was a palace in Germany, where Haydn wrote his music, and she spoke casually, as she had 1,000 times to me. "But tell me about all this. What do the people believe? What turns the wheels inside of them? What are these marvelous inventions? She wore a fashionable black hat, with a great white plume on its broad brim, and a white veil tied round the top of it and under her chin, and her face was merely beginning, merely young.
This ends Disc 18. The Vampire Lestat, Disc 19.
When I opened my eyes, I knew Marius was waiting for me. I came out into the chamber and saw him standing by the empty violin case, with his back to the open window over the sea. "You have to go now, my young one," he said sadly. "I had hoped for more time, but that is impossible. The boat is waiting to take you away." "Because of what I did," I said miserably. "So I was being cast out." "He's destroyed the things in the chapel," Marius said, but his voice was asking for calm. He put his arm around my shoulder, and he took my valise in his other hand. We went towards the door. "I want you to go now, because it is the only thing that will quiet him, and I want you to remember not his anger, but everything that I told you, and to be confident that we will meet again as we said." "But are you afraid of him, Marius?" "Oh, no, Lestat. Don't carry this worry away with you. He has done little things like this before, now and then. He does not know what he does, really. I am convinced of that. He only knows that someone stepped between him and Akasha. Time is all that is required for him to lapse back." There it was, that phrase again, lapse back. "And she sits as if she never moved, doesn't she?" I asked. "I want you away now so that you don't provoke him," Marius said, leading me out of the house and toward the cliffside stairs. He continued speaking. "Whatever ability we creatures have to move objects mentally, to ignite them, to do any real harm by the power of the mind, does not extend very far from the physical spot where we stand. So I want you gone from here tonight and on your way to America. All the sooner to return to me when he is no longer agitated and no longer remembers, and I will have forgotten nothing, and will be waiting for you." I saw the galley in the harbor below when we reached the edge of the cliff. The stairs looked impossible, but they weren't impossible. What was impossible was that I was leaving Marius and this island right now. "You needn't come down with me," I said, taking the valise from him. I was trying not to sound bitter and crestfallen. After all, I had caused this. "I would rather not weep in front of others. Leave me here." "I wish we had a few more nights together," he said, "for us to consider in quiet what took place. But my love goes with you. And try to remember the things I've told you. When we meet again, we'll have much to say to each other." He paused. "What is it, Marius?" "Tell me truthfully," he asked. "Are you sorry that I came for you in Cairo? Sorry that I brought you here?" "How could I be?" I asked. "I'm only sorry that I'm going. What if I can't find you again, or you can't find me?" "When the time is right, I'll find you," he said. "And always remember you have the power to call to me as you did before. When I hear that call, I can bridge distances to answer that I could never bridge on my own. If the time is right, I will answer. Of that you can be sure." I nodded. There was too much to say, and I didn't speak a word. We embraced for a long moment, and then I turned and slowly started my descent, knowing he would understand why I didn't look back. Chapter 17. I did not know how much I wanted the world until my ship finally made its way up the murky Bayou Saint-Jean towards the city of New Orleans, and I saw the black, ragged line of the swamp against the luminous sky.
The fact that none of our kind had ever penetrated this wilderness excited me and humbled me at the same time. Before the sun rose on that first morning, I'd fallen in love with the low and damp country, as I had with the dry heat of Egypt. And as time passed, I came to love it more than any spot on the globe. Here the scents were so strong you smelled the raw green of the leaves as well as the pink and yellow blossoms. And the great brown river, surging past the miserable little Place d'Armes and its tiny cathedral, threw into eclipse every other fabled river I'd ever seen. Unnoticed and unchallenged, I explored the ramshackle little colony with its muddy streets and gunwale sidewalks and dirty Spanish soldiers lounging about the calaboose. I lost myself in the dangerous waterfront shacks full of gambling and brawling flatboatmen and lovely dark-skinned Caribbean women, wandering out again to glimpse the silent flash of lightning, hear the dim roar of the thunder, feel the silky warmth of the summer rain. The low-slung roofs of the little cottages gleamed under the moon. Light skittered on the iron gates of the fine Spanish townhouses. It flickered behind real lace curtains hung inside freshly washed glass doors. I walked among the crude little bungalows that spread out to the ramparts, peeping through windows at gilded furniture and enameled bits of wealth and civilization that in this barbaric place seemed priceless and fastidious and even sad. Now and then, through the mire, there came a vision. A real French gentleman, done up in snow-white wig and fancy frock coat, his wife in paniers, and a black slave carrying clean slippers for the two, high above the flowing mud. I knew that I had come to the most forsaken outpost of the savage garden, and that this was my country, and I would remain in New Orleans, if New Orleans could only manage to remain. Whatever I suffered should be lessened in this lawless place. Whatever I craved should give me more pleasure once I had it in my grasp. And there were moments on that first night in this fetid little paradise when I prayed that in spite of all my secret power, I was somehow kin to every mortal man. Maybe I was not the exotic outcast that I imagined, but merely the dim magnification of every human soul. Old truths and ancient magic, revolution and invention, all conspire to distract us from the passion that in one way or another defeats us all. And weary, finally, of this complexity, we dream of that long-ago time when we sat upon our mother's knee, and each kiss was the perfect consummation of desire. What can we do but reach for the embrace that must now contain both heaven and hell, our doom again and again and again? Epilogue. Interview with the Vampire. Chapter 1. And so I came to the end of the early education and adventures of the vampire Lestat, the tale that I set out to tell. You have the account of old-world magic and mystery which I have chosen, despite all prohibitions and injunctions, to pass on. But my story isn't finished, no matter how reluctant I might be to continue it. And I must consider at least briefly the painful events that led to my decision to go down into the earth in 1929. That was 140 years after I left Marius's island. And I never set eyes upon Marius again. Gabrielle also remained completely lost to me. She'd vanished that night in Cairo, never to be heard from by anyone mortal or immortal that I was ever to know. And when I made my grave in the 20th century, I was alone and weary and badly wounded in body and soul. I'd lived out my one lifetime, as Marius advised me to do. But I couldn't blame Marius for the way in which I'd lived it, and the hideous mistakes I'd made. Sheer will had shaped my experience more than any other human characteristic, and advice and predictions notwithstanding, I courted tragedy and disaster as I have always done. Yet I had my rewards. I can't deny that. For almost 70 years I had my fledgling vampires Louis and Claudia, two of the most splendid immortals who ever walked the earth, and I had them on my terms. Shortly after reaching the colony I fell fatally in love with Louis, a young dark-haired bourgeois planter, graceful of speech and fastidious of manner, who seemed in his cynicism and self-destructiveness the very twin of Nicolas. He had Nicky's grim intensity, his rebelliousness, his tortured capacity to believe and not to believe, and finally to despair. Yet Louis gained a hold over me far more powerful than Nicolas had ever had. Even in his cruelest moments, Louis touched the tenderness in me, seducing me with his staggering dependence, his infatuation with my every gesture and every spoken word. And his naivete conquered me always, his strange bourgeois faith that God was still God even if he turned his back on us, that damnation and salvation established the boundaries of a small and hopeless world. Louis was a sufferer, a thing that loved mortals even more than I did, and I wonder sometimes if I didn't look to Louis to punish me for what had happened to Nicky. If I didn't create Louis to be my conscience and to mete out year in and year out the penance I felt I deserved. But I loved him, plain and simple. And it was out of the desperation to keep him, to bind him closer to me at the most precarious of moments, that I committed the most selfish and impulsive act of my entire life among the living dead. It was the crime that was to be my undoing. The creation with Louis and for Louis of Claudia, a stunningly beautiful vampire child. Her body wasn't 6 years old when I took her, and though she would have died if I hadn't done it, just as Louis would have died if I hadn't taken him also, this was a challenge to the gods for which Claudia and I would both pay. But this is the tale that was told by Louis in Interview with the Vampire, which for all its contradictions and terrible misunderstandings manages to capture the atmosphere in which Claudia and Louis and I came together and stayed together for 65 years. During that time we were nonpareils of our species, a silk and velvet-clad trio of deadly hunters, glorying in our secret and in the swelling city of New Orleans that harbored us in luxury and supplied us endlessly with fresh victims. And though Louis did not know it when he wrote his chronicle, 65 years is a phenomenal time for any bond in our world. As for the lies he told, the mistakes he made, well, I forgive him his excess of imagination, his bitterness, and his vanity, which was, after all, never very great. I never revealed to him half my powers, and with reason, because he shrank in guilt and self-loathing from using even half of his own. Even his unusual beauty and unfailing charm were something of a secret to him. When you read his statement that I made him a vampire because I coveted his plantation house, you can write that off to modesty more easily than stupidity, I suppose. As for his belief that I was a peasant, well, that was understandable. He was, after all, a discriminating and inhibited child of the middle class, aspiring, as all the colonial planters did, to be a genuine aristocrat, though he had never met one. And I came from a long line of feudal lords who licked their fingers and threw the bones over their shoulders to the dogs as they dined. When he says I played with innocent strangers, befriending them and then killing them, how was he to know that I hunted almost exclusively among the gamblers, the thieves, and the killers, being more faithful to my unspoken vow to kill the evildoer than even I had hoped I would be? The young Frenier, for example, a planter whom Louis romanticizes hopelessly in his text, was in fact a wanton killer and a cheater at cards, on the verge of signing over his family's plantation for debt when I struck him down. The whores I feasted upon in front of Louis once to spite him had drugged and robbed many a seaman who was never seen alive again. But little things like this don't really matter. He told the tale as he believed it. And in a real way, Louis was always the sum of his flaws, the most beguilingly human fiend I have ever known. Even Marius could not have imagined such a compassionate and contemplative creature, always the gentleman, even teaching Claudia the proper use of table silver when she, bless her little black heart, had not the slightest need ever to touch a knife or a fork. His blindness to the motives or the suffering of others was as much a part of his charm as his soft, unkempt black hair, or the eternally troubled expression in his green eyes. And why should I bother to tell of the times he came to me in wretched anxiety, begging me never to leave him, of the times we walked together and talked together, acted Shakespeare together for Claudia's amusement, or went arm in arm to hunt the riverfront taverns, or to waltz with the dark-skinned beauties of the celebrated quadroon balls? Read between the lines. I betrayed him when I created him. That is the significant thing. Just as I betrayed Claudia. And I forgive the nonsense he wrote because he told the truth about the eerie contentment he and Claudia and I shared, and had no right to share, in those long 19th century decades when the peacock colors of the ancient regime died out, and the lovely music of Mozart and Haydn gave way to the bombast of Beethoven, which could sound at times too remarkably like the clang of my imaginary hell's bells. I had what I wanted, but I had always wanted. I had them. And I could now and then forget Gabrielle, and forget Nicky, and even forget Marius, and the blank, staring face of Akasha, or the icy touch of her hand, or the heat of her blood. But I had always wanted many things. What accounted for the duration of the life he described in Interview with the Vampire? Why did we last so long? All during the 19th century, vampires were discovered by the literary writers of Europe. Lord Ruthven, the creation of Dr. Polidori, gave way to Sir Francis Varney in the Penny Dreadfuls, and later came Sheridan Le Fanu's magnificent and sensuous Countess Carmilla Karnstein, and finally the big ape of the vampires, the hirsute Slav, Count Dracula, who, though he can turn himself into a bat or dematerialize at will, nevertheless crawls down the wall of his castle in the manner of a lizard, apparently for fun. All of these creations, and many like them, feeding the insatiable appetite for Gothic and fantastical tales. We were the essence of that 19th century conception, aristocratically aloof, unfailingly elegant, and invariably merciless, and cleaving to each other in a land ripe for, but untroubled by, others of our kind. Maybe we had found the perfect moment in history, the perfect balance between the monstrous and the human, the time when that vampiric romance, born in my imagination amid the colorful brocades of the ancient regime, should find its greatest enhancement in the flowing black cape, the black top hat, and the little girl's luminous curls spilling down from their violet ribbon to the puffed sleeves of her diaphanous silk dress. But what had I done to Claudia? And when would I have to pay for that? How long was she content to be the mystery that bound Louis and me so tightly together, the muse of our moonlit hours, the one object of devotion common to us both? Was it inevitable that she who would never have a woman's form would strike out at the demon father who condemned her to the body of a little china doll? I should have listened to Marius's warning. I should have stopped for one moment to reflect on it as I stood on the edge of that grand and intoxicating experiment, to make a vampire of the least of these. I should have taken a deep breath. But you know, it was like playing the violin for Akasha. I wanted to do it. I wanted to see what would happen. I mean, with a beautiful little girl like that. Oh, Lestat. You deserve everything that ever happened to you. You'd better not die. You might actually go to hell. But why was it that for purely selfish reasons I didn't listen to some of the advice given me? Why didn't I learn from any of them? Gabrielle, Armand, Marius. But then I have never listened to anyone, really. Somehow or other I never can. And I cannot say even now that I regret Claudia, that I wish I had never seen her, nor held her, nor whispered secrets to her, nor heard her laughter echoing through the shadowy, gas-lighted rooms of that all-too-human townhouse in which we moved amid the lacquered furniture and the darkening oil paintings and the brass flower-pots as living beings should. Claudia was my dark child, my love, evil of my evil. Claudia broke my heart. And on a warm, sultry night in the spring of the year 1860, she rose up to settle the score. She enticed me, she trapped me, and she plunged a knife over and over again into my drugged and poisoned body until almost every drop of the vampiric blood gushed out of me before my wounds had the precious few seconds in which to heal. I don't blame her. It was the sort of thing I might have done myself. And those delirious moments will never be forgotten by me, never consigned to some unexplored compartment of the mind. It was her cunning and her will that laid me low, as surely as the blade that slashed my throat and divided my heart. I will think on those moments every night for as long as I go on, and of the chasm that opened under me, the plunge into mortal death that was nearly mine. Claudia gave me that. But as the blood flowed, taking with it all power to see or hear or move finally, my thoughts traveled back and back, way beyond the creation of the doomed vampire family in their paradise of wallpaper and lace curtains, to the dimly envisioned groves of mythical lands where the old Dionysian god of the wood had felt again and again his flesh torn, his blood spilled. If there was not meaning, at least there was the luster of congruence, the stunning repetition of the same old theme. And the god dies, and the god rises, but this time no one is redeemed. With the blood of Akasha, Marius had said to me, you will survive disasters that would destroy others of our kind. Later, abandoned in the stench and darkness of the swamp, I felt the thirst define my proportions. I felt the thirst propel me. I felt my jaws open in the rank water, and my fangs seek the warm-blooded things that could put my feet on the long road back. And 3 nights later, when again I had been beaten and my children left me once and for all in the blazing inferno of our townhouse, it was the blood of the old ones, Magnus and Marius and Akasha, that sustained me as I crawled away from the flames. But without more of that healing blood, without a fresh infusion, I was left at the mercy of time to heal my wounds. And what Lewis could not describe in his story is what happened to me after. How for years I hunted on the edge of the human herd, a hideous and crippled monster who could strike down only the very young or infirm. In constant danger from my victims, I became the very antithesis of the romantic demon, bringing terror rather than rapture, resembling nothing so much as the old revenants of Les Innocents in their filth and rags. The wounds I'd suffered affected my very spirit, my capacity to reason. And what I saw in the mirror every time I dared look further shriveled my soul. Yet not once, in all this time, did I call out to Marius. Did I try to reach him over the miles? I could not beg for his healing blood. Better suffer purgatory for a century than Marius's condemnation. Better suffer the worst loneliness, the worst anguish, than discover that he knew everything I'd done and had long ago turned his back on me. As for Gabrielle, who would have forgiven me anything, whose blood was powerful enough at least to hasten my recovery, I did not know even where to look. When I had recovered sufficiently to make the long voyage to Europe, I turned to the only one that I could turn to, Armand. Armand, who lived still on the land I'd given him, in the very tower where I'd been made by Magnus. Armand, who still commanded the thriving coven of the Theatre of the Vampires in the Boulevard du Temple, which still belonged to me. After all, I owed Armand no explanations. And did he not owe something to me? It was a shock to see him when he came to answer the knock on his door. He looked like a young man out of the novels of Dickens in his sombre and sleekly tailored black frock coat, all the Renaissance curls clipped away. His eternally youthful face was stamped with the innocence of a David Copperfield and the pride of a Steerforth. Anything but the true nature of the spirit within. For one moment a brilliant light burned in him as he looked at me. Then he stared slowly at the scars that covered my face and hands, and he said softly and almost compassionately, "Come in, Lestat." He took my hand, and we walked together through the house he had built at the foot of Magnus's tower, a dark and dreary place, fit for all the Byronic horrors of this strange age. "You know the rumor is that you met the end somewhere in Egypt or the Far East," he said quickly in everyday French, with an animation I'd never seen in him before. He was skilled now at pretending to be a living being. "You went with the old century, and no one has heard of you since. And Gabrielle?" I demanded immediately, wondering that I had not blurted it out at the door. "No one has ever seen her or heard of her since you left Paris," he said. Once again his eyes moved over me caressingly, and there was thinly veiled excitement in him, a fever that I could feel like the warmth of the nearby fire. I knew he was trying to read my thoughts. "What's happened to you?" he asked. My scars were puzzling him. They were too numerous, too intricate, scars of an attack that should have meant death. I felt a sudden panic that in my confusion I'd reveal everything to him, the things that Marius had long ago forbidden me to tell. But it was the story of Louis and Claudia that came rushing out, in stammering and half-truth, sans one salient fact, that Claudia had been only a child. I told briefly of the years in Louisiana, of how they had finally risen against me, just as he had predicted my children might. I conceded everything to him without guile or pride, explaining that it was his blood I needed now. Pain and pain and pain to lay it out for him, to feel him considering it, to say, "Yes, you were right. It isn't the whole story, but in the main you were right." Was it sadness I saw in his face then? Surely it wasn't triumph. Unobtrusively he watched my trembling hands as I gestured. He waited patiently when I faltered, couldn't find the right words. "A small infusion of his blood would hasten my healing," I whispered. "A small infusion would clear my mind." I tried not to be lofty or righteous when I reminded him that I had given him this tower and the gold he'd used to build his house, that I still owned the Theatre of the Vampires, that surely he could do this little thing, this intimate thing for me now. There was an ugly naivete to the words I spoke to him, addled as I was, and weak and thirsting and afraid. The blaze of the fire made me anxious. The light on the dark grain of the woodwork of these stuffy rooms made imagined faces appear and disappear. "I don't want to stay in Paris," I said. "I don't want to trouble you or the coven at the theatre. I am asking this small thing. I am asking—" It seemed my courage and the words had run out. A long moment passed. "Tell me again about this Louis," he said. The tears rose to my eyes disgracefully. I repeated some foolish phrases about Lewis's indestructible humanity, his understanding of things that other immortals couldn't grasp. Carelessly I whispered things from the heart. It wasn't Lewis who had attacked me, it was the woman, Claudia. I saw something in him quicken. A faint blush came to his cheeks. "They have been seen here in Paris," he said softly, "and she is no woman, this creature. She is a vampire child." I can't remember what followed. Maybe I tried to explain the blunder. Maybe I admitted there was no accounting for what I'd done. Maybe I brought us round again to the purpose of my visit, to what I needed, what I must have. I remember being utterly humiliated as he led me out of the house and into the waiting carriage, as he told me that I must go with him to the theatre of the vampires. "You don't understand," I said. "I can't go there. I will not be seen like this by the others. You must stop this carriage. You must do as I ask." "No, you have it backwards," he said in the tenderest voice. We were already in the crowded Paris streets. I couldn't see the city I remembered. This was a nightmare, this metropolis of roaring steam trains and giant concrete boulevards. Never had the smoke and filth of the industrial age seemed so hideous as it was here in the City of Light. I scarcely remember being forced by him out of the carriage and stumbling along the broad pavements as he pushed me towards the theatre doors. What was this place, this enormous building? Was this the Boulevard du Temple? And then the descent into that hideous cellar full of ugly copies of the bloodiest paintings of Goya and Breuil and Bosch. And finally starvation, as I lay on the floor of a brick-lined cell, unable even to shout curses at him, the darkness full of the vibrations of the passing omnibuses and tramcars, penetrated again and again by the distant screech of iron wheels. Sometime in the dark I discovered a mortal victim there, but the victim was dead. Cold blood, nauseating blood. The worst kind of feeding, lying on that clammy corpse, sucking up what was left. And then Armand was there, standing motionless in the shadows, immaculate in his white linen and black wool. He spoke in an undertone about Louis and Claudia, that there would be some kind of trial. Down on his knees he came to sit beside me, forgetting for a moment to be human, the boy gentleman sitting in this filthy, damp place. "You will declare it before the others that she did it," he said. And the others, the new ones, came to the door to look at me one by one. "Get clothing for him," Armand said. His hand was resting on my shoulder. "He must look presentable, our lost lord," he told them. "That was always his way." They laughed when I begged to speak to Eleni or Félix or Laurent. They did not know these names. Gabrielle, it meant nothing. And where was Marius? How many countries, rivers, mountains lay between us? Could he hear and see these things? High above in the theatre, a mortal audience, herded like sheep into a corral, thundered on the wooden staircases, the wooden floors. I dreamed of getting away from here, getting back to Louisiana, letting time do its inevitable work. I dreamed of the earth again, its cool depths which I'd known so briefly in Cairo. I dreamed of Louis and Claudia, and that we were together. Claudia had grown miraculously into a beautiful woman, and she said, laughing, "You see, this is what I came to Europe to discover, how to do this." And I feared that I was never to be allowed out of here, that I was to be entombed as those starving ones had been under Les Innocents, that I had made a fatal mistake. I was stuttering and crying and trying to talk to Armand, and then I realized Armand was not even there. If he had come, he had gone as quickly. I was having delusions. And the victim, the warm victim, "Give it to me, I beg you," and Armand saying, "You will say what I have told you to say." It was a mob tribunal of monsters, white-faced demons shouting accusations, Louis pleading desperately, Claudia staring at me, mute, and my saying, yes, she was the one who did it, yes, and then cursing Armand as he shoved me back into the shadows, his innocent face radiant as ever. "But you have done well, Lestat. You have done well." What had I done? borne testimony against them that they had broken the old rules. They'd risen against the Coven Master. What did they know of the old rules? I was screaming for Lewis, and then I was drinking blood in the darkness, living blood from another victim, and it wasn't the healing blood, it was just blood. We were in the carriage again, and it was raining. We were riding through the country, and then we went up and up through the old tower to the roof. I had Claudia's bloody yellow dress in my hands. I had seen her in a narrow, wet place where she had been burnt by the sun. "Scatter the ashes," I had said. Yet no one moved to do it. The torn, bloody yellow dress lay on the cellar floor. Now I held it in my hands. "They will scatter the ashes, won't they?" I said. "Didn't you want justice?" Armand asked, his black wool cape close around him in the wind, his face dark with the power of the recent kill. What did it have to do with justice? Why did I hold this thing, this little dress? I looked out from Magnus's battlements, and I saw the city had come to get me. It had reached out its long arms to embrace the tower, and the air stank of factory smoke. Armand stood still at the stone railing watching me, and he seemed suddenly as young as Claudia had seemed. "And make sure they have had some lifetime before you make them, and never, never make one as young as Armand." In death she said nothing. She had looked at those around her as if they were giants jabbering in an alien tongue. Armand's eyes were red. "Lewis, where is he?" I asked. "They didn't kill him. I saw him. He went out into the rain." "They have gone after him," he answered. "He is already destroyed." Liar, with the face of a choir boy. "Stop them! You have to, if there's still time." He shook his head. "Why can't you stop them? Why did you do it, the trial, all of it? What do you care what they did to me?" "It's finished." Under the roar of the winds came the scream of a steam whistle. Losing the train of thought, losing it, not wanting to go back. "Lewis, come back!" "And you don't mean to help me, do you?" Despair. He leaned forward, and his face transformed itself as it had done years and years ago, as if his rage were melting it from within. "You, who destroyed all of us, you who took everything, whatever made you think that I would help you?" He came closer, the face all but collapsed upon itself. "You who put us on the lurid posters in the Boulevard du Temple, you who made us the subject of cheap stories and drawing-room talk. But I didn't. You know I swear, it wasn't me. You who carried our secrets into the limelight, the fashionable one, the marquis in the white gloves, the fiend in the velvet cape. You're mad to blame it all on me. You have no right," I insisted, but my voice was faltering so badly I couldn't understand my own words. And his voice shot out of him like the tongue of a snake. "We had our Eden under that ancient cemetery," he hissed. "We had our faith and our purpose. And it was you who drove us out of it with a flaming sword. What do we have now? Answer me. Nothing but the love of each other, and what can that mean to creatures like us?" "No, it's not true. It was all happening already. You don't understand anything. You never did." But he wasn't listening to me. And it didn't matter whether or not he was listening. He was drawing closer, and in a dark flash his hand went out, and my head went back, and I saw the sky and the city of Paris upside down. I was falling through the air. And I went down and down past the windows of the tower until the stone walkway rose up to catch me, and every bone in my body broke within its thin case of preternatural skin. But these encounters were over soon enough. Frightened, aggrieved, shouting curses, the intruder would depart, leaving me in blessed silence. I'd slip a little deeper away from things, just lying there in the dark. I wasn't even reading much anymore. And when I did read, I read the Black Mask magazine. I read the stories of the ugly, nihilistic men of the 20th century, the grey-clad crooks and the bank robbers and the detectives, and I tried to remember things. But I was so weak. I was so tired. And then early one evening, Armand came. I thought at first it was a delusion. He was standing so still in the ruined parlour, looking younger than ever with his short auburn cap of 20th century hair and narrow little suit of dark cloth. It had to be an illusion, this figure coming into the parlour and looking down at me as I lay on my back on the floor by the broken French window, reading Sam Spade by the light of the moon. Except for one thing. If I were going to conjure up an imaginary visitor, it certainly wouldn't have been Armand. I glanced at him, and some vague shame passed over me, that I was so ugly, that I was no more than a skeleton with bulging eyes lying there. Then I went back to reading about the Maltese falcon, my lips moving to speak Sam Spade's lines. When I looked up again, Armand was still there. It might have been the same night or the next night, for all I knew. He was talking about Louis. He had been for some time. And I realized it was a lie he'd told me in Paris about Louis. Louis had been with Armand all these years. And Louis had been looking for me. Louis had been downtown in the old city looking for me near the townhouse where we had lived for so long. Louis had come finally to this very place and seen me through the windows. I tried to imagine it. Louis alive. Louis here, so close, and I had not even known it. I think I laughed a little. I couldn't keep it clear in my mind that Louis wasn't burnt up. But it was really wonderful that Louis still lived. It was wonderful that there existed still that handsome face, that poignant expression, that tender and faintly imploring voice, my beautiful Louis surviving instead of dead and gone with Claudia and Nick. But then maybe he was dead. Why should I believe Armand? I went back to reading by the moonlight, wishing the garden out there hadn't gotten so high. A good thing for Armand to do, I told him, would be to go out there and pull down some of those vines, since Armand was so strong. The morning glory vines and the wisteria were dripping off the upstairs porches, and they blocked out the moonlight, and then there were the old black oaks that had been here when there was nothing but swamp. I don't think I actually suggested this to Armand. And I only vaguely remember Armand letting me know that Louis was leaving him, and he, Armand, did not want to go on. Hollow, he sounded. Dry. Yet he gathered the moonlight to him as he stood there, and his voice still had its old resonance, its pure undertone of pain. Poor Armand. And you told me Louis was dead. Go dig a room for yourself under the Lafayette Cemetery. It's just up the street. No words spoken, no audible laughter, just the secret enjoyment of laughter in me. I remember one clear image of him stranded in the middle of the dirty, empty room, looking at the walls of books on all sides. The rain had bled down from leaks in the roof and melded the books together like papier-mâché bricks. And I noticed it distinctly when I saw him standing there against the backdrop of it, and I knew all the rooms in the house were walled in books like this. I hadn't thought about it until that moment when he started to look at it. I hadn't been in the other rooms in years. It seems he came back several times after that. I didn't see him, but I would hear him moving through the garden outside, looking for me with his mind like a beam of light. Louis had gone away to the west. One time, when I was lying in the rubble under the foundations, Armand came to the grating and peered in at me, and I did see him, and he hissed at me and called me rat-catcher. "You've gone mad. You, the one who knew everything, the one who scoffed at us. You're mad and you feed on the rats."
You know, in France in the old days what they called your kind, you country lords, they called you hare-catchers, because you hunted the hare so you wouldn't starve. And now what are you in this house? A ragged haunt, a rat-catcher. You're mad as the ancient ones who cease to talk sense and jabber at the wind, and yet you hunt the rats as you were born to do. Again I laughed. I laughed and laughed. I remembered the wolves, and I laughed. "You always make me laugh," I told him. "I would have laughed at you under that cemetery in Paris, except it didn't seem the kind thing to do. And even when you cursed me and blamed me for all the stories about us, that was funny, too. If you hadn't been about to throw me off the tower, I would have laughed. You always make me laugh." Delicious it was, the hatred between us, or so I thought. Such unfamiliar excitement, to have him there to ridicule and despise. Yet suddenly the scene about me began to change. I wasn't lying in the rubble. I was walking through my house. And I wore not the filthy rags that had covered me for years, but a fine black tailcoat and a satin-lined cape. And the house, why, the house was beautiful, and all the books were in their proper place upon shelves. The parquet floor glistened in the light of the chandelier, and there was music coming from everywhere, the sound of a Vienna waltz, the rich harmony of violins. With each step I felt powerful again, and light, marvelously light. I could have easily taken the stairs 2 by 2. I could have flown out and up through the darkness, the cloak like black wings. And then I was moving up in the darkness, and Armand and I stood together on the high roof. Radiant he was, in the same old-fashioned evening clothes, and we were looking over the jungle of dark singing treetops at the distant silver curve of the river and the low heavens, where the stars burned through the pearl-grey clouds. I was weeping at the sheer sight of it, at the feel of the damp wind against my face. And Armand stood beside me with his arm around me, and he was talking of forgiveness and sadness, of wisdom and things learned through pain. "I love you, my dark brother," he whispered. And the words moved through me like blood itself. "It wasn't that I wanted vengeance," he whispered. His face was stricken, his heart broken. He said, "But you came to be healed, and you did not want me. A century I had waited, and you did not want me." And I knew, as I had all along, really, that my restoration was illusion, that I was the same skeleton in rags, of course, and the house was still a ruin, and in the preternatural being who held me was the power that could give me back the sky and the wind. "Love me, and the blood is yours," he said, "this blood that I have never given to another." I felt his lips against my face. "I can't deceive you," I answered. "I can't love you. What are you to me that I should love you? A dead thing that hungers for the power and the passion of others, the embodiment of thirst itself?" And in a moment of incalculable power, it was I who struck him and knocked him backwards and off the roof. Absolutely weightless he was, his figure dissolving into the grey night. But who was defeated? Who fell down and down again through the soft tree branches to the earth where he belonged, back to the rags and filth beneath the old house? Who lay finally in the rubble, with hands and face against the cool soil? Yet memory plays its tricks. Maybe I imagined it, his last invitation, and the anguish after, the weeping. I do know that as the months passed, he was out there again. I heard him from time to time just walking those old garden district streets, and I wanted to call to him, to tell him that it was a lie I'd spoken to him, that I did love him. I did. But it was my time to be at peace with all things,
It was my time to starve and to go down into the earth finally, and maybe at last to dream the gods' dreams. And how could I tell Armand about the gods' dreams? There were no more candles, and there was no more oil for the lamps. Somewhere was a strong box full of money and jewels and letters to my lawyers and bankers who would continue to administer these properties I owned forever on account of sums I had left with them. And so why not go now into the ground, knowing that it would never be disturbed, not in this old city with its crumbling replicas of other centuries. Everything would just go on and on and on. By the light of the heavens I read more of the story of Sam Spade and the Maltese Falcon. I looked at the date on the magazine, and I knew it was 1929, and I thought, oh, that's not possible, is it? And I drank enough from the rats to have the strength to dig really deep. The earth was holding me. Living things slithered through its thick and moist clods against my dried flesh. And I thought, if I ever do rise again, if I ever see even one small patch of the night sky full of stars, I will never, never do terrible things. I will never slay innocents. Even when I hunted the weak, it was the hopeless and the dying I took. I swear it was. I will never, never work the dark trick again. I will just, you know, be the continual awareness, for no purpose at all. Thirst, pain, as clear as light. I saw Marius. I saw him so vividly that I thought, this can't be a dream, and my heart expanded painfully. How splendid Marius looked! He wore a narrow, plain, modern suit of clothes, but it was made of red velvet, and his white hair was cut short and brushed back from his face. He had a glamour to him, this modern Marius, and a sprightliness that his costume of the old days had apparently concealed. And he was doing the most remarkable things. He had before him a black camera upon 3 spider legs, and this he cranked with his right hand as he made motion pictures of mortals in a studio full of incandescent light. How my heart was swelling to see this, the way that he spoke to these mortal beings, told them how they must hold one another, dance, move about. Painted scenery behind them, yes, and outside the windows of his studio were high brick buildings and the noise of motor coaches in the streets. No, this isn't a dream, I told myself. It is happening. He is there. And if only I try, I can see the city beyond the windows, know where he is. If only I try, I can hear the language that he speaks to the young players. Marius, I said, but the earth around me devoured the sound. The scene changed. Marius rode in the great cage of an elevator down into a cellar. Metal doors screeched and clanked, and into the vast sanctum of those who must be kept he went, and how different it all was. No more the Egyptian paintings, the perfume of flowers, the glitter of gold. The high walls were covered with the dappled colors of the Impressionists, building out of myriad fragments of vibrant 20th century world. Airplanes flew over sunlit cities, towers rose beyond the arch of steel bridges, iron ships drove through silver seas. A universe it was, dissolving the walls on which it was rendered, surrounding the motionless and unchanged figures of Akasha and Enkil.
Marius moved about the chapel. He moved past dark, tangled sculptures, telephone devices, typewriting machines upon wooden stands. He set before those who must be kept a large and stately gramophone. Delicately he put the tiny needle to its task upon the revolving record. A thin and rasping Vienna waltz poured forth from the metal horn. I laughed to see it, this sweet invention, set before them like an offering. Was the waltz like incense rising in the air? But Marius had not completed his tasks. A white screen he had unrolled down the wall, and now from a high platform behind the seated god and goddess he projected moving pictures of mortals onto the white screen. Those who must be kept stared mute at the flickering images, statues in a museum, the electric light glaring on their white skin. And then the most marvelous thing happened. The jittery little figures in the motion picture began to talk. Above the grind of the gramophone waltz they actually talked. And as I watched, frozen in excitement, frozen in joy to see it all, a great sadness suddenly engulfed me, a great, crushing realization. It was just a dream, this, because the truth was, the little figures in the moving pictures couldn't possibly talk. The chamber and all its little wonders lost its substance, went dim. Ah, horrid imperfection! Horrid little giveaway that had made it all up. And out of real bits and pieces, too, the silent movies I'd seen myself at the little theater called the Happy Hour, the gramophones I'd heard around me from 100 houses in the dark. And the Vienna waltz, taken from the spell Armand had worked upon me, too heartbreaking to think of that. Why hadn't I been just a little more clever in fooling myself, kept the film silent as it should have been, and I might have gone on believing it was a true vision after all. But here was the final proof of my invention, this audacious and self-serving fancy. Akasha, my beloved, was speaking to me. Akasha stood in the door of the chamber, gazing down the length of the underground corridor to the elevator by which Marius had returned to the world above. Her black hair hung thickly and heavily about her white shoulders. She raised her cold white hand to beckon. Her mouth was red. "Lestat," she whispered. "Come." Her thoughts flowed out of her soundlessly, in the words of the old queen vampire who had spoken them to me under Les Innocents years and years before. "From my stone pillow I have dreamed dreams of the mortal world above. I have heard its voices, its new music, as lullabies, as I lie in my grave. I have envisioned its fantastical discoveries. I have known its courage, in the timeless sanctum of my thoughts. And though it shuts me out with its dazzling forms, I long for one with the strength to roam it fearlessly, to ride the devil's road through its heart." "Lestat," she whispered again, her marble face tragically animate. "Come." "Oh, my darling," I said, tasting the bitter earth between my lips. "If only I could." Lestat de Liancourt, in the year of his resurrection, 1984. Dionysus in San Francisco, 1985. Chapter 1. The week before our record album went on sale, they reached out, for the first time, to threaten us over the telephone wires. Secrecy regarding the rock band called the Vampire Lestat had been expensive but almost impenetrable. Even the book publishers of my autobiography had cooperated in full. And during the long months of recording and film-making, I hadn't seen a single one of them in New Orleans, nor heard them roaming about.
Yet somehow they had obtained the unlisted number, and into the electronic answering machine they issued their admonitions and epithets. "Outcast! We know what you are doing. We are ordering you to stop. Come out where we can see you. We dare you to come out." I had the band holed up in a lovely old plantation house north of New Orleans, pouring the Dom Perignon for them as they smoked their hashish cigarettes, all of us weary of anticipation and preparation, eager for the first live audience in San Francisco, the first certain taste of success. Then my lawyer, Christine, sent on the first phone messages. Uncanny how the equipment captured the timbre of the unearthly voices, and in the middle of the night I drove my musicians to the airport and we flew west. After that, even Christine didn't know where we were hiding. The musicians themselves were not entirely sure. In a luxurious ranch house in Carmel Valley, we heard our music for the first time over the radio. We danced as our first video films appeared nationwide on the television cable. And each evening I went alone to the coastal city of Monterey to pick up Christine's communications. Then I went north to hunt. I drove my sleek, powerful black Porsche all the way to San Francisco, taking the hairpin curves of the coast road at intoxicating speed. And in the immaculate yellow gloom of the big city Skid Row, I stalked my killers a little more cruelly and slowly than before. The tension was becoming unbearable. Still, I didn't see the others. I didn't hear them. All I had were those phone messages from immortals I'd never known. "We warn you, do not continue this madness. You are playing a more dangerous game than you realize." And then the recorded whisper that mortal ears could not hear. "Traitor! Outcast! Show yourself, Lestat!" If they were hunting San Francisco, I didn't see them. But then San Francisco is a dense and crowded city, and I was sly and silent, as I had always been. Finally, the telegrams came pouring into the Monterey postbox. We had done it. Sales of our album were breaking records here and in Europe. We could perform in any city we wanted after San Francisco. My autobiography was in all the bookstores from coast to coast. The vampire Lestat was at the top of the charts. And after the nightly hunt in San Francisco, I started riding the long length of Divisadero Street. I let the black carapace of the Porsche crawl past the ruined Victorian houses, wondering in which one of these, if any, Lewis had told the tale of interview with the vampire to the mortal boy. I was thinking constantly about Lewis and Gabrielle. I was thinking about Armand. I was thinking about Marius whom I had betrayed by telling the whole tale. Was the vampire Lestat stretching its electronic tentacles far enough to touch them? Had they seen the video films, The Legacy of Magnus, The Children of Darkness, Those Who Must Be Kept? I thought of the other ancient ones whose names I'd revealed: Mael, Pandora, Ramses the Damned. The fact was, Marius could have found me, no matter what the secrecy or the precautions. His powers could have bridged even the vast distances of America, if he was looking, if he had heard. The old dream came back to me of Marius cranking the motion picture camera, of the flickering patterns on the wall of the sanctum of Those Who Must Be Kept. Even in recollection it seemed impossibly lucid, made my heart trip. And gradually I realized that I possessed a new concept of loneliness, a new method of measuring silence that stretched to the end of the world. And all I had to interrupt it were those menacing recorded preternatural voices which carried no images as their virulency increased. "Don't dare to appear on stage in San Francisco. We warn you. Your challenge is too vulgar, too contemptuous. We will risk anything, even a public scandal, to punish you." I laughed at the incongruous combination of archaic language and the unmistakable American sound. What were they like, these modern vampires? Did they affect breeding and education once they walked with the undead? Did they assume a certain style? Did they live in covens or ride about on big black motorcycles, as I like to do? The excitement was building in me uncontrollably, and as I drove alone through the night with the radio blaring our music, I sensed a purely human enthusiasm mounting in me. I wanted to perform the way my mortals, Tough Cookie and Alex and Larry, wanted to perform. After the grueling work of building the records and films, I wanted us to raise our voices together before the screaming throng. And at odd moments I remembered those long-ago nights at Renault's little theatre too clearly. The strangest details came back, the feel of the white paint as I had smoothed it over my face, the smell of the powder, the instant of stepping before the footlights. Yes, it was all coming together. And if the wrath of Marius came with it, well, I deserved it, did I not? San Francisco charmed me, subdued me somewhat. Not hard to imagine my Louis in this place. Almost Venetian, it seemed, the somber, multicolored mansions and tenements rising wall to wall over the narrow black streets. Irresistible, the light sprinkled over hilltop and vale, and the hard, brilliant wilderness of downtown skyscrapers shooting up like a fairy-tale forest out of an ocean of mist. Each night on my return to Carmel Valley, I took out the sacks of fan mail forwarded to Monterey from New Orleans, and I looked through them for the vampire writing, characters inscribed a little too heavily, styles slightly old-fashioned, maybe a more outrageous display of supernatural talent in a handwritten letter made to look as if it had been printed in Gothic style. But there was nothing but the fervent devotion of mortals. Dear Lestat, my friend Cheryl and I love you, and we can't get tickets for the San Francisco concert, even though we stood in line for 6 hours. Please send us 2 tickets. We will be your victims. You can drink our blood.
This ends Disc 19.
Chapter 2. 2 years passed before I was strong enough to board a ship for Louisiana. And I was still badly crippled, still scarred. But I had to leave Europe, where no whisper had come to me of my lost Gabrielle, or of the great and powerful Marius, who had surely rendered his judgment upon me. I had to go home. And home was New Orleans, where the warmth was, where the flowers never stopped blooming, where I still owned, through my never-ending supply of coin of the realm, a dozen empty old mansions with rotting white columns and sagging porches round which I could roam. And I spent the last years of the 1800s in complete seclusion in the old garden district, a block from the Lafayette Cemetery, in the finest of my houses, slumbering beneath towering oaks. I read by candle or oil lamp all the books I could procure. I might as well have been Gabrielle, trapped in her castle bedroom, save there was no furniture here. And the stacks of books reached to the ceiling, in one room after another, as I went on to the next. Now and then I mustered enough stamina to break into a library or an old bookstore for new volumes, but less and less I went out. I wrote off for periodicals. I hoarded candles and bottles and tin cans of oil. I do not remember when it became the 20th century, only that everything was uglier and darker, and the beauty I'd known in the old 18th century days seemed more than ever some kind of fanciful idea. The bourgeois ran the world now upon dreary principles and with a distrust of the sensuality and the excess that the ancient regime had so loved. But my vision and thoughts were getting ever more clouded. I no longer hunted humans, and a vampire cannot thrive without human blood, human death. I survived by luring the garden animals of the old neighborhood, the pampered dogs and cats. And when they couldn't be got easily, well, then there was always the vermin that I could call to me like the Pied Piper, fat, long-tailed gray rats.
One night I forced myself to make the long trek through the quiet streets to a shabby little theatre called the Happy Hour near the waterfront slums. I wanted to see the new silent moving pictures. I was wrapped in a greatcoat with a muffler hiding my gaunt face. I wore gloves to hide my skeletal hands. The sight of the daytime sky, even in this imperfect film, terrified me. But it seemed the dreary tones of black and white were perfect for a colorless age. I did not think about other immortals. Yet now and then a vampire would appear, some orphaned fledgling who had stumbled on my lair, or a wanderer come in search of the legendary Lestat, begging for secrets, power. Horrid, these intrusions. Even the timbre of the supernatural voice shattered my nerves, drove me into the farthest corner. Yet no matter how great the pain, I scanned each new mind for knowledge of my Gabrielle. I never discovered any. Nothing to do after that but ignore the poor human victims the fiend would bring in the vain hope of restoring me.
The Vampire Lestat, Disc 20.
3:00 in the morning on the night before the San Francisco concert. The cool green paradise of Carmel Valley was asleep. I was dozing in the giant den before the glass wall that faced the mountains. I was dreaming off and on of Marius. Marius said in my dream, "Why did you risk my vengeance?" And I said, "You turned your back on me." "That is not the reason," he said. "You act on impulse. You want to throw all the pieces in the air." "I want to affect things, to make something happen," I said. In the dream I shouted, and I felt suddenly the presence of the Carmel Valley house around me. Just a dream, a thin, mortal dream. Yet something else, a sudden transmission, like a vagrant radio wave intruding upon the wrong frequency, a voice saying, "Danger, danger to us all." For one split second the vision of snow, ice, wind howling, something shattered on a stone floor, broken glass. "Lestat! Danger!" I awoke. I was not lying on the couch any longer. I was standing and looking towards the glass doors. I could hear nothing, see nothing but the dim outline of the hills, the black shape of the helicopter hovering over its square of concrete like a giant fly. With my soul I listened. I listened so hard I was sweating. Yet no more of the transmission, no images. And then the gradual awareness that there was a creature outside in the darkness, that I was hearing tiny physical sounds. Someone out there walking in the stillness. No human scent. One of them was out there. One of them had penetrated the secrecy and was approaching beyond the distant skeletal silhouette of the helicopter, through the open field of high grass. Again I listened. No, not a shimmer to reinforce the message of danger. In fact, the mind of the being was locked to me. I was getting only the inevitable signals of a creature passing through space. The rambling low-roofed house slumbered around me, a giant aquarium, it seemed, with its barren white walls and the blue flickering light of the silent television set. Tough Cookie and Alex in each other's arms on the rug before the empty fireplace. Larry asleep in the cell-like bedroom with the carnally indefatigable groupie called Salamander, whom they had picked up in New Orleans before we came west. Sleeping bodyguards in the other low-ceilinged modern chambers, and in the bunkhouse beyond the great blue oyster-shell swimming pool. And out there, under the clear black sky, this creature coming, moving towards us from the highway on foot. This thing that I sensed now was completely alone. Beat of a supernatural heart in the thin darkness. Yes, I can hear it very distinctly. The hills were like ghosts in the distance, the yellow blossoms of the acacias gleaming white under the stars. Not afraid of anything, it seemed.
just coming, and the thoughts absolutely impenetrable. That could mean one of the old ones, the very skilled ones, except the skilled ones would never crush the grass underfoot. This thing moved almost like a human. This vampire had been made by me. My heart was skipping. I glanced at the tiny lights of the alarm box, half concealed by the gathered drapery in the corner, promise of sirens if anything mortal or immortal tried to penetrate this house. On the edge of the white concrete he appeared. Tall, slender figure, short, dark hair. And then he paused as if he could see me in the electric blue haze behind the glass veil. Yes, he saw me, and he moved towards me, towards the light. Agile, traveling just a little too lightly for a mortal. Black hair, green eyes, and the limbs shifting silkily under the neglected garments, a frayed black sweater that hung shapelessly from his shoulders, legs like long black spokes. I felt the lump come up in my throat. I was trembling. I tried to remember what was important, even in this moment, that I must scan the night for others, must be careful. Danger! But none of that mattered now, I knew. I shut my eyes for a second. It did not help anything, make anything easier. Then my hand went out to the alarm buttons, and I turned them off. I opened the giant glass doors, and the cold, fresh air moved past me into the room. He was past the helicopter, turning and stepping away like a dancer to look up at it, his head back, his thumbs hooked very casually in the pockets of his black jeans. When he looked at me again, I saw his face distinctly, and he smiled. Even our memories can fail us. He was proof of that, delicate and blinding as a laser as he came closer, all the old images blown away like dust. I flicked on the alarm system again, closed the doors on my mortals, and turned the key in the lock. For a second I thought, I cannot stand this. And this is only the beginning. And if he is here, only a few steps away from me now, then surely the others too will come. They will all come. I turned and went towards him, and for a silent moment I just studied him and the blue light falling through the glass. My voice was tight when I spoke. "Where's the black cape, and the finely tailored black coat, and the silk tie, and all that foolishness?" I asked. Eyes locked on each other. Then he broke the stillness and laughed, without making a sound. But he went on studying me with a rapt expression that gave me a secret joy, and with the boldness of a child he reached out and ran his fingers down the lapel of my grey velvet coat. "Can't always be the living legend," he said. The voice was like a whisper that wasn't a whisper, and I could hear his French accent so clearly, though I had never been able to hear my own. I could scarcely bear the sound of the syllables, the complete familiarity of it. And I forgot all the stiff, surly things I had planned to say, and I just took him in my arms. We embraced the way we never had in the past. We held each other the way Gabrielle and I used to do, and then I ran my hands over his hair and his face, just letting myself really see him, as if he belonged to me. And he did the same. Seems we were talking and not talking. True silent voices that didn't have any words, nodding a little. And I could feel him brimming with affection and a feverish satisfaction that seemed almost as strong as my own. But he was quiet suddenly, and his face became a little drawn. "I thought you were dead and gone, you know," he said. It was barely audible. "How did you find me here?" I asked. "You wanted me to," he answered. Flash of innocent confusion. He gave a slow shrug of the shoulders. Everything he did was magnetizing me, just the way it had over a century ago. Fingers so long and delicate, yet hands so strong.
"You let me see you, and you let me follow you," he said. "You drove up and down Divisadero Street looking for me. And you were still there?" "The safest place in the world for me," he said. "I never left it. They came looking for me, and they didn't find me, and then they went away. And now I move among them whenever I want, and they don't know me. They never knew what I looked like, really." "And they'd try to destroy you if they knew," I said. "Yes," he answered. "But they've been trying to do that since the Theatre of the Vampires and the things that happened there. Of course, Interview with the Vampire gave them some new reasons. And they do need reasons to play their little games. They need the impetus, the excitement. They feed upon it like blood." His voice sounded labored for a second. He took a deep breath. Hard to talk about all this. I wanted to put my arms around him again, but I didn't. "But at the moment," he said, "I think you are the one that they want to destroy. And they do know what you look like." Little smile. "Everybody knows now what you look like, Monsieur le Rockstar." He let his smile broaden, but the voice was polite and low, as it had always been, and the face suffused with feeling. There had been not the slightest change there yet. Maybe there never would be. I slipped my arm around his shoulder, and we walked together away from the lights of the house. We walked past the great grey hulk of the copter and into the dry, sun-baked field and towards the hills. I think to be this happy is to be miserable. To feel this much satisfaction is to burn. "Are you going to go through with it?" he asked. "The concert tomorrow night?" Danger to us all. Had it been a warning or a threat? "Yes, of course," I said. "What in hell could stop me from it?" "I would like to stop you," he answered. "I would have come sooner if I could. I spotted you a week ago, then lost you." "And why do you want to stop me?" "You know why," he said. "I want to talk to you." So simple the words, and yet they had such meaning. "There'll be time after," I answered. "Tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow. Nothing is going to happen, you'll see." I kept glancing at him and away from him, as if his green eyes were hurting me. In modern parlance, he was a laser beam. Deadly and delicate, he seemed. His victims had always loved him. And I had always loved him, hadn't I? No matter what happened. And how strong could love grow if you had eternity to nourish it, and it took only these few moments in time to renew its momentum, its heat? "How can you be sure of that, Lestat?" he asked. Intimate, his speaking my name. And I had not brought myself to say Louis in that same natural way. We were walking slowly now, without direction, and his arm was around me loosely, as mine was around him. "I have a battalion of mortals guarding us," I said. "There'll be bodyguards on the copter and in the limousine with my mortals. I'll travel alone from the airport in the Porsche so I can more easily defend myself, but we'll have a veritable motorcade. And just what can a handful of hateful 20th-century fledglings do, anyway? These idiot creatures use the telephone for their threats." "There are more than a handful," he said. "But what about Marius? Your enemies out there are debating it, whether the story of Marius was true, whether those who must be kept exist or not." "Naturally. And you, did you believe it?" "Yes, as soon as I read it," he said. And there passed between us a moment of silence, in which perhaps we were both remembering the questing immortal of long ago who had asked me over and over, where did it begin? Too much pain to be re-invoked. It was like taking pictures from the attic, cleaning away the dust and finding the colors still vibrant. And the pictures should have been portraits of dead ancestors, and they were pictures of us.
I made some little nervous mortal gesture, raked my hair back off my forehead, tried to feel the cool of the breeze. "What makes you so confident," he asked, "that Marius won't end this experiment as soon as you step on the stage tomorrow night?" "Do you think any of the old ones would do that?" I answered. He reflected for a long moment, slipping deep into his thoughts the way he used to do, so deep it was as if he forgot I was there. And it seemed that old rooms took shape around him. Gaslight gave off its unsteady illumination. There came the sounds and scents of a former time from outside streets. We two in that New Orleans parlor, coal fire in the grate beneath the marble mantel, everything growing older except us. And he stood now, a modern child, in sagging sweater and worn denim, gazing off towards the deserted hills. Disheveled, eyes sparked with an inner fire, hair mussed. He roused himself slowly, as if coming back to life. "No. I think if the old ones trouble themselves with it at all, they will be too interested to do that." "Are you interested?" "Yes, you know I am," he said, and his face colored slightly. It became even more human. In fact, he looked more like a mortal man than any of our kind I've ever known. "I'm here, aren't I?" he said. And I sensed a pain in him, running like a vein of ore through his whole being, a vein that could carry feeling to the coldest depths. I nodded. I took a deep breath and looked away from him, wishing I could say what I really wanted to say, that I loved him. But I couldn't do that. The feeling was too strong. "Whatever happens, it will be worth it," I said. "That is, if you and I and Gabrielle and Armand and Marius are together, even for a short while, it will be worth it. Suppose Pandora chooses to show herself, and Mail, and God only knows how many others. What if all the old ones come? It will be worth it, Louis. As for the rest, I don't care." "No, you care," he said, smiling. He was deeply fascinated. "You're just confident that it's going to be exciting, and that whatever the battle, you'll win." I bowed my head. I laughed. I slipped my hands into the pockets of my pants, the way mortal men did in this day and age, and I walked on through the grass. The field still smelled of sun, even in the cool California night. I didn't tell him about the mortal part, the vanity of wanting to perform, the eerie madness that had come over me when I saw myself on the television screen, saw my face on the album covers plastered to the windows of the North Beach record store. He followed at my side. "If the old ones really wanted to destroy me," I said, "don't you think it would already be done?" "No," he said. "I saw you, and I followed you, but before that I couldn't find you. As soon as I heard that you'd come out, I tried." "How did you hear?" I asked. "There are places in all the big cities where the vampires meet," he said. "Surely you know this by now." "No, I don't. Tell me," I said. "They are the bars we call the Vampire Connection," he said, smiling a little ironically as he said it. "They are frequented by mortals, of course, and known to us by their names. There is Dr. Polidori in London, and Lamia in Paris. There is Bela Lugosi in the city of Los Angeles, and Carmilla and Lord Ruthven in New York. Here in San Francisco we have the most beautiful of them all, possibly, the cabaret called Dracula's Daughter on Castro Street." I started laughing. I couldn't help it, and I could see that he was about to laugh too. "And where are the names from Interview with the Vampire?" I asked with mock indignation. "Verboten," he said with a little lift of the eyebrows. "They are not fictional, they are real. But I will tell you they are playing your video clips on Castro Street now. The mortal customers demand it. They toast you with their vodka Bloody Marys. The dance of Les Innocents is pounding through the walls." A real laughing fit was definitely coming. I tried to stop it. I shook my head.
"But you've effected something of a revolution in speech in the back room as well," he continued in the same mock-sober fashion, unable to keep his face entirely straight.
"What do you mean?"
"Dark trick, dark gift, devil's road, they're all bantering those words about. The crudest fledglings who never even styled themselves vampires. They're imitating the book, even though they condemn it utterly. They are loading themselves down with Egyptian jewelry. Black velvet is once again de rigueur."
"Too perfect," I said. "But these places, what are they like?"
"They're saturated with the vampire trappings," he said. "Posters from the vampire films adorn the walls, and the films themselves are projected continuously on high screens. The mortals who come are a regular freak show of theatrical types, punk youngsters, artists, those done up in black capes and white plastic fangs. They scarcely notice us. We are often drab by comparison. And in the dim lights we might as well be invisible, velvet and Egyptian jewelry and all. Of course no one preys upon these mortal customers. We come to the vampire bars for information. The vampire bar is the safest place for a mortal in all Christendom. You cannot kill in the vampire bar."
"Wonder somebody didn't think of it before," I said.
"They did think of it," he said. "In Paris it was the Théâtre des Vampires."
"Of course," I admitted. He went on.
"The word went out a month ago on the Vampire Connection that you were back, and the news was old then. They said you were hunting New Orleans. And then they learned what you meant to do. They had early copies of your autobiography. There was endless talk about the video films."
"And why didn't I see them in New Orleans?" I asked.
"Because New Orleans has been for half a century Armand's territory. No one dares to hunt New Orleans. They learned through mortal sources of information, out of Los Angeles and New York."
"I didn't see Armand in New Orleans," I said.
"I know," he answered.
He looked troubled, confused for a moment. I felt a little tightening in the region of the heart.
"No one knows where Armand is," he said a little dully. "But when he was there he killed the young ones. They left New Orleans to him. They say that many of the old ones do that, kill the young ones. They say it of me, but it isn't so. I haunt San Francisco like a ghost. I do not trouble anyone save my unfortunate mortal victims."
All this didn't surprise me much.
"There are too many of us," he said, "as there always have been, and there is much warring. And a coven in any given city is only a means by which 3 or more powerful ones agree not to destroy each other and to share the territory according to the rules."
"The rules, always the rules," I said.
"They are different now, and more stringent. Absolutely no evidence of the kill must ever be left about. Not a single corpse must be left for mortals to investigate."
"Of course."
"And there must be no exposure whatsoever in the world of close-up photography and zoom lenses, of freeze-frame video examination. No risk that could lead to capture, incarceration, and scientific verification by the mortal world."
I nodded, but my pulse was racing. I loved being the outlaw, the one who had already broken every single law. And so they were imitating my book, were they? Oh, it was started already, wheels set into motion.
"Lestat, you think you understand," he said patiently. "But do you? Let the world have but one tiny fragment of our tissue for their microscopes, and there will be no arguments any more about legend or superstition. The proof will be there."
"I don't agree with you, Louis," I said. "It isn't that simple."
"They have the means to identify and classify us, to galvanize the human race against us."
"No, Louis. Scientists in this day and age are witch doctors, perpetually at war. They quarrel over the most rudimentary questions. You would have to spread that supernatural tissue to every microscope in the world, and even then the public might not believe a word of it."
He reflected for a moment. "One capture, then," he said. "One living specimen in their hands."
"Even that wouldn't do it," I said. "And how could they ever hold me?" But it was too lovely to contemplate. The chase, the intrigue, the possible capture and escape. I loved it. He was smiling now in a strange way, full of disapproval and delight. "You are madder than you ever were," he said under his breath. "Madder than when you used to go about New Orleans deliberately scaring people in the old days." I laughed and laughed, but then I got quiet. We didn't have that much time before morning, and I could laugh all the way into San Francisco tomorrow night. "Louis, I've thought this over from every angle," I said. "It will be harder to start a real war with mortals than you think. And you're bound and determined to start it, aren't you? You want everyone, mortal or immortal, to come after you. Why not?" I asked. "Let it begin. And let them try to destroy us the way they have destroyed their other devils. Let them try to wipe us out." He was watching me with that old expression of awe and incredulity that I had seen 1,000 times on his face. I was a fool for it, as the expression goes. But the sky was paling overhead, the stars drifting steadily away. Only precious moments we had together before the early spring morning. "And so you really mean for it to happen?" he said earnestly, his tone gentler than before. "Louis, I mean for something and everything to happen," I said. "I mean for all that we have been to change. What are we but leeches now, loathsome, secretive, without justification? The old romance is gone. So let us take on a new meaning. I crave the bright lights as I crave blood. I crave the divine visibility. I crave war. The new evil, to use your old words," he said. "And this time it is the 20th century evil." "Precisely," I said. But again I thought of the purely mortal impulse, the vain impulse for worldly fame, acknowledgment, faint blush of shame. It was all going to be such a pleasure. "But why, Lestat?" he asked a little suspiciously. "Why the danger, the risk? After all, you have done it. You have come back. You're stronger than ever. You have the old fire as if it had never been lost, and you know how precious this is, this will simply to go on. Why risk it immediately? Have you forgotten what it was like when we had the world all around us, and no one could hurt us except ourselves? Is this an offer, Louis? Have you come back to me, as lovers say?" His eyes darkened, and he looked away from me. "I'm not mocking you, Louis," I said. "You've come back to me, Lestat," he said evenly, looking at me again. "When I heard the first whispers of you at Dracula's Daughter, I felt something that I thought was gone forever." He paused. But I knew what he was talking about. He had already said it, and I had understood it centuries ago when I felt Armand's despair after the death of the old coven. Excitement, the desire to continue, these things were priceless to us. All the more reason for the rock concert, the continuation, the war itself. "Lestat, don't go on the stage tomorrow night," he said. "Let the films and the book do what you want, but protect yourself. Let us come together and let us talk together. Let us have each other in this century the way we never did in the past. And I do mean all of us." "Very tempting, beautiful one," I said. There were times in the last century when I would have given almost anything to hear those words. "And we will come together, and we will talk, all of us, and we will have each other. It will be splendid, better than it ever was before. But I am going on the stage. I am going to be Lelio again, the way I never was in Paris. I will be the vampire Lestat for all to see, a symbol, an outcast, a freak of nature, something loved, something despised, all of those things. I tell you I can't give it up. I can't miss it. And quite frankly, I am not the least afraid. I braced myself for a coldness or a sadness to come over him, and I hated the approaching sun as much as I ever had in the past. He turned his back to it. The illumination was hurting him a little, but his face was as full of warm expression as before. "Very well, then," he said. "I would like to go into San Francisco with you. I would like that very much. Will you take me with you?" I couldn't immediately answer. Again, the sheer excitement was excruciating, and the love I felt for him was positively humiliating. "Of course I'll take you with me," I said. We looked at each other for a tense moment. He had to leave now. The morning had come for him. "One thing, Louis," I said. "Yes?" "Those clothes. Impossible. I mean, tomorrow night, as they say in the 20th century, you will lose that sweater and those pants." The morning was too empty after he had gone. I stood still for a while, thinking of that message, danger. I scanned the distant mountains, the never-ending fields. Threat. Warning. What did it matter? The young ones dialed the telephones. The old ones raised their supernatural voices. Was it so strange? I could only think of Louis now, that he was with me, and of what it would be like when the others came. Chapter 2. The vast, sprawling parking lots of the San Francisco Cow Palace were overflowing with frenzied mortals as our motorcade pushed through the gates, my musicians in the limousine ahead, Louis in the leather-lined Porsche beside me. Crisp and shining in the black-caped costume of the band, he looked as if he'd stepped out of the pages of his own story, his green eyes passing a little fearfully over the screaming youngsters and motorcycle guards who kept them back and away from us. The hall had been sold out for a month. The disappointed fans wanted the music broadcast outside so they could hear it. Beer cans littered the ground. Teenagers sat atop car roofs and on trunks and hoods, radios blaring the vampire Lestat at appalling volume. Alongside my window, our manager ran, on foot, explaining that we would have the outside video screens and speakers. The San Francisco police had given the go-ahead to prevent a riot. I could feel Louis's mounting anxiety. A pack of youngsters broke through the police lines and pressed themselves against his window as the motorcade made its sharp turn and plowed on towards the long, ugly, tube-shaped hall. I was positively enthralled with what was happening, and the recklessness in me was cresting. Again and again the fans surrounded the car before they were swept back, and I was beginning to understand how woefully I had underestimated this entire experience. The filmed rock shows I'd watched hadn't prepared me for the crude electricity that was already coursing through me, the way the music was already surging in my head, the way the shame for my mortal vanity was evaporating. It was mayhem getting into the hall. Through a crush of guards, we ran into the heavily secured backstage area, Tough Cookie holding tight to me, Alex pushing Larry ahead of him. The fans tore at our hair, our capes. I reached back and gathered Louis under my wing and brought him through the doors with us. And then, in the curtained dressing rooms, I heard it for the first time, the bestial sound of the crowd, 15,000 souls chanting and screaming under one roof. No, I did not have this under control, this fierce glee that made my entire body shudder. When had this ever happened to me before, this near hilarity? I pushed up to the front and looked through the peephole into the auditorium, mortals on both sides of the long oval, up to the very rafters. And in the vast open center a mob of thousands, dancing, caressing, pumping fists into the smoky haze, vying to get close to the stage platform. Hashish, beer, human blood smell swirled on the ventilation currents. The engineers were shouting that we were set. Face paint had been retouched, black velvet capes brushed, black ties straightened. No good to keep this crowd waiting a moment longer. The word was given to kill the house lights,
and a great, inhuman cry swelled in the darkness, rolling up the walls. I could feel it in the floor beneath me. It grew stronger as a grinding electronic buzz announced the connection of the equipment. The vibration went through my temples. A layer of skin was being peeled off. I clasped Lewis's arm, gave him a lingering kiss, and then felt him release me. Everywhere beyond the curtain, people snapped on their little chemical cigarette lighters until thousands and thousands of tiny flames trembled in the gloom. Rhythmic clapping erupted, died out, the general roar rolling up and down, pierced by random shrieks. My head was teeming. And yet I thought of Renault's so long ago. I positively saw it. But this place was like the Roman Colosseum. And making the tapes, the films, it had been so controlled, so cold. It had given no taste of this. The engineer gave the signal, and we shot through the curtain, the mortals fumbling because they couldn't see as I maneuvered effortlessly over the cables and wires. I was at the lip of the stage, right over the heads of the swaying, shouting crowd. Alex was at the drums, Tough Cookie had her flat, shimmering electric guitar in hand, Larry was at the huge circular keyboard of the synthesizer. I turned around and glanced up at the giant video screens which would magnify our images for the scrutiny of every pair of eyes in the house, then back at the sea of screaming youngsters. Waves and waves of noise inundated us from the darkness. I could smell the heat and the blood. Then the immense bank of overhead lights went on. Violent beams of silver, blue, red, crisscrossed as they caught us, and the screaming reached an unbelievable pitch. The entire hall was on its feet. I could feel the light crawling on my white skin, exploding in my yellow hair. I glanced around to see my mortals glorified and frenzied already as they perched amid the endless wires and silver scaffolding. The sweat broke out on my forehead as I saw the fists raised everywhere in salute. And scattered all through the hall were youngsters in their Halloween vampire clothes, faces gleaming with artificial blood, some wearing floppy yellow wigs, some with black rings about their eyes to make them all the more innocent and ghastly. Catcalls and hoots and raucous cries rose above the general din. No, this was not like making the little films. This was nothing like singing in the air-cooled, cork-lined chambers of the studio. This was a human experience made vampiric, as the music itself was vampiric, as the images of the video film were the images of the blood swoon. I was shuddering with pure exhilaration, and the red-tinged sweat was pouring down my face. The spotlight swept the audience, leaving us bathed in a mercuric twilight, and everywhere the light hit, the crowd went into convulsions, redoubling their cries. What was it about this sound? It signaled man turned into mob, the crowd surrounding the guillotine, the ancient Romans screaming for Christian blood. And the Keltoi gathered in the grove awaiting Marius the god. I could see the grove as I had when Marius told the tale. Had the torches been any more lurid than these colored beams? Had the horrific wicker giants been larger than these steel ladders that held the banks of speakers and incandescent spotlights on either side of us? But there was no violence here. There was no death. Only this childish exuberance pouring forth from young mouths and young bodies, an energy focused and contained as naturally as it was cut loose. Another wave of hashish from the front ranks. Long-haired, leather-clad bikers with spiked leather bracelets, clapping their hands above their heads. Ghosts of the Keltoi, they seemed, barbarian locks streaming. And from all corners of this long, hollow, smoky place, an uninhibited wash of something that felt like love. The lights were flashing on and off so that the movement of the crowd seemed fragmented, to be happening in fits and jerks. They were chanting in unison, now the volume swelling. What was it? Lestat, Lestat, Lestat. Oh, this is too divine. What mortal could withstand this indulgence, this worship? I clasped the ends of my black cloak, which was the signal. I shook out my hair to its fullest, and these gestures sent a current of renewed screaming to the very back of the hall. The lights converged on the stage. I raised my cloak on either side like bat wings. The
The screams fused into a great monolithic roar. "I am the vampire Lestat!" I shouted at the top of my lungs as I stepped way back from the microphone, and the sound was almost visible as it arched over the length of the oval theatre, and the voice of the crowd rose even higher, louder, as if to devour the ringing sound. "Come on! Let me hear you! You love me!" I shouted suddenly without deciding to do it. Everywhere people were stomping. They were stomping not only on the concrete floors, but on the wooden seats. "How many of you would be vampires?" The roar became a thunder. Several people were trying to scramble up onto the front of the stage, the bodyguards pulling them off. One of the big, dark, shaggy-haired bikers was jumping straight up and down, a beer can in each hand. The lights went brighter like the glare of an explosion, and there rose from the speakers and equipment behind me the full-throated engine of a locomotive at stultifying volume, as if the train were racing onto the stage. Every other sound in the auditorium was swallowed by it. In blaring silence the crowd danced and bobbed before me. Then came the piercing, twanging fury of the electrical guitar. The drums boomed into a marching cadence, and the grinding locomotive sound of the synthesizer crested, then broke into a bubbling cauldron of noise in time with the march. It was time to begin the chant in the minor key, its puerile lyrics leaping over the accompaniment. "I am the vampire Lestat. You are here for the grand sabbat, but I pity you your lot." I grabbed the microphone from the stand and ran to one side of the stage and then to the other, the cape flaring out behind me. "You can't resist the lords of night. They have no mercy on your plight. In your fear they take delight." They were reaching out for my ankles, throwing kisses, girls lifted by their male companions to touch my cape as it swirled over their heads. "Yet in love we will take you, and in rapture we'll break you, and in death we'll release you. No one can say you were not warned." Tough Cookie, strumming furiously, danced up beside me, gyrating wildly, the music peaking in a shrill glissando, drums and cymbals crashing, the bubbling cauldron of the synthesizer rising again. I felt the music come up into my bones. Not even at the old Roman sabbat had it taken hold of me like this. I pitched myself into the dance, swinging my hips elastically, then pumping them as the two of us moved towards the edge of the stage. We were performing the free and erotic contortions of Punchinello and Harlequin and all the old commedia players, improvising now as they had done, the instruments cutting loose from the thin melody, then finding it again, as we urged each other on with our dancing, nothing rehearsed, everything within character, everything utterly new. The guards shoved people back roughly as they tried to join us, yet we danced over the edge of the platform as if taunting them, whipping our hair around our faces, turning round to see ourselves above in an impossible hallucination on the giant screens. The sound travelled up through my body as I turned back to the crowd. It travelled like a steel ball, finding one pocket after another in my hips, my shoulders, until I knew I was rising off the floor in a great slow leap, and then descending silently again, the black cape flaring, my mouth open to reveal the fanged teeth. Euphoria, deafening applause. And everywhere I saw pale, mortal throats bared, boys and girls shoving their collars down and stretching their necks, and some had made red lipstick marks like wounds on their necks, and they were gesturing to me to come and take them, inviting me and begging me, and some of the girls were crying. The blood scent was thick as the smoke in the air, flesh and flesh and flesh. And yet everywhere the canny innocence, the unfathomable trust that it was art, nothing but art. No one would be hurt. It was safe, this splendid hysteria. When I screamed, they thought it was the sound system. When I leapt, they thought it was a trick. And why not, when magic was blaring at them from all sides, and they could forsake our flesh and blood for the great glowing giants on the screens above us? Marius, I wish you could behold this. Gabrielle, where are you?
The lyrics poured out, sung by the whole band again in unison, Tough Cookie's lovely soprano soaring over the others before she wrung her head round and round in a circle, her hair flopping down to touch the boards in front of her feet, her guitar jerking lasciviously like a giant phallus, thousands and thousands stamping and clapping in unison. "I am telling you I am a vampire!" I screamed suddenly. Ecstasy, delirium. "I am evil! Evil!" "Yes, yes, 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 yes!" I threw out my arms, my hands curved upwards. "I want to drink up your souls!" The big woolly-haired biker in the black leather jacket backed up, knocking over those behind him, and leapt on the stage next to me, fists over his head. The bodyguards went to tackle him, but I had him, locking him to my chest, lifting him off his feet in one arm, and closing my mouth on his neck, teeth just touching him, just touching that geyser of blood, ready to spew straight upwards. But they had torn him loose, thrown him back like a fish into the sea. Tough Cookie was beside me, the light skittering on her black satin pants, her whirling cape, her arm out to steady me, even as I tried to slip free. Now I knew all that had been left out of the pages I had read about the rock singers, this mad marriage of the primitive and the scientific, this religious frenzy. We were in the ancient grove, all right. We were all with the gods. And we were blowing out the fuses on the first song, and rolling into the next as the crowd picked up the rhythm, shouting the lyrics they knew from the albums and the clips. Tough Cookie and I sang, stomping in time with it. "Children of darkness, meet the children of light. Children of man, fight the children of night." And again they cheered and bellowed and wailed, unmindful of the words. Could the old Keltoi have cut loose with lustier ululations on the verge of massacre? But again, there was no massacre. There was no burnt offering. Passion rolled towards the images of evil, not evil. Passion embraced the image of death, not death. I could feel it like the scalding illumination on the pores of my skin, in the roots of my hair, Tough Cookie's amplified scream carrying the next stanza, my eyes sweeping the farthest nooks and crannies, the amphitheater become a great wailing soul. Deliver me from this. Deliver me from loving it. Deliver me from forgetting everything else and sacrificing all purpose, all resolve to it. I want you, my babies. I want your blood, innocent blood. I want your adoration at the moment when I sink my teeth. Yes, this is beyond all temptation. But in this moment of precious stillness and shame, I saw them for the first time. The real ones out there. Tiny white faces tossed like masks on the waves of shapeless mortal faces, distinct as Magnus's face had been in that long-ago little boulevard hall. And I knew that back beyond the curtains, Louis also saw them. But all I saw in them, all I felt emanating from them, was wonder and fear. "All you real vampires out there," I shouted, "reveal yourselves!" And they remained changeless, as the painted and costumed mortals about them went wild. For 3 solid hours we danced, we sang, we beat the hell out of the metallic instruments, the whiskey splashing back and forth among Alex and Larry and Tough Cookie, the crowd surging towards us over and over until the phalanx of police had doubled and the lights had been raised. Wooden seats were breaking in the high corners of the auditorium, cans rolled on the concrete floors. The real ones never ventured a step closer. Some vanished. That's how it was. Unbroken screaming, like 15,000 drunks on the town, right up to the final moments when it was the ballad from the last clip, Age of Innocence. And then the music softening, the drums rolling out and the guitar dying,
and the synthesizer throwing up the lovely translucent notes of an electric harpsichord, notes so light yet profuse that it was as if the air were showered with gold. One mellow spot hit the place where I stood, my clothes streaked with blood sweat, my hair wet with it and tangled, the cape dangling from one shoulder. Into a great, yawning mouth of rapt and drunken attention, I raised my voice slowly, letting each phrase become clear. This is the age of innocence, true innocence. All your demons are visible. All your demons are material. Call them pain. Call them hunger. Call them war. Mythic evil you don't need anymore. Drive out the vampires and the devils with the gods you no longer adore. Remember, the man with the fangs wears a cloak. What passes for charm is a charm. Understand what you see when you see me. Kill us, my brothers and sisters. The war is on. Understand what you see when you see me. I closed my eyes on the rising walls of applause. What were they really clapping for? What were they celebrating? Electric daylight in this giant auditorium. The real ones were vanishing in the shifting throng. The uniformed police had jumped up onto the platform to make a solid row in front of us. Alex was tugging at me as we went through the curtain. "Man, we have to run for it. They've got the damn limo surrounded, and you'll never make it to your own car." I said no. They had to go on, to take the limo, to get going now. And to my left I saw the hard, white face of one of the real ones as he shoved his way through the press. He wore the black leather skins of the motorcycle riders, his silken, preternatural hair a gleaming black mop. The curtains were ripping from their overhead rods, letting the house flow into the backstage area. Lewis was beside me. I saw another immortal on my right, a thin, grinning male with tiny, dark eyes. Blast of cold air as we pushed into the parking lot, and pandemonium of squirming, struggling mortals, the police yelling for order, the limo rocking like a boat as Tough Cookie and Alex and Larry were shoved into it. One of the bodyguards had the engine of the Porsche running for me, but the youngsters were beating on the hood and the roof as if it were a drum. Behind the black-haired vampire male there appeared another demon, a woman, and the pair were pushing inexorably closer. What the hell did they think they were going to do? The giant motor of the limousine was growling like a lion at children who wouldn't make way for it, and the motorcycle guards gunned their little engines, spewing fumes and noise into the throng. The vampire trio was suddenly surrounding the Porsche, the tall male's face ugly with fury, and one thrust of his powerful arm lifted the low-slung car in spite of the youngsters who held to it. It was going to capsize. I felt an arm around my throat suddenly, and I felt Lewis's body pivot, and I heard the sound of his fist strike the preternatural skin and bone behind me, heard the whispered curse. Mortals everywhere were suddenly screaming. A policeman exhorted the crowd over a loudspeaker to clear out. I rushed forward, knocking down several of the youngsters, and steadied the Porsche just before it went over like a scarab on its back. As I struggled to open the door, I felt the crowd rushing against me. Any moment this would become a riot. There would be a stampede. Whistles, screams, sirens, bodies shoving Lewis and me together, and then the leather-clad vampire male rising on the other side of the Porsche, a great silver scythe flashing in the floodlights as he swung it over his head. I heard Lewis's shout of warning. I saw another scythe gleaming in the corner of my eye. But a preternatural screech cut through the cacophony, as in a blinding flash the vampire male burst into flames. Another blaze exploded beside me. The scythe clattered to the concrete, and yards away yet another vampiric figure suddenly went up in a crackling gust. The crowd was in utter panic, rushing back into the auditorium, streaming out into the parking lot, running any place it could to escape the whirling figures as they were burnt black in their own private infernos, their limbs melting in the heat to mere bones. And I saw other immortals streaking away at invisible speed through the sluggish human press. Lewis was stunned as he turned to me, and surely the look of amazement on my face only stunned him more. Neither of us had done this.
Neither of us had the power. I knew but one immortal who did. But I was suddenly slammed back by the car door opening, and a small, delicate white hand reached out to pull me inside. "Hurry, both of you," said a female voice in French suddenly. "What are you waiting for, the church to pronounce it a miracle?" And I was jerked into the leather bucket seat before I realized what was happening, dragging Louis in on top of me so that he had to scramble over me into the compartment in back. The Porsche lurched forward, scattering the fleeing mortals in front of its headlights. I stared at the slender figure of the driver beside me, her yellow hair streaming over her shoulders, her soiled felt hat smashed down over her eyes. I wanted to throw my arms around her, to crush her with kisses, to press my heart against her heart, and forget absolutely everything else. The hell with these idiot fledglings. But the Porsche almost went over again as she made the sharp right out of the gate and into the busy street. "Gabrielle, stop!" I shouted, my hand closing on her arm. "You didn't do that! Burn them like that!" "Of course not," she said in sharp French steel, barely glancing at me. She looked irresistible, as with 2 fingers she twisted the wheel again, swinging us into yet another 90-degree turn. We were headed for the freeway. "Then you're driving us away from Marius," I said. "Stop!" "So let him blow up the van that's following us," she cried. "Then I'll stop." She had the gas pedal floored, her eyes fixed on the road in front of her, her hands locked to the leather-clad wheel. I turned to see it over Louis's shoulder, a monster of a vehicle bearing down with surprising speed, an overgrown hearse, it seemed, hulking and black, with a mouthful of chromium teeth across the snub-nosed front, and 4 of the undead leering at us from behind the tinted windshield glass. "We can't get clear of this traffic to outrun them," I said. "Turn around! Go back to the auditorium! Gabrielle, turn around!" But she bore on, weaving in and out of the motor coaches wildly, driving some of them in sheer panic to the side. The van was gaining. "It's a war machine, that's what it is," Louis said. "They've rigged it with an iron bumper. They're going to try to ram us, the little monsters." Oh, I had played this one wrong. I had underestimated. I had envisioned my own resources in this modern age, but not theirs. And we were moving farther and farther away from the one immortal who could blow them to kingdom come. Well, I would handle them with pleasure. I'd smash their windshield to pieces for starters, then tear off their heads one by one. I opened the window, climbing halfway up and out of it, the wind whipping my hair as I glared at them, their ugly white faces behind the glass. As we shot up the freeway ramp, they were almost on top of us. Good. Just a little closer and I would spring. But our car was skidding to a halt. Gabrielle couldn't clear the path ahead. "Hold on, it's coming!" she screamed. "Like hell it is!" I shouted, and in an instant I would have jumped off the roof and gone into them like a battering ram. But I didn't have that instant. They had struck us full force, and my body flew up in the air, diving over the side of the freeway as the Porsche shot out in front of me, sailing into space. I saw Gabrielle break through the side door before the car hit the ground, and she and I were both rolling over on the grassy slope as the car capsized and exploded with a deafening roar. "Louis!" I shouted. I scrambled towards the blaze. I would have gone right into it after him, but the glass of the back portal splintered as he came through it. He hit the embankment just as I reached him, and with my cape I beat at his smoking garments, Gabrielle ripping off her jacket to do the same. The van had stopped at the freeway railing high above. The creatures were dropping over the edge like big white insects and landing on their feet on the slope. And I was ready for them. But again, as the first one skidded down towards us, scythe raised, there came that ghastly preternatural scream again, and the blinding combustion, the creature's face a black mask in a riot of orange flame, the body convulsed in a horrid dance. The others turned and ran under the freeway. I started after them, but Gabrielle had her arms around me and wouldn't let me go. Her strength maddened and amazed me. "Stop, damn it!" she said. "Louis, help me!" "Let me loose!" I said furiously. "I want one of them, just one of them. I can get the hindmost in the pack." But she wouldn't release me, and I certainly wasn't going to fight her, and Louis had joined with her in her angry and desperate entreaties. "Lestat, don't go after them," he said, his polite manner strained to the fullest. "We've had quite enough. We must leave here now." "All right," I said, giving it up resentfully. Besides, it was too late. The burnt one had expired in smoke and sputtering flames, and the others were gone into silence and darkness without a trace.
The night around us was suddenly empty, except for the thunder of the freeway traffic high above, and there we were, the three of us, standing together in the lurid glare of the blazing car. Lewis wiped the soot from his face wearily, his stiff white shirt front smudged, his long velvet opera cape burnt and torn. And there was Gabrielle, the waif, just as she'd been so long ago, the dusty, ragged boy in frayed khaki jungle jacket and pants, the squashed brown felt hat askew on her lovely head. Out of the cacophony of city noises we heard the thin whine of sirens approaching. Yet we stood motionless, the three of us, waiting, glancing to one another, and I knew we were all scanning for Marius. Surely it was Marius. It had to be. And he was with us, not against us, and he would answer us now. I said his name aloud, softly. I peered into the dark under the freeway, and out over the endless army of little houses that crowded the surrounding slopes. But all I could hear were the sirens growing louder, and the murmur of human voices as mortals began the long climb from the boulevard below. I saw fear in Gabrielle's face. I reached out for her, went towards her, in spite of all the hideous confusion, the mortals coming nearer and nearer, the vehicles stopped on the freeway above. Her embrace was sudden, warm, but she gestured for me to hurry. "We're in danger, all of us," she whispered. "Terrible danger. Come." Chapter 3. It was 5 o'clock in the morning, and I stood alone at the glass doors of the Carmel Valley ranch house. Gabrielle and Lewis had gone into the hills together to find their rest. A phone call north had told me that my mortal musicians were safe in the new Sonoma hideaway, partying madly behind electric fences and gates. As for the police and the press and all their inevitable questions, well, that would have to wait. And now I waited alone for the morning light, as I'd always done, wondering why Marius hadn't shown himself, why he had saved us only to vanish without a word. "And suppose it wasn't Marius," Gabrielle had said anxiously as she paced the floor afterwards. "I tell you, I felt an overwhelming sense of menace. I felt danger to us as well as to them. I felt it outside the auditorium when I drove away. I felt it when we stood by the burning car. Something about it. It wasn't Marius, I'm convinced." "Something almost barbaric about it," Lewis had said. "Almost, but not quite." "Yes, almost savage," she had answered, glancing to him in acknowledgement. "And even if it was Marius, what makes you think he didn't save you so that he could take his private vengeance in his own way?" "No," I had said, laughing softly. "Marius doesn't want revenge, or he would already have it, that much I know." But I had been too excited just watching her, the old walk, the old gestures. And the frayed safari clothing. After 200 years she was still the intrepid explorer. She straddled the chair like a cowboy when she sat down, resting her chin on her hands on the high back. We had so much to talk about, to tell each other, and I was simply too happy to be afraid. And besides, being afraid was too awful, because I knew now I had made another serious miscalculation. I'd realized for the first time when the Porsche exploded, with Lewis still inside it. This little war of mine would put all those I loved in danger. What a fool I'd been to think I could draw the venom to myself. We had to talk, all right. We had to be cunning. We had to take great care. But for now we were safe. I told her that soothingly. She and Lewis didn't feel the menace here. It had not followed us to the valley. And I had never felt it. And our young and foolish immortal enemies had scattered, believing that we possessed the power to incinerate them at will. "You know, 1,000 times I pictured our reunion," Gabrielle said, "and never once was it anything like this." "I rather think it went splendidly," I said. "And don't suppose for a moment that I couldn't have gotten us out of it. I was about to throttle that one with the scythe, toss him over the auditorium, and I saw the other one coming. I could have broken him in half."
I tell you, one of the frustrating things about all this is I didn't get the chance. You, monsieur, are an absolute imp, she said. You are impossible. You are, what did Marius himself call you? The damnedest creature. I am in full accord. I laughed delightedly. Such sweet flattery. And how lovely the old-fashioned French. And Louis had been so taken with her, sitting back in the shadows as he watched her, reticent, musing, as he'd always been. Immaculate he was again, as if his garments were entirely at his command, and we'd just come from the last act of La Traviata to watch the mortals drink their champagne at the marble-top cafe tables as the fashionable carriages clattered past. Feeling of the new coven formed, magnificent energy, the denial of the human reality, the three of us together against all tribes, all worlds, and a profound feeling of safety, of unstoppable momentum. How to explain that to them? "Mother, stop worrying," I had said finally, hoping to settle it all, to create a moment of pure equanimity. "It's pointless. A creature powerful enough to burn his enemies can find us any time that he chooses, do exactly what he likes." "And this should stop me from worrying?" she said. I saw Louis shake his head. "I don't have your powers," he said unobtrusively. "Nevertheless, I felt this thing. And I tell you it was alien, utterly uncivilized, for want of a better word." "Ah, you've hit it again," Gabrielle interjected. "It was completely foreign, as if coming from a being so removed. And your Marius is too civilized," Louis insisted, "too burdened with philosophy. That's why you know he doesn't want revenge." "Alien? Uncivilized?" I glanced at both of them. "Why didn't I feel this menace?" I asked. "Mon Dieu, it could have been anything," Gabrielle had said finally. "That music of yours could wake the dead." I had thought of last night's enigmatic message, Lestat, danger, but it had been too close to dawn for me to worry them with it. And besides, it explained nothing. It was merely another fragment of the puzzle, and one perhaps that did not belong at all. And now they were gone together, and I was standing alone before the glass doors, watching the gleam of light grow brighter and brighter over the Santa Lucia mountains, thinking, "Where are you, Marius? Why the hell don't you reveal yourself?" It could damn well be true, everything that Gabrielle said. Is it a game to you? And was it a game to me that I didn't really call out to him? I mean, raise my secret voice with its full power, as he had told me 2 centuries ago that I might do. Through all my struggles it had become such a matter of pride not to call to him. But what did that pride matter now? Maybe it was the call he required of me. Maybe he was demanding that call. All the old bitterness and stubbornness were gone from me now. Why not make that effort, at least? And closing my eyes, I did what I had not done since those old 18th century nights when I'd talked to him aloud in the streets of Cairo or Rome. Silently, I called, and I felt the voiceless cry rising out of me and traveling into oblivion. I could almost feel it traverse the world of visible proportions, feel it grow fainter and fainter, feel it burn out. And there it was again for a split second. The distant, unrecognizable place I had glimpsed last night. Snow, endless snow, and some sort of stone dwelling, windows encrusted with ice. And on a high promontory a curious, modern apparatus, a great grey metal dish turning on an axis to draw to itself the invisible waves that crisscross the earth's skies. Television antenna. Reaching from this snowy waste to the satellite, that's what it was. And the broken glass on the floor was the glass of a television screen. I saw it. Stone bench, a broken television screen, noise, fading. Marius! Danger, Lestat.
All of us in danger. She has... I cannot... Ice. Buried in ice.
Flash of shattered glass on a stone floor, the bench empty, the clang and vibration of the vampire Lestat throbbing from the speakers.
She has... Lestat, help me. All of us. Danger. She has...
Silence, the connection broken. Marius! Something but too faint. For all its intensity, simply too faint. Marius! I was leaning against the window, staring right into the morning light as it grew brighter, my eyes watering, the tips of my fingers almost burning on the hot glass. Answer me. Is it Akasha? Are you telling me that it is Akasha, that she is the one, that it was she? But the sun was rising over the mountains. The lethal rays were spilling down into the valley, ranging across the valley floor. I ran out of the house, across the field and towards the hills, my arm up to shield my eyes. And within moments I had reached my hidden underground crypt, pulled back the stone, and I went down the crudely dug little stairs. One more turn, and then another, and I was in cold and safe blackness, earth smell. And I lay on the mud floor of the tiny chamber, my heart thudding, my lips trembling. Akasha, that music of yours could wake the dead. Television set in the chamber, of course. Marius had given them that, and the broadcasts right off the satellite. They had seen the video films. I knew it as certainly as if he had spelled it out to the last detail. He had brought the television down into their sanctum, just as he had brought the movies to them years and years ago. And she had been awakened. She had risen. That music of yours could wake the dead. I'd done it again. Oh, if only I could keep my eyes open, could only think, if the sun wasn't rising. She had been there in San Francisco. She had been that close to us, burning our enemies. Alien, utterly foreign. Yes. But not uncivilized. No, not savage. She was not that. She was only just reawakened. My goddess. Risen like a magnificent butterfly from its cocoon. And what was the world to her? How had she come to us? What was the state of her mind? Danger to all of us. No, I don't believe it. She had slain our enemies. She had come to us. But I couldn't fight the drowsiness and heaviness any longer. Pure sensation was driving out all wonder and excitement. My body grew limp and helplessly still against the earth. And then I felt a hand suddenly close on mine. Cold as marble it was, and just about that strong. My eyes snapped open in the darkness. The hand tightened its grip. A great mass of silken hair brushed my face. A cold arm moved across my chest. Oh, please, my darling. My beautiful one, please, I wanted to say. But my eyes were closing. My lips wouldn't move. I was losing consciousness. The sun had risen above.
The end. You've been listening to The Vampire Lestat by Anne Rice, narrated by Frank Muller. If you've enjoyed this book and this performance, Anne Rice's Vampire Chronicles continue with The Queen of the Damned, also narrated by Frank Muller.